Okay, welcome back to Blender, guys. So today we're going to be doing sort of a potion bottle. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and delete the default cube, and we're going to go ahead and add a circle. So once we've got our circle, we're just going to make this a little bit bigger so it's easier to work with. And what we'll do as well, we'll go to edit mode, we'll press F for fill, E for extrude, and we're just going to make a nice little fancy base for this. So what I'm going to do is just going to press 1 for the side view. Just going to scale this out just ever so slightly, E for extrude, and then I'm going to go E for extrude again, just scale inwards, and then E for extrude, and we'll scale outwards just at the side right here, E for extrude, I scale inwards, E for extrude. And what we're going to start to do is make the edging for the glass bowl that we're going to put into here. So we'll start going just inwards, E for extrude, scale in, E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then we're just going to scale in so that it's got like this nice little curve just at the bottom, and then E for extrude, and we'll bring it down, and then we'll just curve in the bottom ever so slightly. So this will be our base. I'm just going to shade this smooth, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to add, and we'll get another circle again from the mesh. So circle in the middle, we'll go G, bring this up so that it sits just in the middle right here. We're going to go edit, F for fill, and what you want to do is go for 1 again, so side view, and then X-ray. So what we'll do, we will move this across just to here to follow the contour lines right there. E for extrude. Scale this in. You can follow the contrast lines if you'd like to, but if you'd like a smooth bottom, then you can do a smooth bottom. I'm just going to do mine like this, and then we're just going to go E for extrude just to bring it upwards in the middle. You know what? I might actually do smooth bottom because it actually looks a little better, I think. So I'm just going to go G. Going to bring this in. Let's scale this in. Scale it in right here. E for extrude, bring it up. Scale it outwards. E for extrude again, bring it up. We're going to just scale it outwards. So it's got that nice curve. E for extrude, bring it up, scale it outwards. Nice little curve going on. Let's just pull that back a little bit. Then E for extrude, and we'll kind of just curve this outwards so that we've got that nice little bevel. Oops, no, I don't want to save. Let's go with scale. Hey, it'd be nice to save, but we don't want to do that right now. Right, so bring this up just into the middle. And what we want to do is just essentially make a jar going around the sides. So I'm just going to start straightening it up right here. Make sure that you kind of got an equidistance between these sides as well, because we're going to do like a little pattern going on the inside. So if you just run it up like this, don't worry, there's method to my madness. I'll show you what I'm doing in a moment. Run it up down the side just here. E for extrude, bring it in, and then I'm going to do the neck of the bottle on this part right here. So we're just going to go ahead, just pull that in, just pull this up, make sure you've got this little lip around the outside. You got E for extrude. Scale it outwards ever so slightly, E for extrude in the middle right there, E for extrude, scale it in, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards just so it's got that nice little lip on top right there, and then from here we're just going to go E for extrude, bring it straight down, and you want to follow the contours of the lines on the inside. Now it doesn't have to be perfect, so we could go ahead and we could do something like this, maybe warped glass, it's thicker in certain places than it is in others. Go ahead and just pull this down. and then you just want to round it off just ever so slightly at the bottom. Just as such. So, when we've got this, we want to right click, go back into object mode, right click, shade smooth. What we're going to do is we're going to go to render, let's go to cycles. Now this is going to be glass, so what we want to do is go new, and we're just going to type in glass on here. And what we want to do from here, principal BSDF, and we'll go to glass BSDF, and just turn down the roughness on this as well. So we should now have glass just in the background here. I'm just going to go ahead and add a plane, just so that we can see that a little better. And we should have a light in this scene as well, but I can't really see it that well, so let's find this light. Just bring this to the side. Oops. Bring it up a little bit. And then I'm just going to bring it to this side as well. Okay, so now we just need to do this one as a wood kind of colour, or you can do a bronze kind of colour. Let's see, if you want to do bronze, just put the metal up and the roughness down. So for this as well, we're going to need some liquid inside of it, some sort of thing, if this will allow me to do it. Come on. Right, so if we're doing a Halloweeny kind of look on this, what we want to do is we're going to go to add. Let's go to circle, X-ray again, so we can see what's going on. I'm going to press 1. I'm just going to bring this circle up to the middle. What you want to do is follow the contours of the inside parts. So we're going to go edit mode, we'll press F to begin with. E for extrude. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Scale this outwards. E for extrude. Scale this outwards again. And then we can go E for extrude, bring this up in the middle. Scale this outwards. And then E for extrude, and we can just scale inwards, just on that one. So, with this centerpiece right here that we have, we could go ahead and have this as glowing materials. We can go ahead and have this as different ones. So I might put this as an emission. So we've got this kind of toxic green kind of liquid on the inside. And maybe we could just end it there. Maybe we could just have the toxic green on there. I'm going to edit the IOR though. Just kind of make it glass, but not quite as much. So yeah, that would be a little jar with some questionable material in it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's slime or something. I don't know. But yeah, whatever your imagination wants to put out there, I guess. So yeah, that will be the tutorial for today. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome to the next tutorial, guys. So today I'm going to be teaching you how to make a pencil. So what you want to do is go to edit mode, then we're going to press Control R and just loop cut it in the middle there, and then we're just going to loop cut it in the middle there, so that we've got this X going on. We're going to go ahead and select the side vertices right here. So we're going to go 1, 2, don't forget to hold down Shift, 3 and 4, and then we're just going to press scale, but we're going to hold it so that it goes across the X-axis, and then we're going to go ahead and press S again for scale, and then go across the Y-axis. Okay, so now you have this basic shape, and this will be the basic shape of your pencil. So we're going to just select all the top axes right here, and we're just going to go G and bring this all the way up. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make the tip of the pencil right here. So we're going to go E for extrude. And then we're just going to scale it in just slightly. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. We're just going to go downwards just slightly. So this is the part that's been kind of chopped off as you've sharpened it. I'm just going to press shade smooth right there. And then to add the pointed bit, we're just going to add a cone. Press G, bring it upwards, and then we're going to scale it just as such, so it looks like it's been sharpened. And then we're just going to take this and just scale it outwards so that it just fits your shape. Scale it downwards just slightly. So we're going to go into edit mode. We're going to go Control R. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go next ray 1 second. I'm just going to select this space right here. Going to press G, bring it up. Oops. Don't know what happened then. Yeah. So select the base, press G, bring it up a little bit. Just actually, you know what? I could leave it like that, and then I could duplicate this. Press G, just move that up. So now we've got 2 of them. And then I'm just going to go ahead and scale this down. So this is going to be the tip of the pencil right here. Just make sure that just fits over the top. We're going to go into materials. Just change this to a black. Make sure that you're in cycles for the render engine. So it's going to be a black base colour. For some reason isn't changing to black, but and then this base colour here, let's see, I'm going to select the lights in here so you guys can see a little better. We'll place this as a sun. For this one in particular, we'll add just kind of a light shade there. This is a little bit too strong. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit. Oops. So now we can see that we've got the shade going on. So the piece that's underneath just needs to come out on top. Just scale it outwards a little bit. Should be able to see that. So this is the basic pencil shape. We're going to shade these smooth. And then this one in particular, we can change the colour to this. So maybe we'll go with a green or a red or a yellow. I'm going to go with a green. Scale that just downwards, just slightly. And then for the end, we can make a pencil as like the tip of the pencil, like the rubber bit. Or the eraser. So just go E for extrude, scale it outwards just slightly, and then E for extrude, and then E for extrude again, scale inwards, and then E for extrude, and then we can go E for extrude again, scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards, and that will be the eraser part. So if I just put this onto the side and then press X-ray, I can take this part, let's see, press plus, new, change that to a red material, click assign. This part here that's in the middle, we could do plus, click new, assign, and then we want to make this just a deeper grey and then make it more metallic. And there's your basic pencil that you can use in whatever projects that you want. If you want to add to it, feel free. Like, subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, guys. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're making a little potion jug again, different style from the one that we did last time. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead, delete my default cube. I'm going to go ahead and just go and get some of these screencasting keys back on. So what we're going to start with is a circle. You might want to just scale this up just so it's a little bit bigger so that you can see what's going on. We're going to go to edit mode. And we want to go F for fill, and we're going to go E for extrude. In fact, you know, I'm going to split the screen in half so you guys can see the side view. We're going to E for extrude, scale outwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and we're going to scale outwards on this side. Just make sure that it's roughly around the same angle as the prior one. We're going to go E for extrude again, scale outwards just slightly, E for extrude, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, just scale inwards ever just so slightly. Then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards, and then E for extrude. We'll scale inwards again just to make the bottom of this. E for extrude. Then we want to make kind of a nice little curve just right here. So we're going to go E for extrude, curve it in, E for extrude, curve it in again just ever so slightly. What I'm going to do, go on the X-ray mode, just select these. I'm just going to make these just slightly bigger, and then this section just slightly bigger as well, just on that side. So selecting the top face again, we're just going to go E for extrude and go straight up. So at this point, what we want to do is I'm going to go Control R, just loop cut it right there, just shade this in just ever so slightly so we've got that little variation in the glass. Select your top vertices again. We're going to go E for extrude, just slightly, and then slightly bring it out. E for extrude again, keep it where it is, slightly bring it out, and then we're going to go E for extrude on top, E for extrude, just scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, scale inwards again, and just make that little bevel around the edge. Now we're going to go E for extrude straight down, but what we want to do is what's going to X-ray so we can see what's going on. So the best example right here is at the side view, which is number pad 1. So we're going to go G, bring it down to the midpoint. You want to make sure there's a little gap just between these. So bring that down. E for extrude again, bring it down. Maybe scale it outwards just at this point just to match the outside of the glass. E for extrude again, scale it outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. And then from this point on, we just want to go E for extrude, just follow the glass just round. And then E for extrude. And what you want to do towards the bottom of this glass is just make it a little bit thicker. Just around here. So we're just going to go E for extrude, E for extrude, scale it inwards, then E for extrude again, and we're just going to go and scale it inwards so that it's got a nice round bottom to it. So speaking of bottoms, we want to go and come off your X-ray mode for one moment, take this bottom right here, go E for extrude again, just scale inwards, and then what we're going to do from here is E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards slightly, E for extrude, bring it up, scale inwards, and then E for extrude, and then we scale inwards again just to kind of make that nice and smooth right there. So now we've got this nice little pot going on. So what we're going to do is just right click, shade smooth. If you haven't already, change your EV to cycles, And from here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a mesh. A plane. So what I'm going to do, I think my dog's just figured out how to open the door. So I'm just going to add a plane to the bottom so you guys can see the glass. Yeah, my dog's a husky crossed with a collie, and he's incredibly smart. He knows how to open things. So I think he's just opened the door to the dining room. Right, so once we get to this point, we're going to go to material. We're going to go new. Let's go to glass. And then we're just going to change down the roughness just a little bit. And once we go to the render, sorry, you don't want this one as glass, I've put the wrong one to glass, sorry, ignore me. Right, make sure that's a white material right there. Select your glass, let's go new. Let's go with glass for this one. If I spelt that correctly, that'd be great. Right, yeah, so take your printable BSDF, we'll go to glass. Take down your roughness. We now have this nice little beaker going on with glass. I'm going to go ahead and change this to a sun so you guys can see what's going on right there. So, at this point, we want to put a cork in the top of it, so we're going to go to add, go to, let's not go with cone actually, let's go with cylinder. Just press G just to bring it up. I'm just going to go ahead and put this on the side, and then we'll use this side just for the building. So when you do your cork, we're just going to scale this down, make sure that it just fits the edge of the bottle right here. Just going to press G, bring it up. Let's go to edit mode, take that bottom face right there, we're just going to go E-fret extrude, scale it downwards, give it that little bit of a bevel just on the end. And then for this side, what we can do is we can go E-fret extrude, scale it inwards, and then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go ahead and select all of these faces right here. If you do it on X-ray mode, it works even better. Come on. Right, there we go. So then I'm just going to rotate it just on its side so it's got that little bit of a bevel going on. And also it's a little bit of a wonky cork. Shade that smooth. We're going to go on to new texture. Just bring that down slightly. Now what you can do, you can go into the shading tab and we can do a noise texture. Just right here, so colour to base colour. So you notice all these little points start showing up. So this is going to be for the cork texture. So we're going to add and go to bump. Bump texture right there, colour to height. So now we've got this nice little bump texture going on. We now want the colour ramp, spelt the American way. And then add. And then we'll go with the brown just on here. You can change up the roughness a little bit on this too. So now we've got this nice little cork inside of this bottle. You just want to improve that brown just a little bit. I'm going to take down this light actually. I'm going to just, let's see, set this light right here. And I'm just going to turn the strength down, so maybe to a 10 or a 20. Actually, I'll go 30. Let's see what 30 looks like. Maybe 50. 100. 100's pretty good. Let's go 200. See if that improves. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now we've got the 200 on there. So at this point right now, it's a little bit too bright, so I'm just going to go ahead and improve that just slightly. And just bring the black in as well. You could also put a little bit of liquid in the middle right here. So if we go to layout, we've got the side view right here. We go to add, go to cylinder. So we've got the cylinder right there at the bottom. Make sure the cylinder just sits just here. We'll go on to edit mode. Just get the wireframe up for this one. Take your top face right here, press J, bring it down. scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, just follow the inside of your jar right here as best you can. E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, we'll go scale outwards, and then E for extrude, bring it up, and then E for extrude at this point, if it'll let me. We could just go ahead, extrude it into that void right there. So once we've got this, we can then shade smooth, go to new. We can have this as a random colour in the bottom of it. So we could do an orange if you wanted to. Turn up your metallic, turn down your roughness, turn down your alpha as well. And then once we go to the render, we now have this little kind of potion jar with a little bit of liquid in it. And a little bit of reflection going on in the background. So, yeah, you could also improve this as well. You could go to edit mode. We could go E for extrude. You could fill it all the way up if you wanted to. Just to there. And you could also improve your alpha a little bit. Make that a little bit more deeper. So this little line that we've got going on right now is because the background is quite short. So if you wanted to, you could put some walls up, you could put some little lights on top, make this a little bit reflective. Let's go ahead and add a plane, or we could add a cube actually. A cube would probably work this for wonders. Actually no, let's not do the cube. I think it's because it's a sun kind of thing, so we could do plane, scale that up, and then we could do rotate 90. Scale that up, and then G, place this on one side, just here, and then we could have another one just on this side, and then we could go, let's see, so if I put the camera just here, let's go with align view to camera, press G, bring it back. So we've got it just there. So if we have these off camera, we could go ahead, take this one, Shift D, rotate this by 90, scale outwards, and then we could just bring this back into the piece, scale it upwards as well. We should have a little bit of a reflection going on within this. So, what I'm going to do, take these two as well, just scale these in. And then what we can do, we've got like this nice little reflection going on. You could also have studio lights at the top and the back if you wanted to as well, just to give it that little bit of finesse. So if we go to add plane, scale it outwards, rotate it just slightly, and then we can go G, bring this across, bring it up, oops, where am I going here, this one, for some reason, press G, bring it up, bring it across, and what you can do with this is make this one an emission. So we've got some nice light coming from that side. We could have like a nice little blue, just turn up that emission right there, so now you've got this nice little blue hue. And then we could also duplicate this, rotate this by 180, and then we could have another side right here, but this time, edit, press plus, you want to put new, assign, and then we're going to go to emission, and then we'll go to red. So now we've kind of got this nice little bluey, reddy, purpley kind of look in the background. We can now see that we've got reflection on the glass. We can now see that the glass is a little bit full as well. You could also edit the IOR on the glass just by slight, giving it a little bit more of a bevel just around the bottom. And what I'm going to do is change the background as well, so I can make this a little bit darker. we can scale this outwards just a little bit. The camera, because it can only see so far, if we go to the camera settings, we can also improve the end note, bring this back a little bit, and then we can do depth of field to make this look a little bit more rounder, a little bit more detail, and turn down the f-stop so everything blurs in the background. And there you have it. You have a nice little kind of game piece to put in whatever you put in. Obviously Blender doesn't have the game engine anymore, but it's a good practice for other gaming engines, that this is what you can make. I think practicing on an open source software before anything else is going to be a fantastic way of learning, because that way it gives you kind of an insight into what you're doing in other game engines. So that's the tutorial for today. I'll see you guys in the next one. I hope you have a great day. Yeah, bye bye. Okay, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are making a candle in a jar. So it's kind of the same as a cookie jar that we made, but we're just going to make it a little bit more taller, I guess. So we're just going to click delete on this main cube right here on the default. We're going to go over to add mesh, and then we'll go to circle, scale outwards, and then we're going to go to edit mode right over here in the corner. Press F, E to extrude, and what we're going to do is we're just going to scale this out just slightly. Generally they're kind of curved at the bottom, so to scale that out slightly, just kind of give it that bit of a bevel, and then we're just going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to bring it right up. The one that I'm currently looking at is like a jar, so I'd say about that tall. We'll go for E for extrude again, and we'll just start bringing this in. So just very gently bring it in, not too sharp. And then from this point we're just going to go E for extrude. Just bring it in just slightly. I'm just going to pull that down just a little bit. And then we're going to go E for extrude. And then E for extrude again. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards just a little bit more. Then this is going to be the lid of the jar. So we're going to go E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude again. Leave it where it is. Scale it inwards. E for extrude. We're just going to bring it down. Scale it in. So now at this point right here, we need to do the X-ray mode so that we can see what's going on the inside, because we're going to need to look at the inside. So let's go E for extrude. E for extrude again. We're just going to scale this in just slightly. And then we're just going to go E for extrude. E for extrude again, bring it out, and then E for extrude all the way down. Press G, bring it in, and right at the bottom here, just make it as thick as you can, because we're going to be using thick glass. Just bring it into the side just there, and that should be about right. So at this part right here, what we want to do, we're going to add another circle. Come back to object mode, add a circle. So you see the circles right there at the bottom. We're going to go G, bring it up to the bottom of the tub right here. I know a lot of people like to take the vertices from the inside, but for this one I'm just going to make it the way that it is. Just press S, scale it outwards. And what we're going to do, go to edit mode, press F, E for extrude, scale it outwards. E for extrude, scale it outwards, and then E for extrude, just bring it right up. So now we have the inside of the candle. So we have the inside and we have the outside. I'm just going to turn off the X-ray mode just there. So now we can see that one. So if you take your jar, shade smooth, and you take the inside and also shade smooth. So what I'm going to do with the inside is just go to edit mode. Take this face right here, just press G, bring it up. And then we go to object mode. Click your jar on the outside. Go to materials tab right here. Just right here. Go to new. We'll go from principal B SDF to glass emission. And then we're going to turn down the roughness. So you'll notice that nothing happens right here. So if this happens to you, just go to the render engine, press EV and go into cycles. And now we have this kind of glass kind of thing going on. So the light in the scene, I think we may have put the object over the light in the scene. There we go. So that's the light in the scene. So what you can see there, the white part is what's supposed to be the candle wax, and obviously you've got the outside, which is a jar. Now I think I may have inadvertently placed the wax a little bit too high, so we're going to go ahead, select this face on top, if that's the case on yours too. Press X-ray so you can see on the inside. Press G and just bring it down a little bit. So now when we render it, we should see the jar and everything. So you'll notice that these little lines appear as well. So that's because your edit mode's turned on, but also we have this little line right here. So what you want to do, right click, shade smooth, and that should get rid of most of the little lines on there. So this part right here, we can actually do maybe pink for a candle. Maybe like this nice lilac-y pink. I'm going to go ahead and add a plane in the background because it just kind of, you can see things a lot better if you've got the plane. So now for the wick for the candle, we can do add, go to mesh, go to cylinder, scale upwards, then we're going to scale down, press G, bring it up, scale it downwards again. So we're going to the regular mode, just X-ray just for one moment. We can see the wick just in the middle right there. So you want to shade this one smooth. Go to new on your materials tab and just make it slightly orange. So what you should end up with in the end is something like this. Excuse me. So this could be kind of a fresh candle that you've just kind of, I don't know, you picked up from the store or something. So if you wanted to add a flame, I would suggest adding, let's see, we could add a cone on the end of it. We could add a UV sphere if you wanted to. I'm not going to teach you fire in this tutorial, but if you wanted an emission to come out at the end, I mean, it would be pretty neat to teach fire, but the other problem is many computers, they kind of struggle with smoke and stuff like that. So I want to make sure that I do the right tutorial for you guys. So if you change this material on the end right here to an emission, make it slightly orange or yellow, and then you can turn this up and you can have this flame going right at the side. You can also take the middle right here and you can sink it in a little bit. So if we go to, you know, I'm going to scale that down first. So we've kind of got a little light at the top. You can stretch it out if you wanted to. So you've got this little flame going on. As regards as to the wax, what you could do, you go edit mode, just take off your X-ray for one moment. This face right here, we want to go E for extrude, scale inwards, and then E for extrude, scale downwards, scale inwards just slightly. And what you could do to make it look wet, you could place a few items on there as well. You could go to object mode. Let's see what we could do right here. We could go with UV sphere. We'll go with UV sphere. Bring it up. Scale it down. Press G. We could set it right there. And then we could take this object again for the wax. E for extrude. Bring it down. Just scale it in. Just to here. Just so you can see that. So it just kind of clips just slightly. Just scale this object out just a little bit. or sideways, or wherever you want to go with it. And then we'll go to new, and we can go to, let's put it as a pink, turn down the alpha just slightly, and then turn up the metallic and turn down the roughness completely. So now, when we render it, if I just get that into frame, we should have a beautiful lit candle with a little bit of a wax residue in the middle. As I said, I'm not going to be doing fire or smoke in these tutorials just at the moment. Until I can really figure out the best way to do it for you guys. So yeah, that's a candle in a jar. I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Please like, subscribe, follow. It really helps me out. Yeah, I'll see you later. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be making a lantern. So we're going to take the default cube right here and we're just going to work with this. Just elongate it slightly so that it is much of a lantern shape. So we're going to go on to edit mode, and what we will do is we're going to subdivide this. So we're going to Control R just to give it some loop cuts, and you want to just quarter it. So that you've got the same kind of pattern on each side. So 1, 2, and then 3, and then 1, 2, and then we should have a third right here. So when we do this, we're going to also go sideways. I'm just going to undo that one. Until at least you have the same amount of space around the outside as everywhere else. Corner to corner, Control Shift. We go corner to corner, Control Shift, corner to corner, Control Shift, corner to corner, and Control Shift, and then we'll go corner to corner and Control Shift again. For this part, just leave it as it is at the moment. We're going to go E for extrude, just keep it where it is, scale, and this will bring it inwards, just slightly. Just scale upwards for the top, and then scale to the side for the sides. So you have this nice prism going on in the middle. So now for this one, we want to add glass, and we want to have a normal surface. So when we do this, go to the colours for the materials. So material 1 will be outer, and then we're going to press plus, and we press new, and material, the second material will be glass. So the outer, we want this one as a black, and then the inner, the glass, will be glass. We're just going to change over to cycles right now. Let's come back to materials. So this one we're going to assign it. I'm going to go to object mode, and we will make the glass. So we can go with glass right here, and now we can see that we have this frosted glass. Change the roughness down a little bit, and you can just see through it. We can also mess with the IOR, so you can kind of have very frosted glass, or you can have very defined glass. I'm just going to bring the roughness down just a little bit. Okay, so at this point we notice that it's just a box with a load of glass, and I mean, you can keep it like that if you'd like it like that. For me personally, I'm just going to shrink the box in at the bottom. So it's going to go to one corner, shift control, select everything, and then just scale it in just slightly, and then we're going to go to shift control all over the base right here. And then we can shrink this inwards slightly as well, just to kind of give it a little bit of a bevel on the edges. Now for this top part, Select the corners again, shift control, E for extrude. Now at this part you can actually scale this inwards. Press G, move it up. And then we can go E for extrude, E for extrude again, scale it outwards just slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude. How we can make this fancy little top here. Just scale it back in. And then right here we could have the top of the lantern, which it's attached to whatever it's attached to. So you could put that in just there. Now for these little sides we can make these glass as well. So just Control R. And then we will take this face, this face, this face and this face. And just continue the pattern all the way around. And then we'll press E for extrude. And then we're going to scale it inwards on one side. Scale inwards on the other. So now we kind of have this lantern thing going on. And now we can assign the glass to those points. So when we finish, we've got a lantern that looks like this. Now you can add some texture onto this part. I'm just going to shade smooth. So this would be just a basic lantern that you would have outside of a house, I guess. Kind of a very modern version of a lantern. So now we want to put something in the middle that emits light. So I'm just going to turn the light off here and just get rid of it. So for this, I'm just going to split this so you guys can see. And then I'm going to add a plane on the bottom so it just catches some of the light. So right here we want to add a cylinder. Just elongate it before you put it inside. Scale it down. Press G. Want the cylinder to come into the middle right here, as you can see it. Just scale it upwards a little bit so it matches with the top of the jar. Maybe you want to make it go all the way down. This is your design. And this will be our emission piece. So to make an emission, we're going to go to New, go to Principle BSDF and click Emission. And now we can see that we have a little light going on in the inside here. I'm just going to make this slightly yellow. Now if we mess with the strength here, you see that the light comes on and you see that we have some light being caught right here on the base plane. So this is just a basic lamp tutorial for you guys, just to show you how to make these. And the best thing about it as well, you can change the colours. So you can have it as a ruby red if you'd like. You can take it to a green. A royal blue, I guess, if you wanted a royal blue. There's many different variants of colours here that you can choose from. Okay, so yeah, if you like this tutorial, like, subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Cheers, bye. Hi guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing some fruit. So I want to make an apple with you today. I think we will start with go to Add Mesh, and then we're going to go to Circle. A little bit of a weird thing to start with, but we're going to be using some of the sculpting tools to make it a little bit irregular as well. So it kind of it fits the idea of an apple. So first and foremost, let's go to the edit mode. And also we want to change our render engine to cycles, if you've not already. So press A to select everything. We're going to start with a flat base to begin with, and then we'll come back to that. So F to fill, E to extrude. Just 1 second. My dog's trying to get into my room. I'm going to go to So we're going to go S to scale outwards, E to go upwards, S to scale outwards, and the idea is that you want kind of a circular kind of shape. E to go up, E's just gone downstairs, so that's fine. Scale, usually I like to keep the dog out of my room whilst I'm doing a recording, because he runs around like a mad hatter and knocks over all of my lights and stuff, so it's just nice to have a little bit of a break, and he gets a break too. So E, you just want to make this a circular object, basically. And then once we get to the top, we're just going to, apples are generally more flatter on the top, so you want to go a little bit more flat, and we want to extrude, scale, and then we want to just go down a little bit, extrude, scale, and this is where the stalk's going to sit. Just scale that inwards a little bit more. Oh, actually, you know what? I can extrude that again, and then we scale. Okay, so we have a basic shape, and then this bottom part here, obviously we can't leave it just flat like that. So we're going to go E for extrude, S for scale, just bring around the bottom of the apple, just scale and extrude as much as you need to, E for extrude, scale, and then we're going to do the same with the bottom that we did with the top. So extrude again, scale inwards, just bring that down, extrude, scale inwards, bring that down a little bit more so that it's got a kind of apple-y kind of look to it. So then we're going to go shade smooth, and we should be left with something like this. So now we're going to go into the sculpt mode. Sorry, no. We will go to edit mode, we will go A, and then we're going to right click, subdivide. You can subdivide as much as you want. I'm going to subdivide twice so that I have this kind of shape. And then we're going to go into the sculpt mode. So what I'm going to do in the sculpt mode is I'm going to smooth it out a little bit. I'm going to, excuse me, add little bumps to it and stuff, little imperfections. What I would suggest is make your brush as big as you possibly can. And then you can just come in and just add those little imperfections all over the place so that your apple is not perfectly smooth, but you have some kind of offset to it. So this is actually the smooth tool that I'm using now, just to get rid of some of these vertices. I'm just going to smooth that all the way around. So nothing is perfect in nature. You're going to want to have those little bumps and those little pits and all sorts. So just going to smooth out those bits, and then this top part I'm just going to push down some of the vertices, and then we will minus on top just to make it a little bit more of a pit in the middle. I'm just going to make that a little bit smaller. There we go. Okay, so this is where the stalk's going to sit. Just kind of make those little imperfections everywhere so it's not perfect. Yeah, this is your creation, so I mean you can do whatever you want with this one. If you want the apple to have a hole in it, then you can have the hole in the apple. So now, after that, I will go to the materials tab, and I'm going to make this a red apple. Now you can see that it's a little bit waxy. We don't want that, so we're going to put the roughness down just a little bit, so that it's got a little bit of tan on it. That looks a little bit more like a pepper kind of thing, but we'll bring that up a little bit. So now, we want to make the stalk. We'll go with this cylinder. Cylinder's a little bit too big, so just scale that down a little bit. plonk that in the middle, as so. Now it doesn't look like an apple at the moment, but we're going to go into the shader tab and I will show you how to put some shade on it and how to make it a little bit more grainy. So for the stalk, we will select the top, just get it in the middle, scale downwards. You want to E for extract. It's there, yeah. You know what it is. E for extrude. Rotate that around. E for extrude. Rotate that again. E for extrude. And then you want to kind of do this kind of weird angle on the end of it, so that it kind of looks like it's been cut or ripped from the vine. And we will place that back at the side. You want to shade smooth if you haven't done already. So this one will be brown, kind of a dark kind of brown colour. Now it looks very it doesn't look very good at the moment because we don't have that background, we don't have that that emission status. It looks very cartoony to me, to be honest with you. So what we will do, we will go to the shading tab and I'll show you how to shade this. Okay, so here we are at the shading tab. We have the original colour of the red. So what we want to do is make it a little bit more bumpy. So we're going to add noise. Noise texture in the nodes. You want to put colour to base. And what we have, you see that the red's disappeared and we have all these little bumps here. So these bumps are going to be for the surface of the apple. And then what we want to add is a bump to make everything pop out. So with this bump node, what you want to do is change it from the normal to the height. So you're going from the noise texture color to the height of the bump. So this is going to make a texture. So the light will reflect off whichever side. So now you notice that there's an issue. We've got purple to yellow, which shouldn't be happening. So we need a color ramp, and this is where the magic happens. So you see that this apple is now grey and white. So now we have a middle grey, and if we change this to red, we now have a more apple-y kind of colour to it. So we can have this very kind of red apple, or we can have this very light apple. So we're going to go with the deep red apple. Now it is too shiny, so we're going to go with the roughness. And we're just going to turn that up. The IOR will make it look a little bit more silver. Maybe just go for that kind of roughness. Scale this up a little bit. Scale this up a lot, I think. So you've kind of got that red kind of thing. So, and now you can add a little bit more ruby in there. You can mess around with these colours as much as you want. I think that's okay. As for the stalk, you can do the exact same. So we can go ahead and add noise, colour base, and you can see that the little lines come up again. I'll just zoom in there. You can do a little bit more with this base as well. I'll come back to that in just 1 second. So with this one, maybe a little less texture. Excuse me. And we had a bump. Height. So now we're going to add the colour ramp. Colour ramp. It's gone black and white again. So add the one to the middle, which we're going to make that brown. And that should be fine. As regards to that. Now, this apple, I don't quite like how I've done it. Yeah, so the more that you put things, the more that you put the colours closer together, the more depth it should have. So you can, I mean, you can add a lot of colours to this, and do what you'd like to it. But for me personally, I want to do a roughness. So we're going to do another noise texture. That's my dog again running around. I'm just going to put this into the roughness. Let's see what happens. I like experimenting with Blender to see what I can do with it, because it's just nice to have that kind of feel to it. So now you can see that we've got blotches. We've got a lot of blotches right there. It's almost like the wax has kind of come off the apple, so to speak. So I want to make those a little bit more scaled. So you've got that texture in there. It's not just a texture and then you've got a random thing over the top. Sorry, as I was saying, so you've got the texture on the apple now. You've got the under texture and then you've got the over texture. So instead of having this kind of under texture and then kind of having like a clear coat over the top of it, and you've got the shade is now integrated into the texture underneath. So it makes it look a little bit better, but I think it's just too noisy at the minute, and maybe I could do some adjustments to this. So let me see. I don't know whether I'd want to add a colour ramp to this. Maybe I could. Actually, no, you know, I'm gonna, hold on, sweet spot, there we go. Just pull this up a little bit, and then maybe, oh, okay. So I think that'd be okay. Maybe that'd be okay. It just needs editing from that. Okay, so we're gonna go in with a little bit of metallic, just a tad, just to make that shine a little bit more, and then bring up the IOR. So it's kind of a shiny apple, but it's kind of got that waxy texture to it still. And I think we might do some more sculpting on this because it seems a little bit too cartoony for my liking. Let me see. I don't want it too metallic, I just kind of want that kind of coat. Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna move the coat up a little bit. That looks a lot better. Right, so I'm gonna go into sculpt mode, minus off. Let me see. Yeah. Minus off some of this. Let's go object mode. I'm just going to give it a little bit of bruising, like kind of sculpt it inwards a little bit, just give it some, so it's not all in one place. It's kind of got these bumps, it's got imperfections. It's not a perfect apple. Go around there a little bit, get some depth. All these corners and crevices a little bit, like it's like it's an apple, but it's not perfect. it just dipping in the middle there a little bit. I think just make it a bit bigger, a little less around here. Excuse me. Just pull that in a little bit, make it more apple-like. I think that's too much pull-in, but I try to smooth that out a little bit. Oh gosh. What happened? Right, let me see. Gently does it. I think. Very gently does it. I'd say that looks like more a bit like an apple. Just get rid of this bottom. Yeah, I like that. But I want to include some green in there, so I'm going to go ahead and put some, like, kind of a little bit green. I think I want it just like a little bit of imperfection. Maybe add some brown too. I think that green's a little bit too bright, so I'm just going to bring that down a little bit. Or maybe just make it kind of yellowy. That'd be cool. Like the apple's not quite red. I think that's too much. I think it's definitely too much. Maybe put the green somewhere else. Yeah, for a basic apple, it's not too bad. So let's see, base color, you got metallic, coat transmission. Oh my goodness. Right, so I kind of want another texture in here, but I'm not too sure what I want. Brownie, wave texture, noise texture, point density. You know, I'm just gonna leave it the way that it is. But yeah, that's your basic apple in a nutshell. Hope you enjoyed the tutorial. Okay, welcome guys to another Blender tutorial. So today we are making game engine stuff again. Just stuff for games really. You can transfer these into game engines via the appropriate manner. Today we're making cheese. So we're just going to keep the default cube, go into edit mode, and we're going to press G, bring it across, and then we're just going to scale it up sideways, I would say. And then we'll take this part of the front, and we're just going to press G, bring it forward a little bit, and then we're just going to scale it inwards. So with this cheese, with the edit mode, we can go Control R, just to loop cut right here. Just go to the top. And what we're going to do, we're just going to pull these vertices out a little bit. Sorry, undo your loop cut 1 second, I forgot to do something. So, loop cut here. Let's go G. Bring it back so that it's curved. And then we're going to curve this side, and then we're going to curve this side. So you just want to select these two. Press G, bring them back. So we've kind of got this nice round, almost cheese-like look to this. So what's going on all the flat planes right here. I'll just press G and bring it back. Just slightly so that they curve round and they have a little thing. Now the front vertices right here, if we take these and we just select them, you can scale this down just a little bit. So just S for scale. Oops. Yeah. So just S for scale so it looks like the cheese is sunken in the middle a little bit. So what we want to do is Control R and make what we made before. So what I'm going to do to begin with is I will remain on edit mode. I'm just going to go ahead and select all of these faces just on this side. We're going to go to the materials tab. The original material we should have as kind of a nice orangey yellow. Just here, we want to make it slightly metallic, but not too much. We just want it kind of rubbery looking. We're going to press plus, add new, and then we're going to do the same on the other side, but a little bit of a deeper kind of texture. Press the sign. If you've not changed over to the render of cycles, do so. So we're going to go to edit mode again. I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and then subdivide, 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 because at this moment we're going to put some holes in this cheese. So this is going to be just a basic kind of piece for a game, so to speak. We're going to switch over to sculpt mode. I'm just going to push in some of these corners and pull out some of the corners as well, just to make it a little bit rugged, just along the edges. So when you're in a game and you get some food or something, this can be something that you've picked up if it's quite a low poly game. Low poly speaking, so to speak, so it shows them next. So I should say. Let's come around this side. Just make a couple of bumps. We want to go minus, just for the holes in the edge of the cheese, to make it look a little bit more cheese-like. You could also go back onto edit mode. Oops. Go back into edit mode, and we can click right and subdivide this a little bit more. Go on to sculpt mode, and then we can start making these holes, and they look a little bit more detailed. We can shade this smooth afterwards, don't worry about the issues with that. Just put some little holes in this. Little holes up at the side. Just mash it around a little bit, like it's been broken off. Just there. We can do the same to this side as well. Almost like it's been cut unevenly as well. Just kind of get some detail in there. So for this outside piece, we want to smooth this out. So you can also click smooth. on this as well, just to make it less pixelized, but I want to pull some of these vertices out just a little bit on the sides. So we just pull this, almost like the wax hasn't quite broken properly. Just pull this out on the sides a little bit. A little bit of a rugged cheese cut. Put some little damages right here, like maybe a quality assessor came along and signed his name in it. Something. Yeah, just little scratches, little scrapes. So if we go to object mode, right click, shade smooth. We've now got this lovely little piece of, do you call it a dummy? With the holes in it, is that what it's called? I always see advertisements for it. Cheese of truth. So we could do a little bit more sculpting on this as well. Let's see, we could go to minus and just pull this side in a little bit. Maybe it's settled on one side. Some more holes. It's a religious cheese, it's holy. No? No takers. So, once you've got your cheese, this can be a great piece for a background prop or something in your game where maybe your character's walked into a, I don't know, a cheese factory or a pub or something, and there's like slices of cheese everywhere. I don't know why there'd be slices of cheese everywhere in a pub unless it was somewhere posh. Maybe you want to complement it with wine. Yeah, so that's our tutorial today for cheese. Do with it what you will, and I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a can, like a soda can kind of thing. We're going to go ahead and delete the default cube and add a circle. Just scale this outwards. And then we will go to edit mode. Press F for fill. We're going to go E for extrude. Keep it where it is. Scale outwards just slightly. E for extrude. And then just scale outwards just slightly again. E for extrude. Scale outwards. And this is going to be the base of the can. And then we want to go for E for extrude. Bring it all the way up. G, just to bring it up a little bit more. E for extrude. Scale inwards. G, just bring it down a little bit. Scale outwards. Scale inwards again. Just slightly. G, just to bring it down. I'm just going to go ahead and just undo that one just for 1 second. Just scale outwards just slightly. E. Just trying to get this curve on the can that I've got. And then we'll curve this just outwards. Oops. Don't know what I did there. G. Just bring this down. And then E. I'm just going to do the curve outwards now. Just for the rim. E for extrude, and then E again, and then we will start curling this in. E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, don't move it, and then scale inwards again, and this is quite a thin edge that we should be making, so E for extrude, just bring it down, and just curve it just slightly, and then we'll go straight into the can. So we generally have this kind of double drop off that happens inside of the can. So we'll go for E for extrude. Keep it where it is. Scale inwards just slightly. Then E for extrude so it goes downwards. And then we're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is. Scale inwards. And then we'll go E for extrude to bring it up. Scale inwards just slightly. E for extrude to bring it up. Scale inwards again. And for the tricky part, what I'm going to do, because we've got the hole in the middle and then we've got the kind of weird kind of pattern around the outside. So I'm going to go E for extrude, and then I'm just going to scale it inwards, and then scale across one axis, scale it inwards, scale across one axis again. And then I'm going to take these little points right here, so just get the ones opposite, just click around, and then I'm just going to scale these outwards, sideways a little bit. G, bring it down just slightly, and then we can go to this part right here, E for extrude, scale it downwards and scale it inwards, just ever so slightly, not too much, and then E for extrude again, and we'll just scale this all the way into the middle, and then we're going to bring this just at the side, just here. Now this isn't very straight on this side, so I'm just going to move this outwards. Oops. Just S to scale, bring this outwards a little bit, just shape it up. Just a little bit more. And then this part right here, we're going to take the points, go to the points just up here, and we're just going to scale this outwards. Oops. Yeah, scale outwards. Select the face itself, and then squish it down. And then we're going to place this just here. So you should have something like this. So now we need to make this a little bit more circular. So I'm just going to make it a little bit wider. And then we'll get the sides just a little bit more circular on this side. So this one and this one. Scale outwards a little bit. And then this one and this one. Oops, yeah. Scale inwards just a little bit. So we take this top right here, just scale this. Oops, yeah. Okay. And then we're going to go with, I'm just going to scale this outwards, and then G, move it up just slightly. Just move it across slightly, and then E for extrude. And then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then just scale it outwards. And then E for extrude all the way down. So we've kind of got this hole going on. Okay, so object mode, we want to shade that smooth. Should look something like this. I'm just going to undo that because I think maybe we could do a little bit better on the shading just as it is. So for the tab, we want to maybe go with a cube. I'm going to go with a plane actually. Press G, bring it up. Scale outwards. And then what we want to do, we're going to go edit mode. Subdivide a couple of times. And what you want to do is make two holes in this. So you want a bigger hole on this side and maybe that kind of hole. Delete the faces. Go into modifier, and I believe in modifier we could bevel this. Just round a little bit. Ah, come on. Let's go for edit mode. Press A. E for extrude. And then we'll take these just across here. Come on. And then just scale them in. Maybe press G, bring it back. E for extrude. Just scale that in a little bit more. Just press G, bring it back a little bit. And then we can take these little sides right here. Just pull them up, press G. So it's kind of a little bit more circular. pull these back. I'm going to do the same to this side, just to make it a little bit more round. And we can also do it to this side as well. Just bring these round just here, and then we'll do it to the outer parts as well. Oops, I messed up. Okay, so we've kind of got this this basic kind of tab going on. Just gonna pull some of these vertices and angles just a little bit. Edges might be best. So then we'll place this on top of the can. And because it's open, we'll just give it a bit of an angle. So now we can shade this one smooth if you'd like. Make sure that your render engine is from Eevee to Cycles. So once we've got this, we can then change this into a sun, or you can add some advertising to this as well. Shift D, just to duplicate some lights. So on the outside of this, what we can actually do is go edit mode, and we can take from maybe here the faces, just press shift control just to select all of that, and we could go to the materials tab, press plus, new material will be the can itself, so we could do silver, make it slightly reflective. And then we could press plus, new, assign, and then we could go to, we can make this black if we wanted to. So that would be where your label goes. For all of this, we've just kind of got this nice dull silver. We could change that to more of a shiny silver. A little bit more mirrored. So yeah, this is a basic can, really. For the underside of this can, we can take this, go to edit mode, take this face right here, E for extrude, and then just scale it inwards. So E for extrude, scale inwards, and then we've got that nice little bevel at the bottom of the can as well. So yeah, that's pretty much the tutorial, really. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be making an Erlenmeyer flask. So we will start by deleting the default cube. We're going to go to add a circle, scale it outwards, and then we will come to edit mode, F to fill, E to extrude, scale outwards, I'm just going to put this on the side right here. Let's press 1 so we can see what we're doing. As we will go to E, scale it outwards, E for extrude, scale it outwards. You want to make it nice and bulb-like at the bottom. E for extrude, and then we're going to start to scale inwards just slightly. And then we will go extrude all the way up. And then we want to scale inwards. And then, sorry, 1 second. E for extrude, again, just to kind of bevel the glass a little bit. Just scale it inwards, just slightly. E for extrude. At this point you can just bring this straight up. E for extrude, go outwards slightly. E for extrude. And then we can come outwards again. E for extrude, outwards. E for extrude. And then we will start to come inwards towards the top. So if I just put this on X-ray so you can see what's going on the inside, because we will be coming back on the inside. We could go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it inwards, so you've got a little bit of a top. E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then we're going to start going inside the glass, so we can go E for extrude, scale inwards just a little bit more, and then go straight down into the glass, scaling and making sure that there's a slight gap between the edge and where you're placing the inside vertices. Just going to scale that one outwards just a little bit. Make sure it's a little bit thicker at the bottom. Scale outwards, and then we're going to go E, scale outwards, E, scale outwards just slightly, and then we will start to bring this back in. And then for the bottom of the glass we can take, let's take this off X-ray mode just for 1 second. We can go E for extrude, scale it inwards, and then E for extrude, scale it inwards again, so that we've got this kind of little bevel just going on in the bottom. And then once we've got the glass the way that we have it, we can go back onto object mode, right click, shade smooth, and then we can go onto the principal BSDF, go to glass, and just take down the roughness. Now make sure that your render engine's from Eevee to cycles, and we should have a nice little glass going on. So I'm just going to add a plane at the bottom here, just so that you can see the glass a little better. Press G, bring it up. And that's it. That's the scientific glass for you. Basic kind of thing. You can add text to that as well. If you press add in the corner, you've got text just there. Yeah, that's the end of this tutorial. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today I'm going to be teaching you how to build a walkway. Just a little sci-fi thing that I thought of. So I'm going to go ahead and just delete the default cube, and then I'm just going to go ahead and delete everything else just for the time being. I'm going to start with a plane. We'll rotate this by 90 and just scale this out. So with our walkway, we're also going to go with another plane as well. So I'm just going to go Shift D, duplicate this. We will rotate this again 90, and I'm just going to scale this in. So once we do this, what I'm going to do is just pull this up to the side right here and just scale it outwards again. So what we want some little sections in the middle that we can work with. So I'm going to subdivide it and subdivide again, and subdivide again, so that we can make these little holes that are coming in the middle. So we'll take this one, this one, this one, and this one, this one, and we'll just kind of do it 2 by 2 all the way down. Let's see. So I'm going to need another extra bit just on the end there. So what I'm going to do is just take this, select all these, E for extrude, just bring it outwards, and then we're going to go with the faces again. I think someone's burning something in the area, like I thought that was my computer there. Right, okay, so we've got these two, these two, these two, these two, and these two. So we're going to go ahead and click delete faces. So now we've got these holes that are in the middle. We're going to go A, select everything, E for extrude, and then we can go E for extrude again, and we can just scale this inwards just ever so slightly on the bottom, and then we can go ahead and select this side, just all of these bits at the bottom right here, just shift just to select them. Let's see what have we got. Right, sorry, just 1 second, just selecting everything. Okay, so on this section as well, we're going to go E for extrude, and then we'll scale this in ever just so slightly. So now we've got these little holes in the middle. What we're going to do is we're going to go and add, and we will add another plane. Bring this up just so that it's midway through the platform. Scale it up, and then scale it across. We'll go back onto the edit mode. Let's go subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. So we've got this nice little grate system going on here. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to, let's see, we'll go to object mode. We'll add modifier, search, wireframe. We're just going to pull this down just a little bit, so maybe about 5 meters. Just across right there. Object mode. So now we've got this nice little grating going on. I'm just going to go ahead and bring this up. Press G, bring it up. So now we've got this nice little grating system going across. So the next thing that we want to do is I'm going to take this, we'll leave it just as it is, we won't smooth it out. We'll go add, and we'll add a cylinder. So just pull the cylinder outwards, scale it up, we go G, just line it up with the edge right here, and we will shade this smooth. So what we're going to do with this, I'm going to put this just right here, press G and bring it across. So just make sure that it's nice and thin, and it's roughly walking height, so to speak. So imagine that you had someone walking down here, and you have this. We're going to go edit, take the top part right here again. If someone was walking down here, I want to see this is the right height. So I'm just going to put this down a little bit. E for extrude, bring it up. You want to press G and bring it forward just ever so slightly. E for extrude, G, bring it forward again ever so slightly. We'll rotate this as well at the ends. So now we've got this nice little pole. Right click and shade smooth. I'm going to go ahead and put this at the end right here. So what we can do with this, we can actually add a material to it. So I'm going to go with a nice grey material. So we'll go grey, line, and then I'm going to go Shift D. And maybe we could go, let's see, we could go 1, or you could go 5. So Shift D, 5, Shift D, go 5 again, Shift D, we'll go 5, Shift D, and 5. So you can see that it's just off the edge, just slightly here, but that's okay because we can elongate this just ever so slightly. So edit mode, and just select everything that's on this side. So maybe the platform just changes as it moves around. I'm also going to move this just outwards ever so slightly. So we're right there. So now we need some poles that go across. So we're going to go mesh, cylinder, G, bring it forward, R for rotate, and we'll go 90. Scale it outwards, and then scale it in, and then scale it outwards again, up to the point where this fits all the way across the bars on this side. You can have these on the outside if you want to, on the inside, wherever you would like them. So, just going to shade this out just slightly. Right, so now we've got a bar coming across. Also, what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to cycles in a moment. So we've got this bar coming across right here. We could do drop down, we could go grey line. And Shift D again. And then Shift D again. Just go at the bottom right here. So we've got this nice little balcony, nice little kind of overlap. And then we'll go Shift D. And then we'll place one of these bars a little bit bigger. Just at the edge right here. Now at the edge right here, what you could do, scale this inwards just ever so slightly. We can change the colour on this one, so we can go with, let's minus that off, edit mode, minus that, let's go plus if it's not going to come off. We'll go with black, make this slightly metallic, and we'll assign this black to all of this. So now we've got a black railing. At the bottom here we can put some lighting on there, so I'm just going to go to add and we'll go cube. Scale this cube out, scale it down, press G, bring it up, press G again, bring it up just to the side right here. And what we can do, we can then stretch this out to the sides, and we can also make this an emission. Let's see, just going to move that to the side right there. Okay, so let's go to, let's take this wall, I'm just going to duplicate this, rotate this around 90, press G, bring it down. And then we'll select this just underneath, and then we'll go with emission, maybe red. So when we render this, you'll notice that nothing's happening currently, which means that we are still on Eevee. We need to change the cycles. So now we have this nice little red coming in, just at the bottom. I'm just going to intensify this just slightly so you can see through the grates. So if we come over to the grates right here, we can actually see through these. This could be great for, say, if you wanted some bad guys, maybe it's a bad guys base. You know, this nice little red undertone. And we could even increase that red undertone actually. If I take this and I just go ahead, Shift D, and I duplicate it just on this side, and then Shift D, duplicate it on this side as well, just in the middle. And we should, in theory, get some red hue on the wall right there. So it's nice underlit red. Maybe we can intensify that just a little bit. And you could also possibly put another balcony above here if you wanted to. But to be honest with you, I think with the ceiling, you could probably put some strip lighting. I think that would look a little bit more attractive. So with this as well, what we can do, we can go to the shading tab. We can get some texture on here. So if we go new, let's add a Veroni. So we go colour to base colour. We scale this up just a little bit. And then we can go and add a colour ramp. Just right here. We can intensify this a little bit. Say take down the roughness. Pull up the metallic. Pull up that roughness just a little bit as well. Okay, so if you want that flat, that's a pretty good kind of thing. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to randomize this a little bit and then just turn these up as well. Let's see. And then maybe we could add a bump just to that as well on the height. So we've got that nice little texture coming in. Just put a little bit diffuse roughness on there. And then these grey bits as well, we could add a little bit of metallic so that they reflect a little bit more light. This wall, make it black. So now we've got this nice little kind of balcony thing going up. We also need some lighting on the other side as well. So maybe we could do that strip lighting actually. Take this white right here, pull this up. So there's this ceiling, and then the strip lighting that we could add in here. We can do cylinder. Rotate this by 90. Scale this outwards. Oops. So right here, just scale this outwards. Scale in. And then G to bring this up. Add. And then we can go emission. Now we've got this little emission that's coming up from above. You could also take this and you could place it onto the platform itself. Scale it down. Press G to bring it in. And we will get it just in the corner. What we can do from here is just turn it up just ever so slightly. This floor as well, we can make it a little bit more lighter so we can see the detail. Maybe have some more strip lights just within the scene as well. Let's see if we can just grab that real quick. Just place these across, just to give it a little bit of extra light just at the side. And maybe you could tone this down just a little bit just to give it some moodiness as well. So let's see, layout. Whoa, that's a bit bright. So this would be your balcony that we've just made. And this could be used in anything really. It could be used in a small project, it could be used in like game design or anything like that. I know Blender doesn't have a game engine anymore. Maybe they'll bring that back at some point, I don't know. But yeah, that was the tutorial for today. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take this and just put it sideways as well. let me just check that real quick. So, select all of this, select that light, select that light, and also the wall. I think that will all come together. Shift D, rotate this by 90, rotate this by 180. Like, kind of bring this together just at the side, and then all you need to do is just elongate this one just at that side as well. Let's see. I'm just going to go ahead and just remove one wall for a second. Okay, just take this one. We go to edit mode and select all of this. E for extrude. Just bring it across. And then we're just going to go G and bring this down. So now we've kind of got this double wall thing going on. So you've got a little bit of background. So imagine you're stood there. Let's elongate that bit just ever so slightly. And then this should be the render that you've created. If you can see that. Yeah. So I mean, you could add more to that if you wanted to. I think I might neaten up just this kind of corner right here, and maybe put a corridor or something like that, just going into the abyss wherever it's going. But yeah, that's how you make a balcony in Blender. So let's just, scale this one, scaly, scale this one, and this should look better. And then we'll take the floor right here and just scale that outwards as well. So, when all is said and done, this is how it should look. I don't know whether you want to stay for all the kind of flies to go in and stuff like that. I mean, like, you've got denoise as well. Up in the render section that looks like a camera. It will render in a load of detail, it's just it takes a little bit more time. It just doesn't put the fuzziness on there, it just kind of just blurs everything out, it denoises essentially. So yeah, if you guys like this tutorial, please like, subscribe, would really help me right now. I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing an egg. It's a pretty basic one, but sometimes people struggle with this one. So I'm going to start with just a circle. Just going to scale this up. Press G, bring it up. Edit mode. Press F for fill. I'm going to go E for extrude. And we're just going to make the base round. So what I'm going to do, make a double plane for you guys so you can see. Press 1. So shift that down. It's a pretty basic build, really. So go to E for extrude. Scale it in. E for extrude. Scale it in. E for extrude. So we're just going to scale in all the way to the bottom. Until we reach just there. So select this top face right here. Go to the face if you can't select it. So that's the base of the egg. We're going to go E for extrude. Scale it in just slightly. You just want to make this side a little bit longer. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to select everything. I'm just going to scale this up just slightly. So we can just pull these vertices out. Select your top face. E for extrude. Scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then we're just going to continue doing this kind of all the way up. I'm just going to backtrack a little bit, just scale it out. E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, and then we'll scale, and then eventually just round it off at the top, kind of thing. So we have this kind of shape. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to press 1 to go sideways. We want the X-ray version. I'm just going to bring out some of this just slightly. Bring it up. Let's go with the center right here. Scale that outwards. Bring this down. Not all legs are perfectly round, so I mean. And then I'm going to select it all and just like scale it up just a little bit. Okay, so that's like a basic kind of egg, if you will. So I'm just going to shade it smooth. A little bit wonky on one side, but we can do add modifier, you can do smooth as well. Just smooth it out a little bit, because not all legs are one singular shape, they're kind of odd shaped, so that's something that you can totally do. For your texture for your egg, we can do shading. To the texture on. Okay, so right here we can do bump, normal to base color, and we'll notice that it goes this kind of weird hue. So now we want a noise texture, color to height, and this will give us the bumpiness that we need for the egg. And then we want to add a colour ramp. And we'll add like a kind of very pale orange kind of colour to the egg. I'm just going to bevel, maybe use a bevel. Just bevel this off just a little bit. Okay, so that's kind of like our basic kind of egg. Just gonna select those vertices right there. I'm just gonna scale this outwards just slightly, and then take these, just bring it down. I think it's a bit too sharp on top. Oh, okay. Bring that in slightly. So there's our basic kind of egg. And yeah, that would be it for the tutorial, I guess. Thanks guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing a work locker. It's on my brief. I mean, like, a work locker is good. So I don't know whether to do one where it's going to be multiple lockers or whether I just do a singular locker. I think maybe I can do a singular locker today just to show you how to make one, and then you guys can kind of experiment with what you'd like to do. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the default cube, just bring it out a little bit. I'm going to just scale it upwards to roughly a locker size. I'm just going to press G and just bring it down to ground. So I'm going to start with on this one. If you guys want to rotate like this, it's a central scroll wheel. I keep forgetting this. Like, sometimes people just click on my videos straight away and they don't know any of the controls, and I don't tell them. And I need to start doing that. So I'm just going to press S, central scroll wheel, just go along the red line, which is the X-axis. We're just going to make this a little bit thinner. Let's come around here. So we're going to go into edit mode, which is in the top corner. We're just going to go into faces. We're going to take the front face here. We're going to go E for extrude. Leave it where it is, don't move it. And then we're just going to go scale it inwards. And this is going to be like the inside bit of our locker. So I'm just going to scale upwards. So it gives it that little bit of a lip, but not much. And then what I'm going to do is E for extrude, scale it inwards. Now, because most lockers are made of a thin metal, we're just only going to go in just slightly. So you're probably going to want to be about there. So I'm going to go E for extrude again, don't move it. And then we're just going to scale outwards. I'm going to go into the X-ray mode so you guys can see what's going on here. So we got this face, we're just going to go scale outwards. You notice that on the inside that it's now going in to the sides. So I'm just going to scale toward the side, so you've kind of got this going on the inside. And then we're going to go E for extrude and just bring it back. So now, let's see, just leave a little gap at the back. So now we have a little hollow cube, and this will be potentially our locker. So now what we want to do is add shelves in there, a little bit of a rail, I guess, and then a door. So let's go with add, and then we're going to go to mesh, cube, and then you're going to want to scale your cube up so that it fits just on the inside of the locker. And then we're going to go to S, scale, downwards, just flatten it down, and then G, we're going to bring it up. So it's going to become a shelf. You want to make sure that it's flush towards the sides, but it's not going to clip outwards. So that's clipping outwards. Just make sure that it's just in there, and you can't see it from the outside. So if I just click off that, you can't see it now. So this will be our first shelf, and maybe we'll want a shelf just at the bottom for shoes or something. Maybe you've got some shoes that absolutely stink after gym class or whatever like that, you know. And then we're going to add a mesh again. And we're going to go for cylinder. We're going to scale this upwards. And then we're going to scale it back down again. Rotate along the red axis, which is X. We're going to press 90. Scale it outwards. Then just scale it back in again. Now, this is going to be the pole for your coats. This is going to be the pole for whatever you're hanging up in your locker. So make it as thick or as thin as you want. Just press G, bring it up. We're gonna post this. Maybe. I think that's actually quite good. I'm gonna move this forward just slightly. You kind of got that gap at the other side as well. That's not. Yeah, make sure both sides of your pole are touching the sides of the locker as well. It's not just floating there. I thought there was something wrong with that. I'm looking at it going like, what did I do wrong? Like, there's something wrong with that. I can't figure it out. It's not touching the sides. It's just like, it's just existing. So we're gonna go right click, and then we're gonna press smooth. So now you've got your little pole in your locker. Now you can start adding, if you wanted to, materials to this. So your materials tab's just here. You want to press new. If this is a pole, we're going to want to go for maybe silver look to it. Let me see. Oh, that's really weird. They've changed some of the settings on here. So we're going to go with metallic and just turn it up a little bit. What I'm going to do is I'm going to change my rendering engine because we're supposed to be in cycles, but for some reason default is Eevee. So we've got it in cycles now. And this is a silver bar on the inside. Now if you wanted to add scratches to that, I can show you how to add scratches to that. Just 1 second. Okay, so you're going to want to go to your shading tab right here. So to add scratches to things, pretty simple. So what you want to do is add a Veroni texture. Yep, so here we go. Veroni texture, you want to go color to base color of principled. Then we're going to go, we're just going to move this up. So now you can see all these little lines that have appeared right there. We're going to go to bump texture. Just put the bump in there. You want to change your colour to your height rather than colour to normal. So it should look like that. Now you've kind of got this purpley thing going on. So we're going to go add. And then we're going to go to colour ramp. And I believe last time I just changed it to the metallic. I think. Because it was working differently for another project. They do change the settings in Blender sometimes. So sometimes I'm like there, like, did I do the right thing? Because it doesn't seem to be reacting in the way that I'd like it to react. So, yeah, you can scale this up, you can scale it down. You can have little cracks or whatever like that. So, yeah, as for the regards to the outside of the locker, you can add some dings, some bumps to that. You know, I'm gonna add some texture to this actually. So your base color right now for your locker theoretically is just white. So I've seen most lockers are kind of like a dark green. So we're gonna go with that kind of tone. I'm just gonna turn the roughness down just for now. Sorry, the roughness up even. And we're gonna add a bump. And then I'm going to add a noise texture just to kind of give it a little bit of noise, a little bit of... so when you've got items, they'll get bumps over the years and they'll get scratches on them and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is go for a noise texture. Add this onto here, go to colour and go to height. So now you've kind of got this, this crazy pattern going on here. So you can distort this a little bit. You can make it bigger, you can make it smaller, you can do whatever you want with it. Yeah, lockers are naturally going to get stains on them. So now we notice that we have this red locker with a blue floor to it. So what I'm going to do is add, we're adding colour ramp. And then we're just going to slip it between the bump and the principled. And you'll notice that it's all gone black and white now. So what we're going to do is add colour to this. And we're just going to turn the tones down. Now notice it's black on the outside. I mean, you could move the black so that it's on that side. So it's almost like it's stained on the bottom as well. You can move the white around so the white's on the outside if you'd like. So there we go. We got basic locker that's a bit stained now. I'm gonna name this material as locker color, because we're gonna change the color for this one as well. So what you want to do is just go locker color, then go to this one, locker color. This is going to be good for your door as well. If you want to duplicate this and edit this, you can do, so that you've got different tones to it. Just press the two pieces of paper in the corner. So you could have white shelves instead of green. But you'll be still in with that same theme if that's what you want. So I can do that. And just change things about that. Just duplicate it when you do change things so that you're not changing everything. So now we've kind of got the basic of a locker. We're going to want to add the door to it, so I'm going to do the door separately. I'm going to start with the plane, and I'll do it downwards. So we're going to go back to layout so that we can see what's going on, and just regular rendered view. I'm going to scale this out, and then I'm going to fit it to the door. see how big this is, and then I will edit it as needed. So you just want to rotate on the green axis with 90 degrees. G, scale it outwards so that it's roughly the same size as the locker. Edit mode, just bring your vertices down. You probably can't see this very well, but hang on. So theoretically you just want a shape. So G, bring that forward. You just want to bring a shape on the outside that fits the outside of the locker, roughly. So now, most lockers have little vents on them, so we're going to go to edit mode. I'm just going to Control R this. Just bring that in. Control R, halfway, Control R. And just go halfway up. So this is going to be the vent. You can do the vent in different ways if you want to. I think with my one I'm going to bring it out and then I'll subdivide it. So just get rid of that one. I'm just going to like E for extrude, and then I'm going to just rotate it just slightly. So it's like this. And then we're going to press the delete key, delete the face right there, Control R, just get a couple of lines going across here. And then we're just going to take these faces out. 1, 2, 3, right there. E for extrude. And then I'm just going to go upwards with them. So they look like vents, so to speak. It's kind of a vent. I'm going to press delete faces, so they got a hole in them. Now you notice that this locker right here is flat. Primarily it's just got one face. So what we're going to do, go into edit mode, press A to select everything, and E for extrude. And we're just going to extrude over the top just slightly. And then I'm just going to go S to scale outwards. So the door's a little bit bigger to the locker there. And I think we're going to do some hinges. So you notice that the locker is a different colour from the actual the door right there. So we're going to go into shade tab again. And what you want to do, just grab this drop down menu here, just go locker, and there's your colour for the locker. So now we have this. I'm just going to rotate this 90 degrees so you guys can see inside. Just place that in there. Right, there we go. Right, so now we want the hinges. So we're just going to add and go to cylinder, just elongate it slightly, make sure it scales down, and then we're just going to place the hinge onto the side of the door. Might take a little bit of time to get this over to it. And I'm just going to make this kind of a grey colour. Right click to smooth, G, bring it up, and then we're going to go Shift D, and then Shift D, and then we're going to select Shift, click them all, whilst holding that down, and then we're going to go Shift D again, and just put the bottom hinges on right there, and that right there is your basic locker. I hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. Please subscribe if you're interested. And I'll see you in the next one. Thanks. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going to be making a fancy tumbler or glass today. So we're going to be going to the circle right here. Just press S to scale it out. And then we want to go to edit mode. we're going to go ahead and press F for fill. And then we're going to go E for extrude. Scale it outwards just slightly to give it a bevel. E for extrude. E for extrude. And then we're just going to go all the way up. Just press G, bring it all the way up. So you got this kind of little tumbler thing going on. I'm just going to press S just to bring it out just slightly. E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly. This will be the lip of the glass. Scale it in. E for extrude, scale in. E for extrude, and then we're going to go down. And then maybe scale in just a little bit. E for extrude. And then we're just going to come down. E for extrude, scale outwards. And then we're just going to come all the way down. Up on the inside. So on the X-ray we can see it like this. Okay, so you're going to want a little bit of a bevel at the bottom because it is a glass at the end of the day. So, we're going to object mode. We're just going to go shade smooth. Right click shade smooth. Change our render engine to cycles. And come over to here to materials. We're going to go new material. And then we're going to change this to glass. And just bring the roughness down a little bit. So now you have this. Let's go with sun. I'm just going to turn this up a little bit so you guys can see the light that's coming through there. I think I just nudged the mic. Sorry about that. So yeah, we're going to add a plane just underneath. So you guys can see what's going on. So we have this basic glass. Okay, just 2 seconds. I will be right back. I'm just changing stuff over. So, okay, so what we're going to do now is take this glass. I'm just going to go into materials property. Just make it a little bit more glass-like. Just mess with the IOR. Just a little bit. Just going to bring this up so you guys can see. Okay, so now we've got this basic glass going on. I want to make a nice pretty pattern in the side of it so it's going to look fancy. So what we're going to do, come from here, add, we're going to go for only texture. We're going to link the colour to the colour. Then we're going to go to bump. Place the bump here. We're going to go colour to height. And then I'm just going to turn down the roughness actually. We want to add a colour ramp. Just coming in here. And we can see that we've got all these cracks on the outside of the glass and stuff. Just bring that back. And yeah, this is our kind of like fancy glass tumbler thing going on with all these little cracks in it. So I mean, you can minimize the height, put the height up a little bit, make more detail if you want to, make it a little bit more rougher. Bring the size down just slightly. And there we go, that's our posh glass. Thanks guys for watching, I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a paperclip. So we're going to go ahead and take the default cube, just scale it down. And so we will go to edit mode. Oops. Yeah. That kind of flicked a little bit. Let's go with this face right here. We go for E for extrude. And then we're just going to scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards just slightly. And then we're just going to go E for extrude. scale inwards. I just want to be scaling to the point where you're just rounding off the end. Okay, so on this side we want to go for E for extrude. And we just want to go wider on this side, so S, E for extrude, and we go S. And then at this point we'll go E for extrude. And we're just going to scale this up just slightly. We're just going to rotate this just by slight. And then we'll go E for extrude just to bring it straight up. So what you want to do is take this face right here and just kind of bring it back. So this is where the clip is going to clip. So these are slightly bent in the middle. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for edit mode. I'm just going to select the entire thing. Just rotate this 90 degrees so I can work on it. Let's take these two vertices right here, but we want X-ray mode. I'm just going to press G, just bring them up just ever so slightly, because there is a slight curve within the clippers themselves. And then I'm just going to bring this one up just a little bit more as well. And maybe we'll rotate this inwards just a little bit too. Oops. Just press rotate, R for rotate. G just to move that up. Yeah, I'm going to backtrack on that one just a tiny bit. Let's see. Let's press G, bring it down, rotate just a little bit. Okay, so when we make this, I'm just going to shade smooth. We're going to place another one on top of it. So you want to go Shift D, bring it up, rotate, and we'll go 180. So it should just be across the top, but if it's not, just realign it. Just bring this down. Just realign the two pieces. And then what we want to do is angle it so that these two pieces actually sit on top of each other at the back. So the clippers are always open when they're in resting position. They're never really closed. So we can put these two together at the back, right there. So when we get to the top parts, which is the part kind of on top, we can take another one of these clippers right here. We could go Shift D, bring it so that it's on top roughly. We're going to scale this down. Now you want to put the angle of this one to the angle of this one. So we're going to rotate across the top, bring it up, rotate across the top, just so that it's at the right angle. And you want to place this just at the front, because there's going to be a little bit of a shaft coming through on this part. So just make sure that that's relatively in the middle just there. Let's go ahead and add a, oops, not an icosphere, it's a cylinder. Scale it upwards, and then scale it down. Press G, bring it across. And then we'll go ahead and just stick this, I think it's just before the teeth, just right here. Make sure that it's in the center. Right click, shade smooth. And that should be practically it for this model. So yeah, all you need to do now is just add the silver to it. So just take this one, we can go with material, and then we can go kind of a silver kind of colour, metallic all the way up, roughness all the way down. So it all looks like this. This one in the middle, just place this material on there, and then when we render it, we should have this lovely silver clippers. So if you're not on cycles and you're on Eevee, just click cycles and bring yourself onto that one. We can also go to plane, just to define the clippers a little bit more. So we have lights on here as well. Just kind of bring those over and stuff, because obviously there's nothing else around it. You're not really getting any reflections off anything else, so it will look a little bit dull. So yeah, that's a pair of clippers. Really. If you guys liked, please subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate it. Apparently, there's a lot of people that watch my videos, and you guys aren't subscribed apparently. So yeah, I greatly appreciate it if you did. It doesn't cost you anything, and it gets my artwork out there and gets my channel a little bit bigger. I'm aiming to get 100,000 subscribers at some point, so you know, I'm aiming for that play button. Yeah, if you guys can subscribe, if you're not subscribed, that'd be great. I'll see you in the next one. Yeah, have a great day. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. It has been a while. One of my hard drives decided to completely give up on me. I can't bring the hard drive back, unfortunately. I'd done so many tutorials within that morning, and I was like so happy, because I was like, right, I just need to upload these tutorials. And then the very end tutorial that I did, everything just stopped working, and nothing was recording, and I thought, oh, it's the hard drive, it must be, you know what I mean, it must have just run out of space. But no, the entire hard drive's just given up. So we're trying to get it back with rewiring and stuff like that, but we don't know whether we're going to get it back. So I have to redoing basically most of the tutorials that I did. So we're going to be making a record player today, just one of those basic kind of oldie worldy record players. Now I am taking inspiration from someone who's made a record player online, kind of drawings and stuff like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to go S, just scale up your default cube just a little bit. S again, scale it down. Gosh, there must be a lot of pollen in the air today, my nose is killing me. Go to edit mode. We're going to go E for extrude, but don't move it. Scale inwards, just slightly, so you've got a bit of a lip. And then we're going to go E for extrude, and just bring it outwards. Now, you kind of want like a little box thing going on. So it kind of looks like a kind of gift box, if you will. So, what we're going to do, we're going to do wooden texture on the top here, and we're just going to do black on the bottom here. But what I want to do, go back to object mode, and then we're going to go add. And we want to add cylinder. Now the cylinder is going to be the feet, so to speak, of the box. So if you press 7 on your number pad, you should go straight to the top. If you don't have 7 on your number pad, go to view. Line view, it should be the top one, so it should just be straight down. Let's see, viewpoint, top, number 7 here. So with these little parts, we want to go G, and we're just going to bring them down, bring them across, and then from this point what I'm going to do is I'm going to press Shift D, just duplicate it upwards, and then we're going to click for both of them. So you notice now that the square has been selected, so what you want to do is just double click, and that will come straight off. You want to press Shift D and just move these across. Now what I need you to do is just select all of them, because we're going to put them at the same height. So when you do click, obviously centre part, this square is going to be selected. Just press Shift, double click, and then it'll come straight off. So now we've got all these. We want to go to G and just bring them down, and these will be the legs of our record player. Now if you want to, you can select them all. Just select, just click and then drag. Press G, just bring it up to the plate base. And what I'm going to do, you don't have to add this, but I just add it so it gives it a bit more perspective, is a plane. Just scale it outwards. If you've not already, your gaming engine should be cycles. When we take it off X-ray mode and we go on to this mode, you can see that there's just the box and there's no feet underneath. Now to correct this, select the plane underneath, come back onto your regular kind of rendering, so you're not wasting your computer. Press G, just bring it down a little bit so that your box for your record player is just sitting just above. Now, for this part, we want to start making some of the dials on top. We also want to put some speakers at the side and stuff like that. But what I'm going to do first and foremost is I'm going to make some material textures. So if we go down to the material properties right here, we want a black for the base. Actually, no, you know what we could do? We could actually do this as wood. So if we put this material as just type in wood for now, and then we'll do the nodes afterwards. Just press enter. We'll put this as a dark brown just for now, so we know that it's wood. If you go into edit mode, we're going to select all 4 sides, scroll with your middle wheel, just press it in, and then just move the mouse, and then just select the bottom as well if you can. You see that my bottom's selected there. What we want to do is press plus, and then we're going to go new, and then this one will be our black. So what I want to do now is click assign, and then we're going to change from this colour wheel to black. So in the end, you should have something like this. Now, as for our feet, you can have them as silver, you can have them whatever you would like. You could go to the drop down menu here, you could select wood or you could select black. To be honest with you, I'm going to make a silver. So I'm just going to put silver. We'll make this slightly metallic. Turn the roughness down just slightly. I'm also going to right click and I'm just going to click shade smooth. So we've got this nice metallic look. So now you notice that the rest of the feet don't share the same metallic look. So what you want to do, I'm just going to go right click, shade smooth. Go down to this drop down right here and you should have silver. And this is the one that we've just made. So shade smooth, drop down, silver. Take this one, shade smooth, drop down and silver. So now all the feet are the exact same material. So, for this wooden part right here, we will go to the nodes section. We will basically work out what we need to do with that. But as for the time being, we need to make the actual record player itself. Now, for the actual player itself, we want the disc to come right here. So, for size comparison, I'm just going to put a cylinder in. I'm just going to squish it down. Press G, move it up. Scale it outwards as much as you need to. Now this won't be our disc, but this is just to size comparison it. So we're going to put this at the back. So the record just sits just there. Then we can work from that so that we can get the rest of the positions in order. So I'm just going to put mine there actually. I think it looks better on that side. So what we need now is we're going to add 2 cylinders. So just do 1 cylinder for now and then we can clone it. So scale it downwards, G, and then we're going to move it to the side. Now at this point I'm going to put these as the silver because it just matches the colour scheme that we've got going on. Just move that across. Make sure that it's flush with the piece. Scale it down. Let's go G. Now with this cylinder we want to round it off just a little bit and give it maybe some prongs. So what we'll do, we'll go to edit mode. We'll go E for extrude. Just scale it over a little bit. And what we're going to do is Control R. And just put a little loop cut in there. Control R again. and then put a little loop cut in the bottom as well. So now what we're going to do is go into the faces, and we will select, I think it's every 2 faces to every 3, I believe, but it doesn't have to be perfect. So no, I don't want that one. So we want to go 3 gap, 2 selected, all the way around. So 3 gap, 2 selected, 3 gap, 2 selected, 3 gap, and then 2 selected, and then we got the 3 gap, 2 selected, and then we should be coming around to the other side. Now at this point you notice that there's a 3 gap, but you kind of don't have the space to do that pattern. Now at this point we can actually use this as a dial point. So this is where the dial will stick out, so we know where the dial is moving to. So if you go E-fret extrude, just leave it where it is. Scale inwards. So we've got some texture coming onto the outside, or you can scale outwards if you'd like. Yeah, let's try the scale outwards. So we've got E-fret extrude, and then scale, just S for scale, and then S downwards. I think that actually looks a little bit better. So for this section right here, let's take this part, and we're just going to go G, move it forward, and then just scale it inwards just slightly, and this will be where the dial is pointing to. Now you could take these little points inwards just a little bit if you wanted to. So you have texture, but you it's not overly powerful texture. So you just press S, just scale them in. So you should be left with something like this. Now from this point you can go and click for shade. Shade smooth, right click shade smooth. Now at this point I'm going to change this to a silver texture to keep up with appearances on here. So press G, just move it across. And then we're going to go Shift D and make a secondary dial. Now we don't want the dials pointing in the same way because that looks a little bit samey, but maybe you could point the dial in an opposite direction. Now on this part where we've got the dials, we want to put some text. So it should be a volume up, volume down button. And we should also have a speed button as well. I believe that they did at one point have a speed button. So yeah, let's go with if you go to add, and then we go to text, and then what we're going to do is go to edit mode, delete everything with backspace, and then we're going to type volume. Now don't worry that it's not in the right place at the moment because we can move this. So for volume, so 1 second, I'm just looking at this. 1 second. You can do it bold. I'm actually thinking of doing it bold. So bold actually might look better. So just type volume. Go back to your object mode. Did it? That's not typed it properly. Just press G. Just bring it across, and then I'll just rotate this around. For some reason my thing's not working. Hold on. How bizarre. That's really weird. I swear I just typed that in. So take this, rotate this by 90. Just press R for rotate. 90. Should go 90. So you'll notice that it's upside down. We're going to press R again and just press 180. And that should bring it into the right position. So S to scale, just scale it downwards slightly. G, bring it towards one of the dials that you've just made. Now at this point we can see that it's right underneath the dial, however it's not at the correct position. So we're going to go G, just bring it up so that it sits flushly on top of the machine. S to scale, and then we're going to press G again just to bring it up. I'm just looking at my notes there. You know, it's super weird. When I learn other languages, I look at English and I go, that's not spelt right, and it's like, it is spelt right. It's It's like my brain's just completely in a different world. So if you go to your geometry and click exclude, extrude even, we can bring this text up a little bit. So I'm just going to press G, just bring it up. For some reason it's on an angle. Just going to level this out a little bit. Just about there, I think. That should be fine. Let's press G, just bring it across. So now this will be your volume. You're going to put low and high on this side. So we're going to go Shift D, so duplicate it. Press G, just bring it across one. Go to edit mode, and we're just going to go low. And maybe just scale this down just a little bit. And then we're going to take this one, Shift D, move it across, and then we're going to put high on this one. Go back to your object mode and you should have this. Now for some reason, although I have typed it in, my text is off just slightly. So I'm just going to rotate these back again. Press G, bring that up. That is bizarre how it's off center unless I press something that I shouldn't have done. It should generally be 90 degrees. But for some reason it's on an angle. Don't ask. So I'm just going to move this dial over just a little bit. Press G. And then just move these a little bit more closer together. Maybe just shrink them down just slightly. I could do min and max, to be honest with you. Min and max might actually look better. So we just put max on this one. Yeah, it looks way better if you put max. I put min on this one. Scale this upwards just a little bit. Yeah, I think that looks way better. Okay, so we have the volume part of it. So now this second dial, we want speed. So you could put, for this one, Shift D. And then we're going to go to edit mode and just put speed in that one. So, for the arm, it's a very peculiar shape. So what you wanted to do with this one, I'm just going to take this circle right here that we had for reference. I'm just going to press G, just place it inwards a little bit. So, I think what I would like to do is shade smooth. I'm going to change this to black to go with the theme. And then what we need is a little bit of a hook on the side right here. So we need a cube, I would say. It's going to shrink it down from the top. Press G to bring it up. And what you want is the cube to go, say if you've got the circle here, you want the cube in kind of an angle at the side. So I'm just going to go to X-ray mode. Oh, you can't go X-ray mode here. Go to X-ray mode. There we go. Press G to bring it up a little bit. And then we're just going to manipulate the sides. So I'm just going to scale this downwards. Bring it up. So it sits flush. you want it just at the exact same size as your disc. So from here, you're going to go to edit mode, take this side just here, we're going to go E for extrude, and then we're going to take this little face right here, and we're just going to go G and move it downwards, just slightly. And then with our X-ray mode, we're going to select this face right here, and we're just going to press G and just bring it across. And this will be the underside. This is where the arm's going to sit for our piece. So, this is what you should have so far. Maybe just bring these two up just a slight touch. Just press G, and you can press S to scale them outwards just a little bit. Oops, just going to scale this just slightly. I can't really see the edges on this. Come on. Yes, that should look roughly right. Okay, so now we want to make the arm, but I just want to bring this down. Just select the end face right here. I just press G. And, oh my gosh, just bring it down. It's maybe about there. I would say that's correct. Then we're going to go into materials, go to black. Okay, so now for the arm. So the arm is quite intricate, so it goes upwards and it rotates round, from what I've seen from old record players. So what we want to do, want to make, I think, I think we'll go with, hold on, I'm just looking at my reference photos here. Yes, we want to make a little oval. I'm going to make a little oval. Let's go with cylinder. Stretch the cylinder out just slightly. Pull it inwards. Press G, just move it across. Scale. Press G to pull it up. Even flatten it beforehand. Then press G to pull it up. Just move it across. I'll place this right here. Scale. G again to bring it up. I'm going to shade this smooth, and then we'll go to make this black to go with our theme. Then we want to go add, and we want to go cylinder again. Scale it down. Press G to bring it up. You want to go on par with what we've just made, so go G. And this is where the arm's going to be caught on the end. Scale downwards, G. Just flatten it down just slightly. G, go down. We're going to go to edit mode. E for extrude, just slightly, and then scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards, and then E for extrude just upwards. Now this point is going to be an arc where the arm can be caught by our stand. So right click, shade smooth. We're going to go over here, go black. From this point on, we want to go to add cylinder again. Now this is going to be your silver, so you want to shade this upwards, scale this upwards, scale it down, press G to bring it up, rotate 90 degrees, and then we're going to slowly bring this over to here, press 7, so you're right above, G, scale it down, and then scale it across. Scale it down again, and then scale across. to roughly that size, I would say. Right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to put this as silver. Now, at this point we need to just bring this down a little bit so it sits just here. Just looking at my photos that I have right here. Okay, so on this part at the end, what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this part so that we don't have to remake it. So Shift D, just duplicate it, and we're going to rotate it by 90. Then we're going to rotate it again by 180. G, and then just get it onto the end right there. Now what we want to do, edit mode. So you want to go to the side here, X-ray mode. Make sure that you're selecting the entire barrel, just at the end there, if you can see. So we just want this part and the end. Just going to scale this down just slightly. Scale it across slightly. So we're manipulating this part. Yep, scale down just slightly again. Now at this point we're going to put a cube at the end of it, and then we're going to have another cube at an angle at the end of that one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the piece that's supposed to be at the end in a straight line so that you guys can see what you're doing, and then we'll take that straight piece and then we'll put it at the angle. So it makes more sense visually wise. So let me see. So we want another cube, so let's add a cube. Scale it down. G, bring it up. Bring it across. We go right here, scale it down. Now you want your cube roughly bigger than this. So scale outwards. We might actually end up scaling this arm down a little bit. G, right there. So that's roughly how you'd want it. But you're going to have to flatten this out just slightly. So scale downwards to roughly there. That should be absolutely fine. We're just going to scale it outwards just a little bit on the sides. And then we're going to go to edit mode, select the end face, E for extrude, sorry, select the end face, scale it inwards just a little bit, E for extrude, and then we're going to turn it, so rotate, E for extrude, and then we're going to go rotate again, and just bring it round, and just make it slightly smaller every time that you do so. Press G, just move it across a little bit. Then we can go E for extrude, and this is where the other part of the arm is going to sit. So this vertices right here, you can see that it's a little bit wonky, so what we're going to do, just go to the ends, and just move them around a little bit so that they're more or less rounded. And just make sure that everything's relatively smooth, nothing's jutting out in any odd direction. So at this point we're going to have the parts that will sit right here, that will be the arm. So I'm hoping that I got the angle correct. I'm just going to shade this smooth. Going to add the black to it. Now, the arm part, I have a photo of what they look like, but it's a very one-sided photo. So what we have is we have an arm with a little needle on it, and we have a little piece where you can pick the needle up with your fingers. So from what I remember, my dad used to have a record player when I was a kid. We're going to go to add. We're going to go to cube. G, bring it upwards. I think Our platform might be a little bit too short, but we can fix that afterwards, it's fine. So we want to scale this outwards a little bit. And what you want to do with it, go to edit mode, go to Control R, and just about here, we're just going to take this and we're just going to go to G and move it upwards. Someone with a very loud motorbike. And then this side we're just going to shrink this down just a little bit, scale, shrink it down just a little bit. It's going to take some tweaking to get this correct. Just pull this up. Just slightly. G, pull this one up. And then this part we're going to drop it down. So we're going to go for, sorry, 1 second. This face at the bottom right here. E for extrude. And we're going to go extrude it. But the only problem is we have a red part as well. So what we want to do is we'll go for Control R. Just cut that one in half. Go to faces. Bottom one here, E for extrude. And then this one, we're going to go E for extrude, but we're going to go a little bit further down. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to grab these two front faces here as well, and I'm just going to press G and just move these down, but I'm also going to scale them down as well. You want to make sure this bottom part is flat as possible. So this part right here is going to be red. So we don't have the colour for red, but we do have black. So we do all this black. Select these faces on the bottom. Oops, not that one. And then what we're going to do is press plus, assign, and we'll go red. So this will be the end where the needle is. You can place that in if you want to, or you can just leave it as that. So now we've got the sticky out part as well. I'll place the needle in actually. So what I want to do is go E for extrude. We're going to scale it down to a point, and what we're going to do with that point is we're just going to go G forward, and then G towards the front. So we have this kind of little thing coming out. And then we're going to go Control R, just clip it around the side there and just press G and bring it back. And this will be the point where you lift the needle from the record itself. So they generally have a little bit of a groove on the top here as well. So I'm just going to go and Control R, just roll your scroll wheel. Control R, go for the middle, roll your scroll wheel again. And what we'll do, we'll take that centre part right there. We're going to go to your faces, click the centre, and just press G to move it downwards just a little bit. And then E for extrude. And just slightly pull it in. So when you go back to your object mode, you should have something akin to this. It doesn't have to be perfect. So we're just going to scale this down. I think mine may be a little bit too long, but we'll see what it looks like on the piece. So just bring it over. Now, the way that you want to angle this depends on where the rotator is. So, for me, you know what, I think I did this the wrong way around. It's okay though, we can flip it. So, generally with record players, the needle points more inwards. So this part right here is having the record player point outwards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to rotates, and we'll just rotate this by 180. So we bring it over to this side. Now this piece, I do realise is now the opposite. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to mirror it. I'm going to flip it with the y-axis. Because for some reason I have a left-handed one. I decided to make a mirror image of the one that I was looking at, so it was kind of, it was a unique one, but I think, yeah. I just kind of wanted to make something unique where it was on the opposite side, but I think I kind of messed up the angle on it. So, anyway. So it's a left-handed record player. Many of them are right-handed, because most people are right-handed, but this one's a left-handed one. We're just going to move this across. Just right there. I say it's left-handed because you're having to go like this with your left hand and pull it across rather than grabbing it with your right hand. I wanted to make it different from the image that I was looking at on Pinterest. So that I wasn't infringing somebody's copyright. So, if I scale this outwards just a little bit, I just move it over. It should be fine, I think. Scale. And then for this part in the middle, we're just going to make some ridges. So, go on to the top face right here. Go E for extrude. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Scale it inwards, just go down slightly. Scale it inwards. Press G, go upwards until you're not clipping the piece right there. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude again. Just bring it up just slightly. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude, keep it where it is. And then we're just going to scale inwards. E for extrude. Bring it up slightly, scale inwards. It should be relatively flat. And then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards, and bring it up just like that. E for extrude again, scale it inwards, and then we're going to drop it. And then E for extrude, scale inwards, and then we can go E for extrude again. But this time we're just going to make it a small point. So now we kind of have this little part where you can place the record onto. So, the next part is finishing off this arm, actually. Let me see. I think I'm trying to differ from the design that I'm looking at because I don't want to infringe. So let's go with we'll go with a cylinder. Rotate on its side 90 degrees. G, bring it over. I'm just going to place this one on the end. This will be the end of the arm. So it should just go there, just flush. Then we're going to go with this face on the front. E for extrude. Scale it downwards so it's just touching the pole. E for extrude so it's kind of got a little bit of a sleeve to it. And then just scale it inwards just slightly. Now you might have to take the whole thing and just press G and move it across and down. So you've got this cylinder look. Now, with this one shade smooth, and we're going to go with black. From this point, we can go for the end right here. So E for extrude. Take this last face, E, scale downwards, and we can kind of have this fancy kind of end to it. I guess you could call it that. So it's almost like you could just grab hold of it and then move it across. scale that downwards. And then we'll have the joint underneath that will rotate the arm. So what we want to do is go to object mode, add a cylinder, scale it downwards, scale it up, G to move it, and we'll scale it all the way down, G again to move upwards, and just get it so that it is on the cusp of the arm, just right there. So it's kind of like a posh version of a record player, I guess. Not your average one. So there's the arm for the record player. Maybe make some speakers. Maybe that's an idea, but I want to put the wood texture on, so we're going to go to shading. Let's see. Shading, we want to go with, just going to move that to the side. I'd say it's noise texture for sure. Let's add a noise, see what happens. We go colour to base colour. The rendered version, do I have it on cycles? Yes, I do. Ah, okay, so let's see. 1 second, I think I messed up. So let's just undo what we did. Clicking this one. Want to go to wood. This is the reason why it's not working, because I've not selected wood. Add the noise texture. We're just going to scale this upwards. You can distort it as well. See what that one looks like. Scale it upwards, scale it downwards. You have some funky patterns on it. Change the roughness out, the detail. I do kind of like that pattern that it's got though. Maybe we'll keep it. So yeah, you've got the noise texture, and then we want to add the colour ramp. So let's go plus, and then we'll add the brown in. Or at least shades of. Plus again. Bring those across. So just turn down the roughness just slightly so it gives it that kind of wood look. Now don't worry about the bottom here, we can fix that in a moment. So if you wanted to mess around with the roughness, you could actually add a Veroni texture and place colour to roughness, and you'll get this. So you see that these parts are kind of shiny and these parts that aren't. So if you scale this up, you actually get this really funky pattern going. You can also place a bump. So if we add a bump texture in the middle right there, and we place colour to height, as such we can get little cracks running across the top. So if we just pull this out a little bit, it looks like it's a bit scratched up. So it's had some wear and tear. We could also remove the randomness. Make it a little bit more squared. We could change these settings. Detail as well. So you've got this record player with a little bit of scratching on it from wear and tear, and you've also got the detail in there. So as far as this wood texture goes, we might want to use a mapping tool. Just go for the scale right here. You can map this outwards, stretch it out a little bit. I would remove this distortion though, if you're going to do that. Have this wavy kind of texture with it. I'm just experimenting at the moment, so you guys can follow along with this if you'd like, or you can experiment yourselves with what I'm doing. But I'm just showing you in general what these settings can do. Yeah, I quite like the distortion that it's got. That's quite funky. Maybe we could add some purple in there as well. Maybe just lighten it up a little bit. Or some greens, like make it a bit funky. Psychedelic. I kind of like that. So we'll go with that. So for the base, for the black, we want to keep the black as black. For this back piece right here, we'll take the arm. We're going to go Shift-D. Oops. Go back to layout actually. Go Shift-D. Scale it inwards just a little bit. And then we're just going to scale it outwards. Now this is going to be the back part where we're plugging things in. So just Shift-D it a couple of times. And these will be the points where you put the speakers in, the ports and all that kind of stuff. And maybe we want a glass lid as well. So if you go to Cube, it's already in the centre. But press G, bring it upwards. And what we can do is we can go edit mode, Control R, oops, wrong side, Control R into the middle. Scale it outwards, just slightly. Select his face at the bottom right here. Scale it outwards so that it fits over the top. Press G. So that it sits and fits. Press A, scale downwards, press G, and then what we can do is we can rotate it. Press G, move it across, press G, move it up. And then what we can do with this side, because obviously this is going to be solid at the bottom here, press for the bottom face, E for extrude. And then just follow the contours of the outside one. So just pull this in. G, move it upwards. Scale it down. It's a bit fiddly when it's on its side. I should have really done this when it was flat. Yeah, you know what? We could do this when it was flat. So we know the size. Just backtrack just slightly. Press G. Move it upwards. Press this middle face right here. E for extrude. Don't move it. Scale inwards just slightly. E for extrude. Bring it up to the top part here. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Bring it up to the top part again. Scale inwards. Just bring it down just slightly. G. And then we'll rotate it so that it sits on the side just there. Just leave a little gap at the back. We're going to put hinges in. So what we can do for the hinges actually, we can take these parts at the back that we've already made. Shift D. just scale them out just slightly, scale them downwards just slightly, press G, and then rotate them by 90 degrees. Press G again, move across, G downwards, scale, and then we're going to go Shift D, select both of them, Shift D, and then move them across to the opposite side. Now as for this top right here, we can go to new, we could go glass, and then we could go principal BSDF, and we can change this to glass BSDF. Change down the roughness as well. So when we go to the render tab, we've got this. Now we bring the roughness up just slightly, so it's got a couple of scratches on it, I'd say. A little bit worn down plastic that's been used over the years. I'm just going to change this background a little bit to more of a grey. See if that enhances it a little bit. That's what we should have at the moment. So the next piece that we could make for this, we could take one of these again, Shift D, and we could just place it on the end of the lid. So just rotate that round 90 degrees, scale it outwards, scale it down, G, go across, scale downwards, we kind of have the silver piece just here. And from that, go Shift D again, G, and then rotate it 90 degrees, scale it downwards, G, and then we want to put this just on the edges. So there's a buffer zone between the glass and the actual record player itself. Shift D, duplicate it across, put it onto the opposite side. And now it should look something like this. There's a little bit more detail on it, there's a little bit more care with it. Okay, so once we've got to this stage, we want to make some speakers. Speakers. I'm trying to find some speakers that would look really good with something like this. So if we go to we'll make some basic ones actually. So we go to cube, scale it upwards, G, bring it across. Take this, edit mode, E for extrude, just scale it outwards just slightly so it's got a little bit of a bevel. Take this face right here, E for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards, and we're just going to bring this up and across, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then just scale it inwards. And then from here, what we'll do, we'll take a plane, press G, rotate it 90 degrees, press G again, just bring it forward, G in the middle, scale downwards, scale across just slightly. Now what you want to do is make this as central as you possibly can. And what we're going to do is scale outwards, edit mode, and we're just going to go subdivide, 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 until you've kind of got this kind of pattern right here. And then what we're going to do is go to your modifiers, and we will go for wireframe. and you'll end up with this kind of look. So I'll change this to black. Yep, we got black right there, and then we're going to put this as wood. So that should change that one to wood. I'm going to also shade that smooth. Press G, just rotate them inwards or outwards, wherever you'd like to. And then we should end up, with all said and done, something like this. That would be a basic premise for a record player, so to speak. A little bit more advanced, but I would definitely say that I'd use that. You could add some wires into the background if you wanted to as well. I think I remember how to add wires. I could do that for you right now, actually. But yeah, this is basically what you should have. Let's go back to regular viewing. So these little points right here, if you go Shift D, just place them into the back of the speakers. And from what I remember, it's been a while. It's been a while. I have done this during the tutorial, but there's certain things that you do, just rotate it in if you need to. But there are certain things that you do within your tutorials that you do forget about after a while of doing other things. So I do believe that if you want to make wires at the back here, you go to add, and then it should be curve, if I got it right. We're doing knots. No, we don't want knots. Curve profiles. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Catenary. Got to be. It's got to be. Right, you notice that my my stuff's in the way right now. I'm just going to turn off the screencasting keys. Has to be this one. I do believe it is. Let's extrude this just slightly. Yep, there it is. But we want it kind of straight. Bevel it. Ah, there we go. So we do have a wire coming into the back of here, but it's not quite the wire that we want it to be. There we go. So that's kind of a wire. I'm not too sure how to pull it from this side, but if we just maybe move this, no. Well, that's your basic wires anyway for catenary. If you can get those working, that's excellent. For this one, probably put this right at the end here. You could probably use grease pencil actually to do this with. So we're going to add. I'll find out how to actually get it to curve, because usually when I do catenary kind of connections, it's wires that I do for street stuff. So if we go to curve, knots, catenary. Modify this a little bit and make it a bit thinner. Drop it down just slightly. Yeah, I think that would be roughly correct. Just place it as the black. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe. I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, so have a great day. See you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to another Blender tutorial. So today we're doing cloth, and I think that I'm going to be showing you vertices basically and how many faces cloth should have to make it look a little bit more realistic. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to keep the default cube, keep the lighting and stuff like that. I think I need to actually make another one here. file new, we'll go for general, there we go. Okay, so cloth, it is what it says on the tin. We're just going to go to mesh and then plane. We're going to go G, bring this up, and then just scale it outwards. Right, so I'm going to show you a couple of simulations of what basically cloth does. So what we're going to do, we're going to go for the default cube that's underneath. I might be in the way here, hold on. Gonna move myself out of the way. I think I'll be best up here. Okay, so we have the default cube. What you're gonna want to do is go to the physics tab, which is at the side right here. Go to collision, and your cube's gonna be collision, and then this one is going to be your material. So just click your plane. We're gonna go cloth. And then if we press the spacebar, it should fall, and it should just hit the front of the cube. Now that's one plane, that's just one face, and you notice that it doesn't go very far. It just goes dink, and then that's it, right? So let's give this 2 faces. Let's see what this does with the 2 faces. So we want to sorry, 4 even. So just right click right there, and then just click subdivide. And then we go back to the original object. Make sure that your timeline is at 1, right at the bottom down here. And then we're going to press spacebar again. And you notice that we can see the little crease. And it's got a little bit give to it, but it's not a lot, right? So, go back to 1 again. And we'll go to edit mode. Just edit this out. Right click, subdivide, right? So now when we go to object mode, we're going to press spacebar again. If I've gone a little bit too fast, sorry. And we notice there's a little bit more give to it. It's bowing a little bit. It's good. Okay, so you notice that the more faces that we have, the more that your cloth likes to move. So what I'm going to do, we'll go back to part 1 again. And then I'm going to subdivide. That'll be the 3rd time, I think. 4th time subdivide. And then we'll run this simulation again. Down it goes. And you notice that it curves. It caresses that cube so nicely. So you'll notice that there's a lot of it's very pixelized. It's pixelizing a little bit. So what you want to do is right click and then shade smooth, and then this is how it'll look. Now if you notice that there's bumps here. So what that is because you've not got enough subdivisions. The computer's just rendering it essentially in cubes. So what I'm going to do is go back to 0 again. So I don't know how many times I've subdivided now. I think this will be the 5th time, 6th time, 7th time. So the more that you subdivide, the more RAM it's going to take up, and the more that it's going to put pressure on your graphics card and processor. So depending on what your computer can handle, is dependent on how many subdivides that you can do with your materials. If you can only do a few, I mean, it's good. Like, I started on a laptop where I could only do a few subdivisions, and that was my materials. Nowadays, I have a gaming PC, so I can do a lot more with it. So, I don't know how many times that's subdivided. I think we're on 7, I think, if I am not mistaken. But if we press spacebar again to complete the animation, you notice that it slows down. That's because there's quite a lot of data coming through at once. And, yeah, I just want to show you the basics. Obviously, it's gone straight through. So, we'll notice that the material, as it's coming down, and I can just play this for you guys, it's interacting with itself. So these little bits here is that the material, instead of being like this, so you've got your outer material and you've got your inner material. You know, I'm going to make myself bigger here, hold on. So as I was saying, you've got your outer material, you've got your inner material, and what this is in the corner is the material going like this. So what you need is a self-collision. Let me show you. For For some reason, this new update, everything just falls through an object. I think it's too much weight. I've not quite figured it out with this program, but if you go down to collisions, which is at the bottom here, you want to click self collision, and then you've got your friction. If you put it upwards or downwards, it will alter the way that the material goes. So we'll press spacebar again just to simulate this. But it's like, you notice now it's a little bit smoother on the edges. It's not perfect, but it's smoother. So we also have this, which is this kind of cross-hatching effects that's going on. Now this is to do with how many subdivisions we have, but we can edit this. So if you go to modifiers, add modifier, and type in smooth, you can actually edit that a little bit. Now I wouldn't go all out with this because it can mess up your stuff like it does there. I wouldn't recommend it, but if that's something that you want to use, I mean, that's a minus 10,000, right? But if we put it back to 0, if I can get it there, that's roughly 0. It's a lot smoother. But obviously if you go out on the sides, I guess, it's a little worse. So that's an option for you if you want to use that, but you know, maybe don't. But it's out there if you want it. Yeah, so that's just basic materials for you guys. I hope you enjoyed. Like and please leave me a subscribe. Like, hit that subscribe button. The one that should be flashing right now if Google's working properly. Apparently Google can't understand my accent very well, but please do hit the subscribe button. I'll see you in the next one, and if you're on Facebook, please give me a follow. Bye! Okay, welcome to the next tutorial, guys. So, we're doing hidden lighting today. Just to let you know, like, this is going to be behind objects. So, you've got your general lighting, which will look something like this. I'm just going to make sure that I'm in the cycles engine. Excuse me. So, your general lighting should look like this. You move it across the room. But what happens if you want some hidden lighting, you want some lighting on the shelves and stuff like that? So the lighting that we're going to be doing today, we're just going to add a cube, and we're just going to elongate it. I mean, this is so simple to do. So we're going to put it up against this wall here. Just move it inwards just there. So this is going to act as our temporary shelf. And instead of having our lighting right up against the wall like this, and you know, you can't see the bulb or whatever like that, if like you don't want to make any lighting like that. So basically what you want to do is take your default cube that you've just put there, go into edit mode, make sure it's flush up against the wall. What we're going to do is just go Control R, and then we're going to bring this one down. So press E and just bring it down. And then, here's the clever bit, we put our lighting underneath. So it's hidden within the scene. So now what we have is something like this. Hold on. Oh, it's behind. Hang on. My mistake. Alright, so it should be there. Right on the inside. Okay, so now we should have lighting like this, where it's covered by a shelf, it's hidden. So we can actually put more lighting in here as well, so we can go Shift D, move that across. So, let me just show you an example here. So this is your general lighting that doesn't have a bulb in there. There's nothing special about it. We delete that. This would now be your posh hidden lighting that'll look great on bookshelves and stuff. Obviously you've got all the fuzziness because it's rendering in and it's not a full-on render, but yeah, so this is your hidden lighting. Thanks for watching this tutorial, guys. That's it for today. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So this is going to be a quick one. So we're doing kind of like a surreal kind of sea with a door on it that's lit up, so to speak. So we're going to take a plane. I'm going to turn on my screencast keys, as I usually forget to do, but here we go. So when we scale this out, we're going to go ahead and go to modifiers, add modifier, and then we're going to go to ocean. So you kind of got this ocean thing going on. Scale inwards. And then we want to add to the ocean on this side. Just click the repeat on the X and the Y. Just get it relatively big. And just scale it down just a little bit. Now what we're going to do, position the camera just about here. I'm going to get these waves to go kind of random in a moment. But we could put the camera just about here. We could go view, align camera to view. Just click the camera right there, just drag it back with G and the central scroll. Now you'll notice that you're not seeing anything here. So if you go into your camera settings, go to, it's the end right here where you've got clip start, clip end. And just expand that past 100 meters. So what you're going to want to do at this point, I'll just leave this where it is so you guys can see what's going on. We are going to go with a plane. So add, and then mesh, and then plane. Press G, just bring it up so we can see what's going on. I think this wave is like way too big. We'll go scale, bring it upwards. And then what you want to do is just rotate it on the 90. Scale it outwards just a little bit. Press G, bring it in. And then we're just going to place this just roughly in the middle right here. So with this wave as well, we can just go back to your modifiers and just kind of improve the wave a little bit. Just press G. Move it across and then place it behind as well. So what you're going to want to do here, we don't want the lights to shine behind, so we're just going to have this one plane. I'm just going to make a secondary plane, just slide it in at the back there, just make it just slightly bigger so it kind of shadows around this one. This one's going to be black. Oh, come on. Materials, sorry. This one will be black, and then this one is going to be an emission. So change your principal BSDF to emission, and then we'll turn this one up. So when we render this, it'll look something like this. Now we want to take the external lights out. We don't want any lights on the sides right there. What we're going to do is just pull this back just slightly, this camera back. Just going to move it across. And then I'm just going to rotate it, alpha rotate, upwards. And then maybe we could just pull this just outwards a little bit more. Press G, bring it back. And then we want to take the camera again and just expand the end point so you can see more of it. Now, the background itself, we want this to be black. So go here to the world texture point. We'll make this black. We're also going to go to the render tab right here. Change EV to cycles. And we should have something like this. So what we want to do as well, we want to blur everything else apart from the sea and the surrounding places. So if we press G, just move this across. Scale this out a little bit so it goes into infinity kind of thing. Press G, bring it back. Take this piece right here. So go to your camera settings. We want to go for depth of field. Click the little drop icon and then select the plane which has the emission. And just bring down the f-stop just in the corner right here. So this one's all the way down. Now for the water, let's go to material, add new, and you can go with glass if you want to, but it doesn't look as good. Maybe we take down the roughness, it might look a little bit better. Maybe we just make this piece a little brighter. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change this to principal BSDF, because you've just got so much more control over it than you do with anything else, and maybe change it to a dark blue. I'm also going to go to the settings modifier, and I'm just going to make some more waves. Just make it a little bit more choppy. Let's see, size. Just pull that. No, actually, I'm going to take that down. Just going to add another couple of sides on here. Take this off render just for the moment. Excuse me. G, bring it down. Just bring it across slightly. Maybe scale it as well. Just make sure that it's within the camera. I'm gonna mess with the alignment just slightly, so we don't have a repeated pattern, and maybe just rotate it as well. See, we're having that repeated pattern in the back right there. We don't really want that, all these lines. So direction, you can change the direction of the waves as well. Let's see, let's put some foam. Just a little bit of that. Just improve the waves a little bit. I'm just going to turn the choppiness down. Then maybe just press S for scale, and then just scale down a little bit. So we kind of left with this kind of look. So you're not really going to see it that much unless you go to the render image. It's just really, this exercise is about playing with light, really. Just see what you can do with this. We could actually pull this back, to be honest with you. We click both of them and then just press G and just bring it back. We could have one there, we could have one right back at the back. Keep your focus on this one. If you go to camera, and then you've got the objects kind of display. So if you click this one, turn that down a bit. Take this one, hold on, press G, bring it forward. You can pull the other one out of focus. I could even pull this one back. Oops. Just really playing with light and just seeing what you can do with the depth of field as well, which is pretty cool. I'm going to actually bring this one a little bit more forward, but I'm going to scale it down just slightly to give the illusion that it's more forward. I don't like how it's not blurring out in the background, to be honest with you. Take that off just for 1 second. Let's see, I'm going to put a point in actually. If we add plane axis, wherever that's gone, press G, bring it up. Just scale this if you want to so you can see it a little better. But what we should do is take the camera, the focus on object point, and then focus on the empty that we've just made. And then we can move this back and forth to blur things out or bring them in focus. So if we just place that there, in theory it should blur out the background. For some reason it's not. I think that's way too forward as well. Maybe we pulled the camera back. Maybe that could help. So this tutorial is more about just playing around with lights and seeing what settings we can use. I think it's good practice just to experiment with things sometimes. You know, you're not making something directly, you're just kind of looking at the lighting and looking at the shaders, you know. Just primarily just testing yourself and testing your skills. Seeing what works, seeing what doesn't. I think there's too many artists out there that think like, oh yeah, they've got like this perfection going on, and someone criticises their work and then they go, well hang on a minute, why are you criticising? You know, I'm like the best artist out there, and you know what I mean? It's just it's kind of like, well no man, like, you know, defining good art depends on who's got the taste of the art. So it's like, if you've got a taste of Banksy, then you're gonna you know, hate maybe post I don't know, post Renaissance or whatever like that, you know, something. I can't think of a good example. But yeah, you know, you're not gonna like abstract art if you like Banksy or something like that, you know what I mean? Or maybe you like 18th century French art or something like that, and you think that Banksy's terrible, you know what I mean? Because that's just your preference. But there's so many people that just can't take criticism, and I think criticism can be a positive thing, but if you're going to hate about someone, then that's different, you know what I mean? So yeah, this was just kind of like a lighting test tutorial, just to kind of get you to understand all the different materials and stuff. So yeah, this was a beginner's kind of thing. I'll see you guys in the next one, I think. Okay guys, welcome to a new tutorial. Today we're going to be making a wine glass in Blender. If you guys can hear a lot of wind and a lot of banging behind me, we're currently in the middle of a storm, so just ignore it. I'm hoping that the microphone's not going to pick up on that, but yeah. They've been talking about power outages, and they've also been talking about heavy snow and please don't drive and all this kind of stuff. I mean, like, we live in England, like, you get about 5 centimeters of snow and everyone loses their mind, so you know, it's not like my friend in Canada who's got snow plows and stuff like that, and he goes around getting rid of the snow for everyone. I mean, literally a couple of meters high where he lives. But yeah, this country kind of loses their minds when the weather's bad. So anyway, we're going to be making a wine glass today. So what we want to start with, we're looking at cycles to begin with. Just change your render engine to cycles, and then what we're going to do, come up to the top here where it's add. You want to go to mesh, and I always start with a circle, so put your circle in. You see it's quite small. I'm just going to scale this out a little bit. Okay, so we're looking at making a wine glass today. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to split the atom and give you guys a side view. I hate doing this, it's like another one bites the dust. I've got like 3 mouses on my desk here. We just moved into a new place. Whoa. Tried not to knock over the camera at the same time. And like, my mouses, they just break on me like crazy. I think the box that I had my mouse in was dropped. I've got another one here that's kind of I got a side gig. Yeah, because I need a new keyboard and I also need a new mouse because I write books. My keyboard is now wearing down. So hopefully we've got a mouse that works now. Yay! The scroll wheel's still broken on this one, but it works. At least we're not ghosting the scroll wheel. Right, so we will start again because things happen, technical issues. So what we want to do to make the wine glass is we've got the basic circle now. We're going to go up here, we're going to go to edit mode. You see that we've got a lot of points here. And what we want to do is we want to make a face because this currently doesn't have a face. So just press F on your keyboard, press E to extrude, and you'll see that it's just come up in the corner here. So now what we want to do is we want to make the curve going outwards of the glass, and then I'll make the underside of the glass afterwards. I'll teach you how to do that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go up here and I'm just going to, when I can get to it, here we go. Yeah. So we're just going to go toggle X-ray so you guys can see what's going on. We're going to need that. So, just going to bring this down a little bit, so G, and then press in the center of your scroll wheel. Also, what I need to do, I've neglected to do. My gosh, I wasn't prepared for today. Right, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Screen keys. Yes. We would like the screen keys. Great start to today. Right. Here we go, here we go. We got the screen keys going. Right. I think it's because I unplugged my mouse. Maybe there's something went wrong. Right, go to faces again. And just click this. Right. So we want to scale just slightly outwards. So S to scale. Just bring it slightly outwards. E to extrude. We're just going to go slightly. E to extrude again. Then you just want to go inwards just slightly. So S for scale. E for extrude. S to scale. It should just pin it on one axis, by the way. E for extrude. S to scale. And what you're going to do is you're going to just slowly go upwards to the stem of the glass. As you can see that I'm doing here. Great way to start off a tutorial. Everything's gone wrong. This happens, technical issues and stuff. Yeah. Everything's an absolute mess. My bins, they fell over today as well. I usually keep them when it's really windy like this. I'll tie the bins together. I'll keep them huddled, but it doesn't exactly help when some of the bins have just been emptied and they literally have no weight to keep them upright. So S to scale. Storms in my area are a little bit tricky. We don't get flooding. Thankfully we don't get flooding. But well the farms flood. Where all the pathways are and stuff. They flood. And it tends to be singular roads, but around here there's too many hills. So you're going to want to bring up your wine glass to a point. Now my one's pretty steep. It's not as flat as you would find many wine glasses. Maybe I could go back and just fix that real quick. So, yeah, your wine glass can, your wine glass can be any size that you'd like it to be. I'm more used to being around unique styles of wine glasses. Just E for extrude, G to move it, and then click the center of your scroll wheel to get it to the correct axis. We want to go for hold on, let's go straight up. So E, straight up, scale in. E, straight up, scale in. E, straight up, scale in. I do like to tell little stories whilst I'm doing these tutorials, but then I realise, like, I need to be doing these tutorials. You guys don't want to hear what I got to say, I guess. But, well, maybe you do, I don't know. So, right, so now we've got to the stem. So we're going to have, like, a very wide stem at the base, and then it's going to come in very thin. So, E for extrude. I'm just going to go in just slightly, so that it curves with the piece, but we're kind of making it a bit thicker. So E for extrude again. Scale inwards. E for... Oh, what did we do? I pressed the wrong button. E for extrude. Scale inwards again. E4 extrude, and we're just going to go straight up. Now this can be as long as you'd like it to be, and depends on what type of glass you're making. To me, I'm just making a standard wine glass, but if you wanted to make a flute, you gently come back out and then come back in. If you were making a gin glass, you would come out more fuller at the bottom and then come in. But for us, we're just going to curve it inwards, just a standard wine glass. So E4 extrude, scale outwards, E4 extrude, scale outwards, and just make sure that the scale is kind of smooth as well as you're coming back out. I think I'm going to make that just a tiny little bit longer, so just G, pull that up a little bit, E4 extrude, scale outwards, E4 extrude, scale outwards. You kind of get where I'm going with this. E4 extrude, scale outwards. Let's make it nice and curved, coming outwards. So now you can see this is a little bit too straight for me, personally. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pull out some of these vertices right here. It's okay, like if you guys did the same thing with me and kind of made a little bit of a hoo-ha at this point, a little bit of a mistake, but you know, I think it's part of the learning process, certainly. And I think it's great that you guys can see that I'm making mistakes, so you guys just don't go, oh, you know, I'm not very good at this, you know, I can't do this. And you know, the thing is, like, I've been doing this for years and I'm still making little errors here and there. What I'm going to do, side view, just x-ray that, and then I'm going to select this, just scale it up a little bit so that it matches the base just slightly. As my art tutor used to tell me, happy mistakes. It's B for box select, by the way, so press B, then it'll select what you need. And just highlight it. So, we've got this now. Just going to go back onto faces, get my main face. Just come back off the x-ray on this one. We're going to go E for extrude, E for extrude, and then as we're getting towards the top, we're just going to scale inwards just slightly. E for extrude, scale inwards. I'm going to pull this vertices out as well. E for extrude, just scale inwards slightly so you've got that curve of a wine glass. Now, when you get to this part, just going to scale that one out a little bit. We're going to do a little bump around the top and then we're going to go inwards. This is why I've got the x-ray on this one right here, so that you guys can see what I'm doing. So, E for extrude, and we're just going to go outwards just slightly. E for extrude again. E for extrude, and then scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. So you're making the lip that's going round. E for extrude, scale inwards. Now we're going to start going downwards. So we're going to start going down inside the glass. So I'll just get into this side right here. And then we're going to go G, go down, E for extrude, and we're just going to go down, down, down. So E for extrude, just go down again, scale outwards slightly to make that lip. E for extrude. And to be honest with you, I might just go to the x-ray version just here, just to show you guys what I'm doing on the inside. So here we are. So we've got the outside here. This will be the inside, which is the darker grey. Scale outwards. And what you're going to do is you're just going to go E for extrude, go down, E for extrude, go down, go E for extrude, go down. Maybe leave a small gap between your outside and your inside of your glass. A lot of people have turned around to me and said, well, why don't you just do duplicate? Like make a duplicate on the inside and then just link everything up. And to be honest with you, I think that just takes a lot of time. Excuse me. The best way of doing this, take take your end here and place it up against your last vertices for the outside, and then just scale up. And then E for extrude, go down to your next one, scale it up, E for extrude, scale it up again. It depends how thick you want your glass as well, so if you'd like your glass quite thin, go quite towards the edges. If you'd like your glass quite thick, go towards the middle more. However, if you want your glass thicker at the bottom, which wine glasses tend to be thicker at the bottom, you might want to go from thinness, 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 and then come out as thick at the bottom. So, E for extrude, go down, scale, E for extrude, and these tend to be quite flat. E for extrude, E for extrude, and then as we go to the bottom, we're just going to scale inwards. Show you can do it neater than I can. E for extrude, scale that puppy inwards, and then once we start getting to the bottom, maybe instead of having this up against your outer ones, maybe bring it in a little bit. E for extrude, scale that down again, so that you've got that little lip at the bottom. And then this is what your wine glass should look like. I'm just going to put that back again, because we've got one more bit to do. So we want to do the underside of this. So if you've noticed that when you get a wine glass, go on man, scroll out. Why have I got two mouses with broken issues? So yeah, you want to go for this. So the base of a wine glass is not going to be flat. The base of a wine glass is going to curve inwards. So take this last face that you've got, E for extrude, but don't move it, scale inwards, E for extrude, don't move it, scale inwards, and then we're going to go G, press in the center scroll wheel, and then upwards slightly, E, again, scale, and then just move that inwards, so G. So you can see now that you can see the inside of what's going on here, so you don't want to clip that. You don't want this coming all the way out here, you want this coming just underneath. E for extrude, scale inwards, G, and then go on to the blue, and just scale that inwards, and that's going to give you the bottom of the wine glass. Now, when it comes to making glass, I'm on 4.3 I think here. Excuse me. So what you're going to want to do, that base is a little bit too large for a little wine glass such as that, but I'm just going to make some edits to this wine glass. So this is the X-ray version. I'm just going to grab these two, just scale them outwards. Now, if you just go on red, it's going to scale it one way and it won't scale it the other way. So what you need to do is you need to scale it outwards, and then you need to clip it down. So like I've just gone outwards there. So if I go scale and I just go along one axis, you can see what happens. The glass is deformed. You don't want that, right? So what you want to do instead is press S, scale outwards. You notice that the glass is still deformed. So outwards we go. Now, you want to scale this just downwards, so that it kind of comes in a little bit neater. Now I'm going to take this vertices right here as well. So let's see, one on the number pad, and we want to go with your edge select, B for box select, and then scale outwards. And you can see that we've got a nice round glass. Now you can scale this upwards, you can scale it downwards. To me, I like to edit my stuff a little bit. So let's see. So I'm just going to scale this upwards a little bit. It gives it a bit more roundness for a wine glass, because it's looking like a bit of a gin glass. and that will be my roundness. Now we come into edit mode again. Come on. Have we frozen? We've frozen. Give it 2 seconds. It doesn't actually show up on my recording for some reason, but I currently have a spinning circle and various other things going on right now. Ah, here we go. Right, so I'm just going to move this outwards a little bit so you guys can see a little bit more of the program right there. There we go. Right, so we want to smooth this out, so we're going to go with the right click and we want to go shade smooth. Now I notice that we got a little bit bumping going on here, so I mean, like, you could go edit mode, press A, right click, subdivide, and you can also go to add modifier, and if you type in smooth you can actually smooth this out a little bit. Hang on, let's go to edit mode. So you notice that this is not very smooth and this is more smoother. Right, so we got our little wine glass going on right now. So what we want to do, you notice we've not got any lights in the scene as well, I got rid of those. So go to light, you got points, G to move, and then go along your axis. Go to light at the bottom here, you can edit that, just turn up the wattage. Let's go 100,000, it just works for me. Let's see. Excuse me. Just going to move this so you guys can see. Right, so we're going here, light, which is right here at the bottom. You want to just turn that up a little bit. I'm also going to put a plane in there so you guys can get some refraction from that. Scale it outwards. Right, so this one we want to make it glass. So we're going to click new. Principal BSDF. We're going to go to glass. Glass BSDF. Blooming heck, that's hard to say. And then we're just going to reduce the roughness here. And then you will see that we have a glass with some nice stuff in it. So I'm also going to just make this a little bit brighter so you guys can see. We've got the glass effect on the inside. I'm hoping that this is working correctly because I seem to be a little bit choppy on my my recordings here. So I've got that. If we add a cube, you'll notice, put the cube in the distance there, scale it up. I'm just going to change the colour of the cube to green. You'll notice that we can see directly through the glass as well. And if we move it around the glass, you can see how the light refracts the cube at the back as well. So yeah, sorry about the technical issues to begin with. I'm going to try and find a mouse that actually works. I've got 3 here. One of them scroll wheel's not working, the other one scroll wheel's not working, and Lord only knows. I do have a 3rd one, but I don't know whether that one's going to work, but I will see you guys in the next tutorial. And hopefully I will be better suited to what I need to do. Thank you for watching if you've got this far and you've been this patient with me. Yeah, have a great day. See you later. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing a desk lamp. So this is going to be one of your fancy kind of ones. So I've got a picture that I want to work with. We're going to look into making this one. So what it's going to be, we're going to put things at an angle, but we're going to make them straight to begin with, and then we'll move everything to where it needs to be. So go ahead and delete your default cube. We're just going to go add a cylinder, scale it down, and then just scale it outwards just slightly. scale it down just to a little bit of a fraction just there. And what we're going to do, go to edit mode, take your first face. I'm going to split this in half actually, so you guys can see what's going on. I think, yes, press 1 on your number pad for one side if you're doing this the same way that I am. Okay, so this face right here, we're just going to go, just going to scale it out just slightly. Oops, not too much. Just scale it out just slightly from the base, so we've got that little bit of a bevel. E for extrude. And then we're going to go E for extrude again. Just scale it in just slightly, S to scale. E for extrude. And then we're just going to bring it up just slightly. S to scale, bring it in. E for extrude, keep it where it is. Scale inwards. And then we can go E for extrude, just slightly. Scale it inwards just slightly. E for extrude, up again. Bring G. Bring that up. E for extrude. We're just going to bevel this again, so S to scale. E for extrude, S to scale. And then we go E for extrude again. Keep it where it is. Scale it inwards. And then we're just going to slowly make this up a little bit. So S. Just pull it up just slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then just E for extrude. And then at the top here we're just going to bevel it just slightly. So it should have something like this. So E for extrude just slightly up. Scale it inwards. And then E for extrude, don't move it. Scale it inwards to the middle. And then we're just going to go E for extrude and just drop it. So this will be the base of our lamp. We're just going to go shade smooth, right click shade smooth. So the next part that we need a cylinder to come straight up. So we're going to go with add, go cylinder, G, just bring it up, scale it. And then we're just going to scale inwards, ignore the F, I pressed the wrong button. Just press G, bring it up. Now, at this part we just want to go right click shade smooth. Go to edit mode. Click your top face right here. Just press G to bring it up just slightly. Should have something like this. And then we're just going to do a little bit of a bevel just on the middle. So just scale this out just slightly, and it's almost like a ball. E for extrude, S to scale. Just make that nice and smooth. And then what we want to do is just go E for extrude, bring it up. Let's go G, just bring that up a little bit higher. And then E for extrude again, just slightly up. I'll just zoom into this part so you can see it. We're just going to scale outwards just slightly. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. And then we're going to come back in again. A little bit of an angle. And then just E for extrude just to bring it up from where you were. And then I'm just going to bevel the edge just a little bit there as well. So this is what you should have for the starting point of your lamp. Now we're going to add a little bit of a fitting on the top of that one. So what we want to do the arm of the lamp first, and then we'll start putting things together. So if you go to add cylinder, G, scale it up, scale it down. Now you want this arm roughly the size of the stand. So you can see this just at the side there. So you don't want this too big, you don't want it too small, just fit it so that it's nice. Right click, shade smooth. Just pull this outwards just a little bit. Okay, so on this part right here, we're going to go duplicate, Shift D, scale this down, press G, scale it upwards just slightly. This will be the end of the lamp, the little counterweight, so to speak. And then we're going to take this part, edit mode, just press G, bring it up a little bit. So what you want in theory is a little arm that's going to sit just on the side here. Now we might need to shrink this down a little bit because I think it's a bit too big. So we just box select it by dragging, just click and drag. Scale it down a little bit. Maybe just elongate it just slightly. Now, at the end here we want another one of these pieces. So we're going to go Shift D, bring it up. Scale it down, and this is just going to be the end of the counterweight on the other side. So from this point we want a little joint going on the end of it, so let's go with we'll go with a circle. Press G, bring it out to the side. So this circle is going to be used in other parts as well. So we're just going to press S, bring it up a little bit so you can see it. Go to edit mode, press F for fill, and then we're going to go E for extrude. And then what you're going to do, get rid of these two faces. So you're just left with a ring, essentially. Press A, E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then press S for scale. And just press S, bring it up a little bit, and then just scale it inwards. Right click, shade smooth. What I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate this to where it needs to be, and then I will keep the original just in case I have any problems. So we're going to press Shift D, G to bring it over, rotate by 90, scale it down, may need to just scale it outwards just a little bit. And then what we're going to do, we will take the arm that's going across, press G, move it, bring it up, and then we're just going to rotate it. Just over the top. You can rotate it as much as you'd like. Press G, bring it up. It is a little bit too long, but actually no, you know what, that looks roughly right. So this circle right here, we're just going to expand it outwards just slightly so that it covers the arm. From this point, we'll place another circle just on the end here. make sure this circle is big enough to cover everything. So these are the joints of the lamp, the kind of counterweight joints if you want to. Let's make that slightly bigger if you'd like. And so now we're going to do the actual lampshade itself. So what I want to start with is a circle. Press G, bring it to the side. I'm trying not to make it the same way that I'm seeing it on Pinterest because I don't want to copy somebody else's work, but at the same time I quite like the way that it looks. So what we want to do is go to edit mode, press F for fill, E for extrude, E for extrude again. Just scale that inwards just slightly, E for extrude. And then we're just going to make almost like a dome kind of lamp. E for extrude. Scale that inwards. I don't want to make it the exact same. That's my concern really. So maybe I could go like this. And then I could go straight up with mine. Scale that outwards. Have that fancy little bauble that we've been making before. There we go. And then the underside of it, what you want to do, I'll show you on this side. If we go to X-ray mode, we can see on the inside of this piece. So if I go E for extrude, just bring it down slightly, and then scale it inwards. So there's a little bevel. Oops. And then we can go E for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards. E for extrude, scale it outwards and just follow the curve of the bell. Just making sure not to clip the sides. So now we have this little light shade thing right here going on. Okay, so what we're going to do, take this, right click shade smooth, G, and just bring it up. It might be a little bit too big, but should just fit just there. It's a little desk lamp. I think it's too big actually, I'm just going to scale this down. So what we want is a silver kind of look, or a gold look. So what we can do, go to new, just type in gold. This is on materials, by the way. We can go to orange kind of theme. So if I go to this is render, which should be changed to cycles. So when I'm looking at it, we now have this orange. We go back to materials right now. We can turn up the metallic a little bit, turn down the roughness. Now it's a little bit too smooth for my liking, and I'd like some marks on there, I'd like some scratches and stuff. So we're going to go over to the nodes. I'm just going to pause for 1 second because I just need to edit something on here, and then I'll continue the tutorial. Okay, so I'm back. Magic of video editing. So, for this particular piece, we want this gold to have some scratches on it. We want some proper lighting as well, so I'm just going to get rid of that. Let's add... where's my sun? Let's add a sun to this. See if we can do that. See what difference that one makes. Just so we've got some background lighting whilst we're dealing with the materials. Just going to turn the strength up on that just a little bit. And I'm also going to add a plane just underneath. You don't have to add the plane if you don't want to, but that's what I'm doing. Scale it outwards. Okay, so come over to your shading tab. Now we've got the gold on here. Just hold down the middle scroll wheel of your mouse to move any of this. For some reason, the key thing won't work on here. I don't know why. If you press add, we'll go to noise. We give it a bit of noise texture. Go colour to base colour, and you'll notice that it turns to this grey. So I want to just bring the grain up a little bit. Now from here we'll go to add, and we're going to type in bump. Now what you want to do is put your colour to your height. So now it goes even more grainier. So now you also notice that this one's purple, this one's yellow, which means that there's an issue. So we've got to put in a colour ramp. So you spell colour ramp the way that the Americans do, C-O-L-O-R. We spell it differently, we spell it C-O-L-O-U-R. So you want in the gold colour on this as well. So go to the orange. This is kind of a brass colour, I guess. Generally, it's just an offset yellow that you want to be looking for. Just a bit lighter. I think that's correct. Okay, so you'll notice on the inside as well we've got this kind of brass look. What we want to do is just go to edit mode, control shift control even, and just click one of the sides, click the middle and then click one of the sides, and you should be able to select everything. Just make sure that it's evenly selected, that you've not missed anything out. Oops. Yeah, it'd be better if I went to this one, so you guys can see. So anything you don't want, just let go of control, keep hold of shift, and then just click the ones off that you don't want. Oops. To go back as well, it's Control Z to undo. So I just need these four now. Oops. Yeah. Okay. So this one right here, we want this to be a different material. So we're going to go for new materials, new, and this is going to be inner lamp. And we're just going to go white. So just click assign once you've done. And then once we change this back, we should have a lamp that looks like this. Now, for all these different parts here, we also want to copy the little trend that we've got going on. So go to gold, click on each object, and then come down to this drop down and select gold. For every single one. And this is going to give it a uniform colour. Come on. Yep, there we go. So this is what you should be left with. So now we just need to put the light in, we need to put the scratches on top as well. So, to make the scratches, we're going to go Veroni texture. Let's go back to render. So now we've got all this bump stuff. You can actually adjust your height of the bump if you'd like to. You can also scale this up a little bit, so there's a little bit more grain. Or maybe a little less grain if you'd like. Okay, so we want to go Veroni texture. We're just going to give it a little bit of a scratch up kind of thing. Colour to roughness. I think I had it last time. Just put that to the side. Sorry, I'm just going to move these up so you can see what I'm doing. Right, so. Oh, no. Come on. Right. Let me just get it off the render. I think that's the issue. Yeah. Okay, so. If you can see this. Hopefully you can. We want to do the same with the colour ramp and the bump. So. If we go to this, we notice that we've now got all these little kind of knocks on the side of it and stuff like that. So we want to go Shift D with bump, place it between, colour to height, and now we've got all these little cracks going on. So we can make this rougher, so you can see the cracks a little bit more, or we could take this down a little bit. We could also mess with the detail, so you could actually have these cracks but you could hardly see them. If you turn the detail down, the cracks reappear. So you could have something just in the middle. You could also do a little bit of a coat, just turn the weight up just slightly. Almost like it's been glazed over. So now we've got two other pieces that we need to place into this. So those two other pieces would just be two very simple pieces. We just want cylinders. Let's go G, bring them up. So the cylinders are going to sit right in the middle here. So rotate this by 90. Scale down. Make sure that they sit on both sides, so scale outwards. Shade smooth. And then we're just going to go for a black texture. Come on. There we go. We're going to go Shift D. Rotate outwards again by 90. Scale it outwards. And then scale down. And then press G and bring it towards the cylinder once more. And then we're going to go Shift D and then do the same to the opposite side. So you could actually rotate this one so it's got some depth. So you should be left with something that looks like this. So if you take these three, just press Shift and select all three, click on all three. We then can bring this up to here. So we can do Shift D, press G, bring it up, and just bring it across using the vertices provided by holding the center scroll wheel. So once we've got all that in, we need the light. So what we're going to do is an emission. So what you want to do is, I mean, you could do it as a UV sphere if you wanted to, an elongated UV sphere. To be honest with you, just ignore that cylinder, sorry. Actually, yes, we'll work with the cylinder. Press G, bring it up. So this will be the tip of our light bulb. So we're just going to go to the black material for this one, add, and go to circle. So your circle's down here at the bottom, just press G, bring it up. So we're going to make the light bulb, make an oldie worldy light bulb. Edit, let's go G, bring it down, scale downwards, press F to fill. I don't know whether I can see it on this one. Yes, we can see it. So you're going to press F to fill, scale it down all the way, as much as you can. E for extrude, scale it outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, scale outwards. E for extrude, and then E for extrude, and just start bringing it in slightly, almost like this, almost like a teardrop. Now we're gonna go shade smooth. This just needs scaling down a little bit. G, bring it down. I'm going to make Shift D a secondary one, just to go on the underside. So this one is going to be silver. So we want to go to edit mode. Make sure that you've got all your vertices selected. Press A to select everything if not. Press plus. We're going to go assign, new. And this one is going to be almost like a silver. So just bring your metallic up, your roughness down just a little bit. And this will be the electric silver, although it's not really silver, but you know. Right, electric silver, there we go. Then just place this black part on top. Now this part right here, we want to go new. Where your principal BSDF is, go to emission. And this will create, theoretically, a light bulb. Now, all the light bulbs generally, they had this orangey glow to them. So, box select all of this. Press G, just to bring it down into the middle. Now, we're just going to angle this so that it fits the lamp. So just rotate, get it just on par with this one right here. Make sure you're not clipping any vertices at the top or the bottom, it's just flush. You notice that it's just slightly off there, but that's okay. And hopefully that's what you should end up with. So if I remove the lighting completely, what we should have, and I'll remove the extras just at the back here, is a light. So if I click on the light bulb on the inside here, we can actually make this brighter. And that's generally it. Yeah, if you guys enjoyed this tutorial, please like, subscribe, follow. I do put these on different social medias, so whatever the like button is and the follow button is, or whatever it is where you are. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to a new Blender tutorial. So today we're doing mirrors, lighting and textures. So we're going to keep the default cube actually, but I'm going to go ahead and maybe add another, let's see, we're going to add a cube. Just going to scale it out. I'm going to make it like a corridor, so I'm going to show you guys some stuff. So I'll put it roughly about there. I'm just going to get the camera angle in, let me not get my words out today. Get the camera angle in on this so I can show you a little better. So let's see. You want to go view, Align camera to view. Just back that up. Oh, actually, I can't back that up, but okay. So I'm just gonna make this a little bit longer as well. Okay, so the camera can only see so far, so I'm just gonna extend that reach a little bit. Alright, so mirrors, textures and lighting. So at the moment, whilst we've got the render the way that it is, just zoom that in for you a little bit. Notice that we got a very dark corridor, but we've only got one light. So what we want to do, especially with the mirrors and your reflections and stuff like that, I'm just going to scale this default cube up. We can get rid of that light so it's completely dark in there. Also, I'm going to do one thing with the background here, so it's gonna work out better for you guys. Okay, so we're gonna go with emissions first with the default cube, and all you want to do with emissions is make sure that you've got the cube selected, and you want to go to principal BSDF, and we're gonna go with emission, and this will make everything glow in here. Now you're gonna want to turn this up a little bit so that the rest of the scenery glows alongside it. I mean, you could go to 100,000 if you wanted, or a little bit higher. So this box needs texture as well, so we're going to go with metallic, maybe just a little metallic all the way. Okay, so we take it off Eevee, put it in cycles, and boom, you've kind of got all this stuff going on here. This is because I've just changed it into a mirror. So if I just get rid of this, it's just a white room now with a block in the middle of it. And hopefully it should show me. There we go. So if I put this down to 100, we notice that the block illuminates the room. Let's see. So yeah, we have the block illuminating the room right there. So if I add another object to here, let's go with cylinder, scale it up a little bit. We'll make the cylinder a green colour. And then, yeah, we're going to make the outside a mirror. So just make it metallic. Turn the roughness down. You notice that it puts a mirror at the top, the sides and the bottom. And that will continue all the way through. Until the end. So you can kind of get this like really funky pattern when it actually loads in. Because we're currently on the render page, but it's taken a while. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this and just make it a little bit smaller. We see that it has a reflection on the floor there. Just like that. Coming for you a little bit. Because if we can make another one of these, you see that it reflects up against that wall right there. You can also make one there. We can make a reflection just coming in there. Just behind that cube. So yeah, this tutorial is a little bit of a strange one today, but this is basically mirrors, and you've got emissions in there as well. Different lighting techniques and stuff like that. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like, a follow, subscribe, whatever you can do really. See you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So, in this Blender tutorial we are going to be making kind of like a lamp kind of thing, lamp shade. So we're going to go ahead and just delete everything right now, and I'm going to go ahead and add a circle. We'll start with that one, just scale it out a little bit. I'm going to go over to the edit mode. We're just going to press F for fill, E for extrude. And what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to just scale this just here, E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and then we're going to go ahead and just delete these two faces right here. So we're going to delete the face on the bottom. I think this would be a better way to do it. Just delete the face on the bottom, delete the face on the top, so we've got a nice little ring going on. So with this ring, so scale it upwards again, right click, shade smooth, here we go to the edit mode. Press A to select everything, E for extrude, and we're just going to go E for extrude again and just scale it in just slightly on the top, so you got that kind of little bit of a bevel on the top, and then just select this inner ring right here, shift control, E for extrude, bring it down just slightly, and then just scale it inwards again, so we've kind of got this little ring going on. Alright, so we're going to go to object mode. We're going to start making these little bits of string. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to take the cylinder, we're going to shade this, scale this all the way up, scale this inwards, then scale it up again. So we've got kind of this very long string going on. Just scale it down just a little bit more. It's more of a string shape. Scale upwards, and then what we're going to do, just go ahead and press G, bring it up. And it might be a little bit hard to see, so I'll just zoom in a little bit, press G again, bring it up. You want to, if you press 1, you can just get it on the side right here. So you just want to get it so that it's just touching the ring side. Obviously it's not touching the ring now, but we will move this over to this side. My dog's rooting in things again, I might have to stop him in a minute. So we're going to go ahead, we're going to go to the materials tab, we're going to go new. And then always lay down now, it's cool. And then we're going to take this string right here, we'll go to the base color, we'll go to, we'll just change this to black. And then we're going to go add again, and we'll go to the icosphere, scale it down. Now what you're going to want to do, you want to do your icospheres all together, because when we make a load of icospheres, if we make all the materials separately, it's going to take you a while to do all of these. So you're going to have to do all of your icospheres in one go, and then we'll duplicate everything. I'll show you what I mean. So we're going to go new. We're going to go to glass, BSDF for this icosphere. If you're not already, go into cycles on your render engine, come back to the materials tab, and we're just going to turn down this roughness. So now what I mean about this, you're going to have to do everything together. If you do one object and then you change the material for that object and then duplicate it, every single duplicate that you do of that object will be the exact same material. Alternatively, if you just do a load of objects and then you try and add the material, all of the objects will have different materials unless you assign them. So it's just a lot easier to get the objects assigned with a material to begin with, and then duplicate everything. So just press 1 on your number pad. So what you're going to want to do is take this icosphere right here, because this is going to be one of the jewels that's going to be hanging down. You want to put it so that it's just above the ring right here. So we want to fill this string that we've got going straight up with all of these little icospheres. So we're going to go Shift D, and if you press 1, you'll notice that it comes into a certain parameter. So if you go ahead and press Shift D again and you press 1 on the number pad, that will be equidistant to the last and the prior of these little string things. So now if we select them all and we go Shift D, we're going to want to go ahead and press either 3 or 4. Now if we press 4, you're going to see that there's a gap, so we need to backspace that and press 3. So we take all of these, how many have we got? We got like 5. Double click to select your string. So we're just going to press 5 on the number pad right here. Should be correct. Yep, okay. So now we have this really short string right here, so I'm just going to go ahead and do this individually. So I'm just going to press 1, take the second one, press 1, take the second one, and then we press 1 again, and you'll notice that we've got this little bit of string at the bottom right here. So what we can actually do with this, we can just press G, and we can just kind of bring it down a little bit. Alternatively, if you want to get technical with it, I'm just going to go ahead and press Control Z and just like undo what I did. I'm just going to go ahead to the end of this right here. If you go into the edit mode, just select the faces at the top, press G, and you just want to bring it down a little bit. Now, in most of these where you've got hanging beads, have a little bead at the end to stop them from coming off. So if we go to press 1 on your number pad, goes to the side view, we can see that we can now see the end of it. So we want to make a little bulb on the end of this. So we're just going to go E for extrude, S for scale. I'm going to go E for extrude, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale, just kind of make it a little bit of a bead kind of thing going on. You could kind of point this a little bit if you wanted to. I don't know why you'd want to point this, because obviously this is hanging from the ceiling. You don't want someone to come over and like scratch their head on it, right? So now you've got these going on. So you notice as well that this is technically upside down from what we would usually make it. So we need to take this and we need to flip it so that it sits right here. But we also don't have the ring in the correct place either. So from this point, and I kind of like making stuff upside down in a way sometimes, because it kind of gives you a different perspective of things, and you can also see things a little bit better as well. So I want to take this whole thing and we just want to flip it. So we're going to go, I'm going to select everything with the box selects, just literally click and drag, and then we're going to rotate it, and we're going to go 180, so 180, so that everything's upside down. So now we've got the beads up in the middle right here. We're going to go box selects, just selects this right here. We're going to go G, bring it over to the side. Now at this point I'm going to open another tab actually, so you guys can see what's going on. So just get it roughly center, and you want to do this in the quarters. Don't do this in like the tenths or whatever like that. So if you imagine that this is a clock, let me just do this 1 second. So you imagine this is clock, this is 12 o'clock, this is 3 o'clock, 6 and 9, right? You don't want to be going for like 2 when you're doing this. So make sure that your beads sit roughly in the middle right there. I'm going to start with 3 o'clock to begin with. So let me show you how this works, because you know, with me I can just figure this out like pretty much straight away, but if you're new to this you don't really know what you're looking at. So yeah, it's not that I'm, excuse me dude, can you chew that somewhere else? That'd be great. Yeah. Sorry, I don't want to lie, my audio kind of messed up without chewing stuff. Yeah. Okay. Goats. Hey. Hey. Can you give me 5 minutes? Yeah, give me 5 minutes. Okay. Good boy. Right. So when you're doing this, we're gonna want to do a 7 to heaven, and we're gonna want to do a 1, which is at the side right here. I'm hoping you guys can't hear that. He's just chewing stuff at the minute. I don't want to like stop the tutorial and then go and stop him kind of thing, but yeah. Okay, we're going to go Shift D. Let's bring this across. And then we're going to go ahead, because at this point you've only got this one selected, so this one is this one on this side. So the one on this side is now not selected, so you're going to press Shift, and we're going to go box select, go straight across to the other side. Now we've got both selected. We're going to go ahead and press Shift D to duplicate, keep them where they are, R for rotate, and we're going to go 90. Okay, so now these two aren't selected, so we're going to go box select again, select all of these, and then we're going to go Shift D, and we'll want to rotate this, press R for rotate. So I believe this is 45, and then I think it's 22.5. Yeah, 22.5. So we're going to go ahead and box select all of this again. Shift D, keep it where it is, rotate, and then we're going to go 22.5. Sorry, give me 1 second. Wait, come on. Oh, let's go chew this out, Swearer. Come on, come on. That's a good boy. Right. Right, he's out the room. Right, so where were we? 22.5, right? So, let's press shift again. Let's box select this. Make sure that you don't select the ring at the top as well. Really important. So, we're going to go shift D, duplicate. Keep it where it is. And then before we rotate, I'm just going to, let me see. So, it should be 11.25. 11.25. So with this one right here, just reselect those, and we rotate. Oops. We rotate on this side. Yeah. So I need to duplicate these. So Shift D, duplicate. See where it is. Rotate, and then we want to go at 11.25. So next time we do all these, we go Shift D, duplicate again, but we're going to divide by 2, so 5.625 I believe it is. So on this one right here, let's reselect Shift D, and then leave it where it is, rotate, and we're going at 5.625. That should be right. So I don't think we can go any further with this because it's going to just be too much, I think, for what we have. But if we turn on the render and you're in cycles, so your render engines are right here, just where this tab is, where it looks like it's a camera. So I'm going to add like a plane so you guys can see some of the detail a little bit more. So maybe we'll go G with this one. So we've got some detail there, and then I'm going to go Shift D, and I'm just going to add a little bit of a ceiling just here because we're going to make the lights on the inside now. So I don't think we need this secondary one, so I'm just going to go ahead and just get rid of that. Okay, so we have a little lamp in the middle right here. I'm going to go ahead and add a cylinder just for the base, so you guys can make whatever you'd like with this. For me personally, I'm just going to make it like a cylinder. Let's see, shape that down a little bit. So we get G, bring that up, so that'll be the center of the light. So we're going to go to edit mode, take this little piece out, E for extrude, scale it downwards, E for extrude, scale it downwards, and then we'll go E for extrude, and then we'll just bring it in the middle right here. So this is where the light's actually going to sit, so I'm going to do this as a different entity right here. Make sure that's shaded smooth. We'll go to the materials tab and we'll just place this as black. And now we're going to go to, we can do an ICO sphere if you wanted to, or you can do UV sphere, totally up to you, but we need an emission. So maybe we could do like a long kind of bulb, just to go here. I guess when you're doing the gaming stuff, bulb doesn't really matter unless the character's looking at it, I guess. You also need a cross section up at the top right here, but I'm just going to go ahead and do the emission for this. So we're just going to go emission right here. Let's have it as kind of a little bit of a yellowy light, like it's an old bulb. We'll turn up this emission a little bit, so you can see some of the crystals on the side kind of glowing a little bit. We turn it up. You can see a little bit more detail now. If you take these crystals, you can actually change the color of these as well, which is pretty neat. So when you change the color of one, every single crystal, because it's the exact same material, will also change. So if you need a different material, I think I mentioned this on the last one that I did with one of these lamps. If you need a different material, you're going to have to assign it to a new material, the actual object itself. So right here we can see that I can change this to red. We can get this one blue if you wanted it to be blue. Let's kind of go with this colour, like kind of an orange kind of colour just for this tutorial. So you notice this black is a little bit grey. I'm just going to turn up the roughness a little bit. And for this ring, I think I'm going to add maybe a little bit more metallic to it, maybe change it to kind of a more goldy kind of coloured ring. So if I name this gold, I'll show you a neat little trick. So if I name this gold, so some of you like to colour match. You know, you like one material and then you want to put another material that's the exact same and you try and colour match it. Don't do that, don't do that. I'll show you how to do this properly. So if you want it to the mesh, go to cylinder. Now it doesn't matter about the cylinder, it doesn't matter about what you put in here. So if we just go ahead and scale this up and then we rotate it by 90, scale it down. I'm just going to go ahead and make a cross section right here, because it's got to be held up by something. Okay, so I mean, in detail wise, it doesn't have to be held up by something. You could have it floating if you wanted to, but you know, I think if you're going to put this out in the world, people are going to notice. So if you don't colour match this, so the colour matching, what you want to do, go to this drop down. So we just made the gold for that one, and then we just assign the gold onto this one, and that is the exact same material, that is the exact same shader. Even if I duplicate this, so we're going to shift D and then rotate this by 90. There you go, exact same colour. It looks a lot better than trying to colour match everything, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to go ahead and take this ring that I've got right here and just put it here, I think. So let's go Shift D, leave it where it is, and then just kind of scale it in. Just going to bring that downwards a little bit as well. Just gives the lamp a little bit more detail, the light shade even. We go Shift D again, scale it outwards. Yeah, okay, so now I've kind of got this detailed lamp. I feel like I've forgotten something. I don't know what I've quite forgotten, but yeah, it looks pretty good as a lampshade. There's something I've definitely missed off this. Like, I was supposed to do something, but for the life of me, I'm just kind of like, what did I miss? I guarantee you I'll go to bed tonight and I'll be like, that's what I missed. That's what I did. I messed up. But yeah, that's your basic kind of light shade, I guess, with little crystals. And as I said, you can change the tones to this. You can change, put it any colour that you want. Really, you can have a bright green one if you wanted to. Kind of like a blue aqua kind of theme going on. That's pretty cute. Yeah, whatever you want to do with that. Yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. In this bulb as well, you could shape it out if you wanted to. I'm just going to leave mine like that. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll see you guys in the next tutorial. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are doing a lipstick. So pretty basic tutorial. We're going to go ahead, delete the default cube, and we're going to go with, let's add a cylinder in here, just stretched out a little bit, and then press G, bring it up, and then we'll go to edit mode, selects the face underneath. We're going to go E for extrude, bring it out just slightly, scale it out. And then we're going to go E for extrude, bring it down. And then just to bevel the bottom, we're just going to go E for extrude and then just scale it in just slightly. For the top half, we're just going to take this face right here, just press G, bring it up a little bit. We'll do E for extrude, scale inwards. E for extrude, don't move it, scale inwards. And then E for extrude, we'll move it down just slightly and then scale inwards. And then for the middle, we're just going to go E for extrude and just bring it all the way down. So this will be the base of the lipstick. So we will right click, shade smooth. And then we'll place this one as black. If you haven't already, just adjust your render engine from Eevee to cycles. So now we will do the lipstick in the middle. So we're going to take a cylinder again. Just press G, bring it up, scale it down a little bit. It should just roughly be the same size. You could scale that up. G, bring it down just slightly, and then what we're going to do, we'll go into edit mode, take this face right here, E for extrude, and then just rotate it sideways. G, bring it forward, and then you can just scale it out just slightly. And then scale it in on this point. I'm going to rotate that just a little bit more. Okay, so we have that one, and then we can right click shade smooth, so we kind of have this nice little lipstick going on. We'll place this as kind of a dark red, just kind of tone it off a little bit, so we got this kind of look. So now the only thing that's left is to put the top on this. So we can go with, let's go with the cylinder again. G, bring it up, scale it outwards, and make sure that it just matches up to here. Press G. Oh, come on. And then I'm going to scale it up all the way so that it's covering this. I'm just going to go on X-ray so we can see what I'm doing. Oops. Okay, that's weird. Oh, there we go. And then I'm just going to place this down. So it should just be roughly just sit within that. We're going to go to edit, press G, make sure there's plenty of room for the lipstick on the inside. And then we'll select this bottom face right here. We've got E for extrude, don't move it, scale it inwards just slightly. Just enough, hold on. Scale it out just slightly. E for extrude, and just bring it up onto the middle. So, what you should have is this kind of nice little outer casing for the lipstick. You can kind of pull it out a little bit if you want to, just so that it all sits and fits in the correct place. So with this one, we're going to want to go right click shade smooth, go to your materials tab and go to glass. I know you notice that it's a little bit frosted, so just take this down a little bit. So there's a little bit of frosting on there, but not full frosting. Yeah, and that's your basic kind of lipstick going on. Hope you guys enjoyed the tutorial. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we are going to be building a chair. So this is going to be a basic tutorial on chair building. So yeah, let's get right into this. So we have the default cube here. We're going to be using the default cube today. What we want to do is go into edit mode, and of course if you guys are still on Eevee, go with cycles. So with the chair, you want to go G, bring this up. I'm going to split the screen here so you guys can see the wireframe. There we go, and then I'm going to put it on number 1 keypad. So with the chair, you kind of have to use your imagination a little bit with this one. We're going to press A, which will select everything. S to scale along the Z axis. So with this one we're going to do square feet, and then later on I'll teach you how to make some nicer chairs. Maybe we want to scale this just outwards a little bit. So this is going to be the back of the chair right here, the front of the chair right here. I'm going to go Control R just to split the object. We're going to go Control R again. just to split again. Let me see. You know, I'm going to do a wooden chair for this one. Maybe a wooden style. So we're going to go Control R, scale outwards in the middle. So it's kind of got that little ridge thing that the wooden chairs have. Then we're going to make a little pit in the middle, because wooden chairs usually get worn out. So just the Control R, scroll on your wheel, and then it'll make two vertices. And then we go Control R again, copy this little bit in. Then we're going to go to faces, select these two middle faces, and just press G, and just bring them down a little bit so it looks like the chair's been worn. We're then going to go with the Control R again, just around the outside edges. So we've kind of got this little dip in the middle like it's been sat on. We're going to go Control R again and go for the middle of the chair even. So you can see that just there. If I just move that up. I'll just redo that for you guys again. Control R, come up to the top, scale outwards just a little bit to give it a little bit of a bevel on the edge. And then we're going to do the same to the bottom. Control R, S for scale, and then just bring it out a little bit. It doesn't have to be perfect. So then we're going to do the legs. So first and foremost, I'm going to go with right click and then shade smooth. And then we're going to go and add a mesh cylinder. So you notice that the cylinder is way too big for the seat for the chair. So what we're going to do is scale it upwards, and then we're just going to plane scale it downwards. Now, for a wooden chair, you're going to want a little bit of angle out there. So we're just going to position it where we'd usually put the legs for the chair. You don't want to put it right to the edge, you just want it a little bit on the edge. So that's where it should be. And then make sure that it's inside the objects just slightly. For these ones, we're going to sculpt the actual leg of the chair, and then I'll put the angles on it, and I'll tell you what the angles are for these. So just scale it down a little bit so that it's touching the floor. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a mesh plane just there so you can see where the floor is, so you get a rough idea. So the floor on this side will be where the red line is, if you guys can see that. Okie dokie, right, so put that into side perspective. Excuse me, got a bit of a frog in my throat today. Right, so we're going to go into edit mode. Now we're going to use Control R, and we're just going to make some little adjustments to these legs, just make them a little bit beveled and stuff. So you want to go to Control R, move it down to wherever you need to, and we're just going to scale inwards, just ever so slightly. Then we're going to go Control R again, and we're going to go scale inwards. Don't worry if this doesn't look right to you the first time, like, it's a learning curve. You guys are starting to learn this, so this is great. I'm going to go Control R for the middle again, and just scale it outwards, so we've kind of got like a little fancy bulge in the middle of the leg. And then we're going to go scale outwards, just at the middle of each of these vertices. Now, wooden chairs generally have a very narrow leg to them, at least the ones that I've sat on do. So what we're going to do, we're going to take the base of this, G to bring it upwards. You'll notice that it's quite large at the end. So then we're going to scale this down into a little point. Control R again, and just scale this a little bit outwards, so it kind of has a little bit of bulge at the bottom. So what I want to do, if you guys can see this right here, I want to select these vertices right here, and we're just going to scale those outwards a little bit more. So we've kind of got that little, that point coming upwards. Now you can design your leg chairs any way that you'd like. I personally just want to do them like this. I'm just going to shade this smooth. So now we want to do a rotate. So, if you type in 20, your chair leg's going to rotate like that. If you type in, excuse me, say 10, your leg's going to be rotating out this way. So maybe a 10 would be the best way to rotate these outwards. I'm a little bit lost. 1 second. So yeah, if you're going to want to rotate these legs outwards, just put them in the middle like this. Now what we're going to want to do at this point is we're going to go Shift D, which will duplicate. We'll bring them over to this side, but this leg is not correct, right? So what you want to do is you want to do R for rotate, get it up on the Z axis so that it rotates on the Z axis. And then we're going to go 180, and that will change the degrees. G across. So now we've got 2 legs. Now to support these 2 legs, because obviously if this was a real chair, if you had the legs just like that, they just kind of splay. So what you need is a little bit of a bridge in between. So what we're going to do, go to the mesh, get the cylinder, scale it upwards so that it looks like this. Then we're going to scale it down, and what you want to do is make this roughly the same size as the legs. So I'm just going to scale this down again. G to bring this up, and I'm going to rotate. So go against the X axis for rotating, so we're rotating like this, yeah? You want to press 90, just give a 90-degree angle. Go up with G. Now, because we've got our side view here, we can see what's going on, so we're going to go across with G. Make sure that they line up. Now you notice that we've got a gap here, and we have a gap here. So what you want to do with that is press S, scale across, and that's the Y axis, until you reach both legs. Just going to smooth that over with right click. You should have something of akin. Just going to scale that down a little bit. Now you notice that this leg isn't as far out as it should be, so I'm just going to move that across a little bit. So G. This one, it's not quite touching, so we're going to go S for scale, just to get it across there. Now, this is the fun part. So we have 1, 2, 3 pieces. So now we want to translate these 3 pieces to the back of the chair, otherwise the chair will fall over if we ever did sit on it. So we're going to get 1 piece here, 2 piece here, and 3 piece here. Press Shift whilst you're selecting all 3, and then we're going to go Shift D. We're going to move it across to our second positioning. You notice that the legs aren't exactly splayed in the right position here. So G, just to move that back in. And then we're going to go R, rotate 180 on the Z axis. Now you notice that the legs are splayed this way. The legs aren't quite splayed this way. So with all 3 selected, we're going to go rotate again. And we're going to go onto the green axis, which is the Y, and then we're going to type in 10 on that one, and just move the legs over. So now we have a splay this way, and we also have a splay this way. So then we're going to do the same with this one. So this, in theory, if I do remember, is -10. So we want to rotate again, but we're going to go green this time with Y. And then we want to put 10. So you notice that it rotates the wrong way. So what you want to do is press minus and then you put 10 and it will go to the correct angle and then just move back to where you need it to be. Now, where as regards to your seat, you can put your seat on any side of these, depending on how you want your stool, but that is a basic stool. Now if you wanted to make a chair from this, you could add another cube, or you could do a clever trick, and I will teach you. So we'll delete this cube, we'll take this, which would be the seat, Shift D, then we can rotate 90, and then we press G just to move everything up. You could scale this, you could have this. Alright, so most chairs lean slightly backwards. Let's make some adjustments there. So that's your back to your chair. This could be one of those like kind of fancy church chairs that they have where you kind of sit, but they have those backs that don't quite give you the lumbar support that you need, but you know, you sit there regardless. So then you take the first legs that you made, all three of them, Shift D, duplicate, and we just place them at the back here. That's one way to do it, and you can scale that down so that the design kind of matches what you would like to do, I guess. You could alter the rotation of these as well. Let me see. So yeah, as long as they fit into the chair, they have the same kind of style as well. And there we have it. One basic chair, just for you to come and sit on if you'd like. Yes. So save that as your chair project inside of your Blender folder, newly made. Saving it in the Blender folder is going to help with your organisation in the end. I please implore you to do that, because otherwise you're going to lose your projects. Right, so on to the next tutorial. Okay, so welcome to the next tutorial of Blender. So today what we're going to be building is we're going to be building a glass coffee cup. You know, those fancy ones that you see in the coffee shops with the baristas and stuff like that. So we're going to be building a basic one of those. So I implore you first, let's change the render engine to cycles, and then I'm going to split the screen again so that you guys can see the wireframe. And then I'm going to work on the opposite side, as I usually do. So, we did a coffee cup a while back. This will be the glass coffee cup. I'm also going to be teaching you how to do glass today as well. So this will be one of the first tutorials of textures. So yeah, I'm going to get right into this. So we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube. We want to add a mesh, a circle. Always start off with a circle, beautiful circles. So this time we're going to make the inside of the glass, and then we're going to make the outside of the glass, and then we're going to go back in again. So what it is with the coffee cup glasses, so that they disperse heat better, they actually have a curved part on the inside. It's generally for decoration, but we're going to include it in this project. So we want a circle. Let's go to edit mode. Everything's selected, so press F for fill face. E for extrude, we'll just go up slightly, and S to scale inwards, and then E for extrude, and then S to scale inwards, and this will be the base of the coffee cup. So then we want to scale inwards again, just make sure that it's just nice and smooth, and then we are going to select the edge points. So you notice that if I just select the edge points, I don't select everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to press 1 select, shift, and then we're going to go control, and then we're just going to select randomly around the edge. And what it should do is it should select everything around the edge. If it doesn't, just continue pressing points until eventually it does. So, excuse me, we do E for extrude, but we're not going to move it. Scale it outwards so that you've got the bottom of your cup. E for extrude, scale outwards slightly so that you've got the bottom for your cup again. And then what we're going to do, E for extrude, and then we're just going to go smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually we get to the stem of the cup. And then I'll show you what we need to do from there. So, scale inwards slightly, E for extrude, scale inwards slightly, E for extrude, and we're just going to go like that until we get the perfect kind of shape. So, in regards to coffee cups versus ice cream cups, so ice cream cups tend to have a very narrow base to them, whereas coffee cups are a little bit thicker. So we're going to go with a thick stem on this one. So I'm just going to press 1 on the side so you guys can see this. So we can see that we've got the inside on this point, and then we've got the outside on this point. So we're going to select this face again, E for extrude, scale inwards, and we're remembering that thick kind of neck that we've got. So E, scale inwards slightly, and then E again, and then at this point we want to start going outwards for the cup. So ice cream cone cups, they tend to be a lot thinner at the bottom so that you can get syrup in the bottom, but with the coffee cups that are made out of glass, they tend to have a more wider base after the stem. So E for extrude again, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, you know the deal by now, and then E for extrude, scale outwards. Now at this point I need to instruct perhaps that you don't pass the bottom of the glass, because normally the top part of the glass wouldn't be taller or wider than the bottom part of the glass because it would become unstable. So make sure that you don't pass this bottom part here. Scale that downwards just a little bit. You go E for extrude, just perhaps a little bit out, but don't pass that line. E for extrude again, move that down for you. Excuse me. Then we're going to E for extrude, and roughly that should be about the size of it. Now we're going to make the lip the top part so that this isn't just a right angle thing. So E for extrude, scale it inwards slightly, E for extrude again, scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards again, and then we're going to go E for extrude, scale inwards, but we're going to go down. So G, down. So now you can't really see the inside of the glass here. I don't think you can. Maybe that would work. Right. So now we're going to go down on the inside of the glass. Now, coffee cup glasses tend to be very thick. So I'm just going to make this a little bit smaller. E for extrude. That's probably quite a thickness on that one. E for extrude until we get to roughly the bottom. Now they tend to have quite thick bases to them, so we're going to emulate that on here. E for extrude again, S for scale, E for extrude, S for scale. Quite a basic thing to do now. Just going to bring that up a little bit. E for extrude, scale, and there we have the basic kind of look to the glass. Just going to shade smooth this, right click. Then we've got to make the handle, but before we make the handle I want to make the glass for you. to show you what to do. So I'm just going to add a plane so that you guys can see. I'm going to put it onto the rendered mode. Click this object. We're going to go to material, add new, and we're going to go to surface. We're going to go with glass. Now you'll notice that the glass is very faded, it's very rough. So just going to pull the roughness down, and this is what you should be left with. So now we notice that it doesn't really look that glass-like, so we're going to mess around with the IOR until we can get it to the right thickness that we need. So generally I go with something like that. You can't really judge the background on this very well, so what I'm going to do, you don't need to do this, but I'm just going to add some random objects in the background and just add some colour to those as well. So got a green one, let's make a few greens. It's just so that you guys can see the glass and you can see the reflections and stuff. Just ignore me for 2 seconds. And new sign. There we go, it's pink. Let's go with pink. Why not? Right, so back to object mode. So now what you should see is that there's a little bit of pink on the inside there of the glass, if you can see that as I'm rotating it. Just little drops of pink, so that's actually the reflection of the pink. Just going to scale that a little bit. Now, if you notice with the glass, there's the reflection of the pink right there. So that is quite thick compared to, say, that, which you can't see the glass. So we want to get that sweet spot in the middle, where we've got a nice glass kind of shape, but we also can see reflections and we can also see through it. So the arrow trick is an amazing trick to get this to work. I don't currently have any arrows, I just have square things. So we're going to make the handle now. So the last time that I made a handle within Blender, I did it from a square, but this time I would like to maybe use a donut shape. That would be cool. So I'm going to go G, bring this up, and then what I'm going to do, a little bit of magic, bit of Blender magic. We're going to rotate this to 90 degrees, half a rotate. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on to edit mode. I'm going to work in this one. So I want to grab all of that, rotate, and then I'm going to go 90 again because that was the wrong way for me. And then I'm going to go B for box select. And I'm just going to get rid of half of these vertices. Just press delete. Get rid of the faces. And then I'm going to take this. We're facing that way. Just going to smooth that out. This is kind of cheating, making a handle, but it's like one of the most simplest ways of doing it. Because like the way that I did it last time with a cube, like that was just an abomination. Just really was. So I'm just going to pull it out. Make sure that when you put it in, it's within the inside and the outside. And for the texture on this, we want to go with the glass texture that we made prior. So the cup should look like this. I think that's a better angle actually. So it kind of has a thicker glass side, but I mean you could make, even if you wanted to, I'll just make another little thing right there. If you guys really wanted to, you could make it smaller, just to match the glass a little bit more. Just G and S for scale, and just use scroll wheel to move everything over. But yeah, that's your basic coffee cup. Your coffee glass, should I say. Just duplicate that. Duplication. And yeah, that's how you make your coffee glasses. You can make the glass a little bit rougher if you want to, and you can add some more details, but we'll get into Veroni. I think it's Veroni. We'll get into that later on. Once we're making bigger things, and I'll teach you how to put imperfections into your scenes and stuff. But yeah, thanks guys if you've got this far. Have a great day. See you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're making a CD. So we're going to go ahead and just delete our default cube. And we'll go ahead and add a circle, scale it upwards, and then we're going to go on to edit mode, press F, and then we go E for extrude, don't move it, scale inwards, just so about here. Now what we're going to do, we're going to get rid of the face that we've just made on the back right here. It should be just under here somewhere. We'll get rid of this first, we'll press delete, faces, and then we can select this face, press delete, faces. So with CDs, what we're going to want to do, we'll take these edges that we've just made, shift control, just select them all, scale outwards. And then what we can do is we can go with E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards, just so about here, and then E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards, just so about here. Now I'm just going to take these faces and just make them a little bit more wider. Just scale it up. So this is going to be the centre of the CD. And I'm just going to pull these faces downwards a little bit. So, shift control, scale inwards. So what we want to do with this is we want, I think it's 2 different textures that we're going to want, and then we're going to want one on the back as well, so obviously 3. Click new, this will be the main material, so we're going to go with label for this one. Or actually we could go with the plastic, which is going to be see-through. So what we want to do is go on to glass, and then we're going to go take the roughness down, make sure that your render engine is on cycles. Let's see what this looks like when rendered. So this should be our glass right here. Let's take that down just slightly. So now we've got this shiny surface going on. So what you want to do is take these faces right here. This is going to be the label. So we're going to go plus with this one with new. We'll put label on this. Now we're going to have to edit this on the back. Label. So I'll just put lab for the moment. Make this blue, a sign. So now we've got this nice little kind of CD look to it. So edit mode, press A to select everything, E to extrude, and just extrude it just slightly. So we've got this nice little base going around the edge. Now underneath you're going to want to select all of this that you've just placed as label, and we're going to make this as mirror. So press plus, new, and this will be mirror. Click assign, and then we're going to go to metallic, bring it all the way up, and bring your roughness down. So that would be our basic CD. Now it doesn't look like much at the moment. I'm just going to go back to object mode and then shade smooth, and hopefully, yeah, that looks great. So you can add little labels on here as well and some text if you want to. So let's go ahead and add some text. So let's see, edit mode. I'm just going to type in make me, make me in CGI. I can't see anything. Hold on, I'm just going to move this up. Let's go in CGI, and then maybe I'll put like a little drop just there. Take this text right here, your texture, we could place it, this is black. And then we could press G, bring this down all the way to the CD edge. Oops. Scale this up just a little bit. I notice it's got a shadow, we're not quite at the CD. So we could go just there. And that is roughly our CD that we can use in any project for a prop or whatever it is. Yeah, I would definitely pull this in just a little bit, I think. The CD that I've got's got quite a small rim around this side, but if you want this a little bit bigger, you could just pull that in. Yeah, that's it, practically. I'll see you guys in the next one. I did notice something though. There's a lot of you that aren't subscribed, and if you watch my videos all the time, could you please just do me a little favour, just hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything, but it really helps me to make these tutorials and gets my stuff out there. Yeah, so I'd really appreciate it. Yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. See you later. Bye. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So last time we did a paint roller, we're now going to be doing a paintbrush. So what I want to do with this one is scale out your default cube. We're going to go into edit mode. Take your base right here. We're going to go E for extrude. Oops, sorry. E for extrude. Scale it on one side. Just press G, just bring it up a little bit. This is going to be the handle. So E for extrude. Just bring it in. Just G, go upwards a little bit. E for extrude. Then we'll scale it in again. Then E for extrude. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to scale it in on this side as well, just slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards on both sides. And then we'll go E for extrude again. And then E for extrude. And then we'll start rounding this out just slightly. E for extrude. And then we'll just come back in. So what you want to do on this one as well is Control R, scroll wheel once, and then we're just going to go scale and just scale outwards. On top here we're going to go Control R, going again. We're just going to make a cube on top where we can put the paintbrush coming out. And then we're going to go and select all these three faces. E for extrude. Just bring that down. And then what we're going to do, we'll add a plane, scale it across. Just set it so that it just sits within the confines of the brush. It doesn't clip the edges. And what you can do with this is take this face right here and this face right here, E for extrude. Oops. E for extrude again, sorry. Scale it outwards. And then we just want to scale inwards, just slightly. So now what we're going to do is we can make some bristles from this. You want to go with particles. Press plus. We're going to go with hair. And maybe we could go 100,000. Make it just a little bit longer. Maybe we could do a little bit more hair in that. So now we've got this kind of brush texture. Just shade this smooth. I'm just going to take these two and just pull them up a little bit. So we should have something like this where we've got many different hairs in there. I think that's maybe a bit too many hairs for my liking. Just maybe thin that out just slightly. So change this to black. The hairs. And we'll add a metallic as well. Just change the roughness down. So you can see all the fibres coming in. Then maybe a yellow for the paintbrush. So change that sun down a little bit. Okay, so that's basically it for a paintbrush, really. Just for a little prop in the background. Yeah, you can edit this as you feel free. Yeah, that's basically the tutorial today. It was a quick one. Yeah, enjoy your rest of your day. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be looking at dropping objects that are soft. I basically got a cube here. I just put the default cube on the bottom for you guys, so that's just like our collision point. I've also labeled this as a collision in the physics tab right there. So what we're going to do, we're just going to get an icosphere, and we're just going to look at soft objects. Basically, the object's just going to land and it's just going to be squishy. So this would be perfect if you've got like any kind of anime kind of stuff, and you've got like these kind of, I don't know, replications of soft toys or something, and you just want like a kind of squishy kind of feel to everything. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, so we got this one on collision from the physics tab right here. This one, we're going to put it down as cloth. And so if we just press the space bar real quick, it should come down. It just kind of squishes and it kind of melts. So we don't want it to go through, but we want some sort of stability here. So we can mess around with the weight a little bit. You can get it like really heavy. It kind of just squishes down. I think having a plane is probably best for this. I'm just going to switch this out for a plane actually. Mesh plane, let's see what we can do with this. We'll put this as collision. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you can see that it kind of becomes real squishy. So, if we click on the icosphere again, we can do, you've got steps, you've got all sorts here, you've got tension. Let's put the tension up a little bit. It kind of just folds in. But yeah, you can like reduce this. You can have like a 1.1 kilogram. And it kind of just like bounces. If we take that up a little bit more, maybe. So just pull that up a little bit more. Let it go. We kind of just have this bounce. So now you just mess around with the settings, see what you want to start with. Let's see. So I could do internal springs, could turn these up a little bit, see what happens. But yeah, that's basically how you do kind of like squishiness. So if you've got like a plushy toy or something, and you want it to kind of bounce and squish, that's how you do that. Thank you guys for watching. That's the end of the tutorial. Please subscribe, like, follow wherever you're watching this. I'll see you in the next one. So I'm just gonna go do a quick one right now. So these are bouncing apples. So I'm just gonna go over to my physics tab. We'll have these as cloth. Have that one as cloth. I don't know how well this is gonna work, but like, I'm gonna try it. Cloth. Cloth. I think that's small as cloth. Oh, okay. See what happens here. Took it a while. I think I'm minus frames there. Oh yeah, minus 1.6. I should have got rid of the ionosphere. Definitely. Oh, they've kind of got squashed there. Oh dear. Hi guys, so we're going to start the next tutorial. So what we're going to do is something like really creative today. We're going to just like delete everything from the scene, primarily because we don't need it. And what we're going to start with, I mean you can re-add your camera if you want to, but what we're going to start with is a plane. We're just going to put this plane out there. And today we're going to be learning how to do glass lamps with different colours to them. So we're going to add a circle to begin with, and we're just going to make a base for the lamp. And this is going to be an emission rather than a light, so that we can just move the lamps around freely. So you're going to want to go to the edit mode, press F to make a face. You're going to want to select everything, E for extrude. We're just going to scale out, make a little platform here, E for extrude, E for extrude, E for extrude. We're going to go E for extrude again, scale inwards just slightly, E for extrude, scale inwards just slightly, and then this is where the magic happens, right? So this is going to be the base of our lamp, and what we want to do is we're going to want to go E for extrude, and then we're going to scale inwards. Now this is where everything happens. So this little central bit here is going to be the emission. So we're going to press new on materials. So this material will cover all the bottom here. So we're just going to put this as black. Let me see. Yep, there we go. Right, so I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine here. Just go back to materials. We're working in cycles. So this is how the original lamp's going to look. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to press the plus just in the corner here. We're going to go with new, and then we're going to go with emission. I'm just going to turn that up a little bit. Press assign. So now we have kind of like a button kind of light. And now we're going to go to faces. And we're just going to select, I'll put this on the downward view so you guys can see. We're going to select this entire ring just around here. So if you press shift, control, and then click, and then just click around the ring as you go. Should highlight practically everything. We're going to go E for extrude. Now, at this point, we just press 1 on the number pad, so that you've got a side view. I'm just going to move this up a little bit. And we want to go to X-ray mode at the top. we're going to box select. So you can do B for box select, so you can just drag your cursor across. This is going to be our new material, so we're going to plot new. So the plus, go to new. This one's going to be glass. Click assign. Go back to your render view, and this is what you should have in the object mode. So it's just basic glass looking kind of lamp. So now we're going to make variations from this. So this is going to be the original lamp, and then I'm going to show you how to make different textures on here, different colours on here, just basically make like some crazy stuff. So we're going to go ahead and go into the shading tab, which is the shading tab is just up here. 1 second. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to change some of these things. So for this material we want emission. So at the moment we are on the material that's in the middle. So this circular bit right here, that's where the emission is going to come through. So the glass is this material, and we're just going to put glass for that one. Now this is going to be the standard materials. This is just going to be the standard lamp. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to press G. I'm going to move this one to the side, and I'm just going to press Shift D, and then I'm going to make a new one. So this one we want to make some patterns on. So to change the colour you want to change the emission. To change the glass you want to make a new type of glass. Now I don't like how rough this glass is, so I'm just going to change the roughness on it. But as you can see, it changes the other glass as well, so this needs to be its own material. So we're going to leave the default like that. Just press Ctrl Z just to undo any of those changes. So we're going to go with the glass. We're going to press this double page button here. This will be the new glass for this one, and we can see that it's the new glass for this one because it's just changed colour. So you just press this little tab right here next to the X, and then that will make glass 001. So we just want to call this glass 2. Okay, so starting with this lamp, we're going to go with Veroni texture. So we're just going to place this right here. We're going to go to colour, and you'll notice that this glass kind of changes this funky shade of different colours and stuff, textures. So you can make this as large or as small as you'd like. So what we're going to do, we're going to go add, and we're going to go bump texture. Just place your bump texture in there. Just put your colour to your height. And so we're going to get this little pattern right here. So what you want to do, you notice that we're getting little cracks. I don't know whether you can see that on the recording. Hold on, just let it render in just a little bit. So notice like this little hairline cracks right there. So I mean, you can make this as big or as small as you want to, but for this, I'm just going to turn the roughness down a little bit. Just brings those cracks out just that tiny little bit more. You can also mess with the IOR, which is a good thing on this. So now we're going to go with colour ramp. We'll go straight into that. So now we've kind of got this grey, white colourings. So what we want to do is add a colour to this lamp. So maybe I'll go with green. I'm just going to turn the IOR down a little bit so it kind of looks a little bit more glass-like. And I'm going to just auto shade that smoothness a little bit more. Now you can put more smooth into it if you want to. So you'll notice that the light is quite dim. If you go to your emission, you can turn this up. But what I would recommend is duplicate your emission and then do it, because otherwise you'll be messing around with the rest of your lamps. So now, if I just move this across, we're going to get a lamp that's a little bit brighter. Let's see. It's taking its sweet time just to move things around here. Okay, so this is what we've got right now. At the moment it's just loading in some of the lighting. So what we can do is we can go to the glass, and you notice that the glass is really dark. So what you can actually do is like take the white and just move it across a little bit. can also turn the roughness down if you want to, so that you've got more of a glass kind of shape. Now you notice that this glass is pretty dark, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take away this black on here. Excuse me. And now we've kind of got more of a little glass thing going on. So at the moment, I think I'm going to adjust this just a little bit. So the IOR, I would say just experiment with it a little bit and see what you can do. Yeah. So that's the outside of the glass, that's the reflection, and then when you come and you lower it, that's the inside kind of thing. So it takes a little bit of play around with it, but yeah, generally that's the cracks one. So you can actually put the roughness up if you want to, because obviously this is very mirrored. And if you put the roughness up, this is what happens. The render's a little bit slow on this. But yeah, you get the general idea. So that's your second glass that you can do. The third glass that you can do, we'll take the original right here. It allows me to. So Shift D, just to duplicate. When it decides to play ball, there we go. Right, okay, so this one, just put this onto regular view again. So this one right here, we're going to do a red one. So, do this cross. Okay, so, we want to take the glass, and we want to just duplicate this. We're going to add a noise texture onto here. And what we should be getting is this kind of pattern. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to improve some of the roughness on this, just take some of it away a little bit, so we've got these little bumps going on. And then we want to go to the bump texture. Let's place that right here. We want to go colour to height. And when it loads in, you should get something like this. So now we go colour ramp. No, we don't want color. Oh, yeah, color ramp right here. Just place it between the glass and the bump, and now we have this kind of wavy kind of pattern going on with this particular light. So now you can change the colors, whatever you'd like. So we're gonna go click on the white. Just change this. We could have like red. Oh, you crashed. Right. So I think that concludes the tutorial today. We crashed. So yeah, you get the basic idea of what's going on. I'll see you in the next one. Please like, subscribe. Yeah, all that jazz. See you later. Okay, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a bowl. So it's not too dissimilar from the plate that we previously made. If you guys want to go to that tutorial, it's on my channel and possibly in the playlist that you're currently watching. So it's very similar to a cup. It's like we're going like cup bowl kind of melding kind of thing. I don't know. So what we're going to do first is we're going to go ahead and delete the default cube. You want to make sure that you're in the cycles engine, because the tutorials, of course, are all in cycles. So we'll go to add, we'll go to mesh, and then we'll go to circle. You're going to want to zoom in or maybe make your circle a little bit bigger. So edit mode. So we have all of the points selected right now. Press S to scale so that we can work with a bigger object so that you can see what you're doing better. And what we want to do is we want to press F for fill. We're going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to bring up the second face. S for scale to go outwards again. E for extrude. S for scale. And then we're just going to go E, S, E, S. And I will show you from the side view right here what we're doing. So you just want to you just want to go, you know what a bowl looks like, I guess. So you just want to go from very small at the bottom to quite large, and then we're going to come in and we'll do the inside. So select the space again. You go E for extrude, and then you're going S for scale, which I'm on S for scale. E for extrude, S for scale, and we're just going to work our way up. It's that simple. Make sure that you're scaling all the way around, you're not just on one vertices. E for extrude, S for scale, and as we get closer to the top, we're just going to get steeper and steeper. That's all we need to do. And we get a little bit closer. The more vertices that you have and the more faces that you have, the smoother your object will be. But if you do subdivide, the more random access memory your project may take up. So it makes your computer a little bit slower, but we'll come to that bridge when we get to it. So we're just going to go up a little bit more and up one more, and I think that will do. For a basic bowl shape, it's a bit of a tall bowl. I'm just going to pull that down a little bit, and then we're going to go S for scale inwards, E for extrude, keep it on the same level, S inwards so that it's flat, E for extrude, and we're going to go downwards, scale just slightly inwards. Now I'm going to make this one an X-ray vision so you can see where I'm going with this. So if it's a porcelain bowl, it will be a little bit thicker. If it's a plastic bowl, it will be a little bit thinner. So depending on what you're going to make your bowl as is how big the inside of your bowl is going to be. So then we're going to go E, and we're just going to scale outwards just slightly just to make a little bit of a lip. And then we're going to go E again, and you notice that we're coming down on the inside of the bowl right here. I'm just going to stop there, and then I'm going to go E again. And then at the bottom we want to sculpt round. So we're going to go scale, make sure that it's even on all sides, just press S, and then E for extrude again, click, and then we're going to go S to scale in. I think I've gone a bit too far there, so I'm just going to bring mine up, and then E, and you just want to, you want that little gap at the bottom. Scale in again, and that's going to smooth out the bottom of the bowl for you, so that when you come to the object mode, right click and click shade, and there we go. There we have it. This is a bowl, just for you to use for your projects, to put into your projects, to add colour and stuff like that, and to add textures. I'm going to be doing that in a later tutorial. My tutorials basically focus on making the objects first, and then I'll teach you how to do all the textures on top of it. So you've got a file full of plain objects, and then later on I can teach you how to texture those objects and what you basically need to do. I'll also teach you like the old ways of texturing as well, because I used to go out with a camera and take photos of things, and you had to get them directly over the top, and then you kind of repeat the pattern across an entire object. Nowadays we use nodes, so nodes are a lot more reliable than a photograph, because if one side of your photograph is slightly out, or it's got a lot of exposure or very underexposure, it can mess with your projects like crazy, and it doesn't look detailed, and you can tell there's a pattern. It's like if you look at a field full of grass and you see a pattern kind of emerging in that field of grass, and you see lines, that's generally when something has been UV mapped, compared to nodes where the computer will place random objects. So I will show you how to make those. I'll see you in the next tutorial. Bump texture. Believe bump would go there, yep. Okay, so now you can see we kind of got this kind of cracked effect. Now you can scale this up, you can scale this down, you can do whatever you want with it. Make it rougher, make it less, whatever you want to do. It just gives the table a little bit of character, as if it's been knocked at some point. You know, totally play around with the settings, invert things, make things look a little weird. Okay, so the glass in the middle of the table looks a little bit normal. It just kind of looks too perfect, and I love trashing things in Blender. It's like one of the best things that you can do for Blender, because if you've got something that's so perfect, then people are just going to go, that looks fake. But if you've got something that's full of scratches, it's got bumps on it, it's irregular kind of thing, people are going to look at that and go, you know what, actually that's a bit more detailed. So we're going to go for material 2, which is the glass. Whatever material you have set up, click the one in accordance. So we're going to do some noise texture. Now you've got white noise and you've got regular noise. Either's good. It just depends what works for you and your project. So you see here I'm getting some noise on there. I could technically make this frosted glass and have that noise as a procedural, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to go bump. Let's put that in the middle. Height. You see we got all that bumpy goodness. Okay, so now we need color ramp. So add. Remember, spell color the American way, because it is spelled the American way. You notice now that we have this going on. So we can reduce this a little bit by playing around with the I or R. It gives us kind of this very crusty look. You can scale this outwards and just have a little bit of a look to it. So make it frosted as well. So that's going to adjust how your glass responds to its environment. I'm just going to turn that up just once. Actually, no, I'm going to leave it the way that it is. You can also turn your bump node down, make it less bumpy, or you can make it more bumpy. Turn your roughness down or your roughness up. Your scale as well. You can change all of that. To be honest with you, I like the bumpy effects. That's quite nice. Where were we? Wasn't that? I think that was it. So yeah, that's kind of like a basic kind of coffee table, I guess. It's whatever you want to make it, really. But yeah, if you got this far in the tutorial, please consider subscribing and liking. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. I'd really appreciate it. Alright, I'll see you guys in the next one then, I guess. Hi guys, what's going on? So today we're going to be doing another coffee table. I had a few ideas in mind actually for when I was showing you last time. So we're going to go again with kind of like a circle theme with the coffee tables. So we're going to start off with mesh and circle. Just pull that circle out a little bit so it's nice and big so we can see it. And then we are going to go to edit mode. Press F for fill, E for extrude, and then what we're going to do is we're just going to go outwards and we're going to curve it. So scale outwards, E for extrude, E for extrude, scale inwards just slightly, E for extrude, and then just scale inwards again. Right, so this is going to be the tabletop. This is going to be our basic premise that we're going to be working with. So I'm just going to lift that up a little bit. The next thing that we want to do is just shade that smooth. We're going to just have that as one media today. Let me see. So we're going to go with circle again. But what you want to do this time is rotate it. Press 9-0 on your number pad. I just realised Hold on. Oh, where have we gone? I've got the screen keys. So S to scale, G to move everything. Just get rid of that. Right, so we've got this now. Just gonna scale this upwards a little bit. Edit mode. We're gonna go once everything's selected. Go extrude. Scale upwards. Scale outwards even. Just slightly. So we get this. E for extrude. And then E for extrude again. Just make sure that you're working on the same plane. And then scale it back inwards again. Gonna go for A. E for extrude. Then scale that puppy inwards a little bit. Okay, so this inner ring right here that we've got going, we're just going to select the vertices in that. You know what, I'm going to go back on that a minute. I think that I kind of went off on a tangent, so E for extrude, just keep it on the same vertices as I said. E for extrude, scale inwards. It's been a long day today, like my brain is just fried. Oh my goodness, right, scale it outwards a little bit. Okie dokie, right, so we're gonna go A, select everything, and then E for extrude, scale inwards. Then we're just gonna select the run in the middle. Just go around the outside there. And then just scale that down just a little bit as well. So we've kind of got this donut going on. I'm just going to subdivide this. Go back to object mode. Right click. Shade smooth. I might do a smoothness on here just to level that out a little bit. Yeah. Okay, so these are going to be the underrings in the piece. So with your coffee table, just place them where your legs would usually go. It's going to be quite a small coffee table. So I'm just going to add some texture to it, which I'm going to use a little bit of gold when my computer loads it. This is taking a while. I'm just getting the buffering thing on here. Okay, so we get it back. Right, I'm going to type in gold on here, just for the name of the material that we're using. Go for a kind of an orangey yellow. Put the metallic up, roughness down. Right, put it on cycles. Okay, so where's my lamp at? Let's make this a sun so you guys can see what's going on. There we go, one sun. Okay, so traffic's bad outside today. So now we've kind of got this gold theme going on. And I just want to move this towards the edge a little bit because this is a coffee table. You're not really going to put your feet under there, not unless you've got your shoes on or whatever. But we're going to go Control D for duplicate. Oh man. G, move that across. Then we're going to go Shift D. Sorry, I said Control D, didn't I? I meant Shift D. Rotate it and press 90 on your number pad. And then we're going to do the same again for the underside. Shift D. And then we're going to rotate. And I think 90 is going to put it in the same place, so maybe we'll go 25 on this one. Wait, hold on. We could do 45 in theory? Hold on.
home. I know that.
Let me see. Yeah, we're gonna do 45. My brain is just not braining today at all. Right, I'm gonna select them all again. I think I'm just tired. I think I've just had a long day and it's just been like, my brain's just like, yeah, screw this. So, now we want 22.5. So, we're gonna go Shift D. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah, like, yeah, that moment where you just like, your brain's just not right. Okay, I got it. Right, Shift D, leave it where it is, rotate 22.5, enter. Okay, got this pattern going now. It's quite nice actually. Yeah, I'm gonna add, I think, a little bit of marble to the top. Okay, so when you get to the top here, just click on your object, press new down here. What we are going to do, let's see, textures. I could check out some textures. Wave texture, noise texture. Let's see what happens if I put this on. That's an okay texture. We got phase. Oh, okay, that looks nice. I get this kind of marble effect going on. I quite like this one. There's probably going to be a lot of people going, that's horrendous, but it is quite nice actually. Okay, we're gonna add a bump, far heights, and then we're gonna want a colour ramp. And just pull that back a little bit. I'm just gonna like put these on the opposite sides. It just looks way better. Make it a little bit more metallic. Okay, I like that. Let's see now, instead of having a traditional light, let's get some backlighting in here. Just gonna scale this out. I'm gonna add a plane as well, just to kind of give it some space. Maybe add a Veroni texture to that plane. I seem to favour those. Let's see, add a bump. Then we'll add a colour ramp. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so I think we're going to have the camera just here. Line viewpoint to camera. And then we're going to make this an emission. It's down here. See what this looks like once it's being rendered. I kind of want some more shine on this table as well, so I'm just going to go ahead into the materials property and just turn down the roughness. Maybe just turn up the metallic just slightly. Oh no, actually, I can keep the metallic the way that it is. And then I'm going to make another one of these. just come over to the side. And I'm going to change the colour of this, so edit mode, I'm going to go plus, new, then you want to press A to select everything, oops. So just select your sides, your faces and stuff, assign it to the new one, go with the mission, then maybe make this a blue, and just turn it up a bit. And there we have it. There's the table. Just going to bring this up a little bit. I bring this up a lot. It needs to be floating. And there we have it. Very unique looking coffee table. Okay, hi guys, so welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be doing cabling or lining or wiring, whatever you want to call it. So I'm currently on Blender 4.3.2. So apparently it's different on this version of Blender compared to older versions of Blender, but basically what you need to type in is extra curve objects into your preferences. Your preferences can be found in your edit section under preferences. So just go ahead and install this. Should take a couple of seconds. I do believe that we have it there. Okay, so from here it's pretty easy. So right now I've got some walls and I've got some boxes and I want to get some lines running towards each. So I'm just going to choose a random box and then I'm going to choose a secondary random box. Don't forget to hit shift so that you've got them both. And then what we're going to do, we're going to hit shift again, but we're going to press A at the same time. So here we go. We're going into curve, we're going to go into knots, and then the catenary, I can't even pronounce that, but yeah, that one. And you'll notice that we've got a line here. Now if you go into the bottom here, you'll see a lot of different options. The only problem is my my screen keys are in the way, so I'm just going to turn these off at the moment. Okay, so you can make this as long as short as you want. You can give it a couple of weird things. I mean, like, I would just say experiment with it a little bit. But now you see that we've got a line just there going between these two boxes. Let me see. So random seed 1, you've got all this kind of stuff that you can just mess around with it. Just see what works for you. You can make it thicker or thinner. Yeah, if I just turn on the render here, you can also see the wire coming across. I'm just going to rotate my sun a little bit so you guys can see that. So we've got the wire there. To change the colour, you just go to the materials section and you can just go ahead and change that. You've got roughness and stuff, so I mean you can do whatever you want to with this. So let's see, let's get another box in here. Let's see, I would like these two to run together, so shift A, go into curve, knots, bottom option, here's another knot. Yeah, pretty kind of easy, so like shift A, curve, knots, got another one. So yeah, that's basically how it is. Your options are at the bottom to change these. I would change them when you do install them because I don't think you can get the box back. I think it just disappears and it's forever kind of thing. Yeah, it just kind of disappears. It's the same with the trees. When you make trees, the options at the bottom also go. But yeah, you can have fun. Just, you know, shift A, curve, knots, and just make as many of these lines as you possibly want. I hope that was helpful for you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome back. So today we're looking at making door handles, just specifically just like the door handle and the surround that's on the door handle, I guess. That's what my brief's telling me. So we are going to start off with the default cube. I get it, some people delete it, but today's the default cube's lucky day. So I'm just going to bring this up a little bit so it's away from the grid. Scale, and then we're just going to scale it to the side as well. Oh sugar, I forgot to put my my key things on. I had to take them off from my last projects because they were just in the way. Okay, so you should see them at the bottom of your screen there. So what we want to do, I'm just going to go S for scale. Where is there no shadow? There should be a shadow. Background, yes. Okay, so this is going to be the basic shape that we're going to be working with. I'm just going to get rid of the camera and I'm just going to get rid of the lighting just for the time being because we don't need it right now. Okay, so I'm just going to scale it down a little bit. So this is going to be the back bracket for the door handle. So what we're going to do is going to go into edit mode. We're going to select the front face. It's a bit contradictory to what I've just done, but I'm just going to bring it back a little bit. And then I'm going to press E for extrude, scale it inwards a little bit just to give it a bit of a curve. E for extrude, scale inwards a little bit again just to give that some sort of basis right there. And I think maybe we should go for a circular mount for the handle. So we're going to go for the circle. What you want to do is press G, just bring it up into the middle right there. And then we're going to go R for rotate, get it on one of the axes so that you can rotate it freely. Press 9-0 on your number pad. I'm going to go for the X-ray so you guys can see what I'm doing right there. So X-ray is at the top, by the way, if you need it. So we're going to make this a little bit bigger. So scale it round. And then we're going to go edit mode. So you've got all your vertices selected right there, but there's no face on it. So we're going to press F for making the face, for fill. E for extrude. I'm just going to take off the X-ray just for the moment so I can see what I'm doing. And we want it so it looks like it's kind of two pieces together. So, just going to bring this down a little bit. E for extrude, but don't move it. And then we're going to go E for extrude again, don't move it again. And then we're going to scale outwards just slightly. And then E for extrude just to complete the piece. E for extrude again, scale down. E for extrude, and then scale down. So that we've kind of got this flat piece going on. Now I'm going to kind of bevel it a little bit. So E for extrude, scale it down again. You just want it nice and smooth just on the edge there. E for extrude, and now I'm going to go inwards just a little bit. Scale it down. E for extrude. So we kind of got this look that's going on. You want to right click, hit smooth, just to shade it a little bit. And then we're going to do the screws. So just give me 2 seconds. Let me see. Yeah, okay. So what was I doing? Screws. Screws, that's what I was doing. Screws. Let's add cylinders. Just going to rotate that by 90 degrees. G, bring it up. Scale it down. And we're just going to go on all 4 points with the screws here. Let's see. Okay. See now, how far out this is. I think. Just trying to find the right angle here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna need a little cut in the screw as well. I'm just gonna go into edit mode, and hopefully, if it'll let me do it. Let's see. Just trying to think. I could do 2 half circles, I guess. Okay. Yes, this works. Right, so it's not perfect, but it'll do just for now whilst we get this screw looking like a screw. Okay, so just going to bring this around, scale it outwards. So we kind of got a screw looking little piece here. I'm just going to add some a material to it as well. Let's make it a grey. I think we're still in cycles. Pretty sure we're still in cycles. Okay, so I think it was 3. Yes, 3. So I'm going to take the screw and I'm just going to place it on all the angles, on all the corners right here. And maybe we could do another screw base just here. It's kind of like one of those weird door handles. Okay, so the next bit that I want to do is actually make the door handle itself. So, we're going to start off with, if you go into your add and then mesh, let's go with cylinder. Rotate it by 90 again on your number pad. We'll go ahead and put this in the center, 3, just to make that the front view. Okay, cool. So, I'm going to make this a little bit thinner. And then, go into edit mode. You go for the face, E for extrude, scale it inwards a little bit. Just bring it out, just slightly with G. There we go. E for extrude. Just bring it out with G, and then we're going to go E for extrude, and then E for extrude again. Just make it a little bit thinner every so often. E for extrude, and then this one I'm just going to make just at the end, like that. And that's going to be the premise for the door handle. So it's looking a bit strange. It is getting there. Right, so the next bit of the door handle that we want to do, you know what, do I want to go for a cube here? A cube might be a good option. For sure, maybe. You know what, I'm going to go for a cube. I'm going to go for that. So, I'm going to go up again, just press 3 so that I'm in the middle. Scale that down. I'm going to go G along the side. Right, so this is going to be the complicated bit. So, what I want to do is make it smooth on one side, so we're actually going to go that way with the door handle. So, E for extrude, scale it down a little bit, E for extrude, scale it down a little bit. This is just going to be the kind of posh edging, if you will. And then this side is going to be the door handle. So, E for extrude, scale it down just slightly, E for extrude, scale it down, E for extrude. There's a lot of extruding here. And we're just going to go straight across. Scale that down a little bit. just your basic door handle. Let's see, E for extrude, and then maybe we'll just make it thinner towards the end as it comes away. Okay, so I'm just going to subdivide this. So A, and then subdivide, subdivide. Just gonna go ahead and bring it out a little bit. I'm gonna sculpt it as well, I think. Let's go to sculpt mode. Mask. They've changed everything. Sculpting. This is crazy. Let's see what this does. Oh wow. Okay, so in your sculpt mode, if you just come across this, this will just bring the door handle out a little bit, make it more round. Very good tool for making things more round. I think they just changed logos and stuff on it. Yeah. Make it a little bit bigger in some places, a little bit smaller in others. Okay, so just smooth that out. And that would be our door handle. Kind of looks very basic, I'll admit. Let me see. But then again, you know, these tutorials start off pretty easy and then they get harder as I go along with the tutorials. So, yeah. At least having something basic to work from is better for you guys. Because, you know, you gotta start somewhere, right? Let me see. I can do smooth. I can make this a lot better, but it'd take like a lot more time to do it. And I want some basic tutorials to start off with, you know, and then we can work our way up. So yeah, I'm just going to change this to a silver, so I'm going to make a new material. We'll do silver. So we want kind of a grey, and then we're going to make it metallic. Take down the roughness. Just like that. I think that's good. And then we're just going to make the rest of it the same colour. So just go to the drop down here, silver. And then you've got silver as well. So that will be your basic door handle. You could use that as a prop in the background. Yeah, door handles are pretty basic, I would say for sure. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed this tutorial, please like, subscribe. If you're on Facebook, give me a follow. Alright, I'll see you later. Hi, so next tutorial, huh? So, we are looking at putting the lighting into different colours on Blender. So, I'm gonna go, actually no, I'm gonna keep the default cube, but I'm just gonna make a little bit of a scene here. So I'm just going to put some planes down. Let me bring this up a little bit, duplicate it, just scale. Okay, so then we also need a bit of a wall in the background. So smooth that, rotate that to 290 so you guys can see what's going on. Duplicate, rotate 90. Okay, so when you're looking at doing different colours and lighting, like, it's pretty easy to set up. So let me see. So let's put this on a rendered view. You can see that we already have a light within our scene on Blender, and it's a white light. So how do you change this? So what you're going to do is you're going to go over to the data section, which has got a little light bulb in green over here, and you're basically just going to go to the colours. Colour wheel right here, and you can change it. So that's all well and good, right? But what happens if you want multiple? You want multiple, right? So I'm just going to go G. I'm just going to move this to the side right here. If you want to add another light, you just go to light right here from the add section, and then you're going to go, I mean, you could do anything right now. You've got point, you've got sun, you've got spot, you've got area. We're going to be working with points today. So your point should appear in the middle there, so just press G and you'll be able to bring it up. Now, as per lighting, you'll notice with this light you can't really see what's going on. So it's dull. It's extremely dull, right? So if you want to make this light brighter, just go to the power, and you've got 10 watts at the moment. And when you turn this up, so does your light. Pretty easy to work with. So if I leave that one there and I change it to blue, you see now I've got a blue hue. If you want to duplicate the lights, you can do. So you just press like Shift D and choose the axis to move it up and down, and then you can move this light across. So with this light also, you can change it to a different colour, like whatever you want, you know. Yeah, that's basically it for the lighting. And the lights do interact with one another, so if you've got a really dark area and you've got the red here coming in, it'll just light it up red, but if you come into the orange area here, you're making like a soft glow. The same way that if you come into the blue area, you're kind of making purples. So yeah, it's just like primary colours and all that kind of stuff, secondary colours. Yeah, that's just that's the basics of lighting. I hope you enjoyed. Leave a like, subscribe, and give us a follow if you're following already, I guess. If you're not following already, I should say. But yeah, yeah, have a great day. Okay, welcome guys to the next tutorial. We're going to be looking at spotlighting today. I'm going to begin by just deleting my default cube so that I can show you how spotlights work. I'm just going to put a plane in there. Just move this out slightly, and then I'm just going to put a little bit of a backdrop. So let me see. Rotate by 90. Okay, so don't have the casting keys at the moment. One little itty bitty second. There we go. Right. So for your spotlighting, and especially doing different colours on there as well, pretty easy to do. So all you want to do is just go up to your add, and then we're going to go to light, and then we're going to go to spot. It's kind of very easy install with those. So this is our first spotlight. I'm just going to go ahead and change my render engine to cycles, because that's what the tutorials are in currently. And we notice that we've got this light right here, but we can't see any light that's coming in at the present time. So I'm just going to darken the background as well so you guys can see this. This is on render view, if you're wondering. So we're just going to go to the data, which is the little light bulb at the bottom. We're just going to increase the wattage just up at the side. Which is this little bit here. So now you can see that we've got a spotlight right there. You've got shadow caustics. Shadow caustics gives you a little bit more realistic shadows, but please remember to add them onto your object, because your object needs to receive those caustics as well. So you want to come over to here to object, which is the little yellow box at the side. We are going to go down to shading, and then receive and cast caustics, and then we'll do the same to this object as well. Again, shading, receive, cast caustics, and then I'll give you a little bit of a glow on there. So as regards to changing the colours on here, I think my webcam's kind of lagging a little bit here. Let's go Shift D just to duplicate this, and then I'm going to go back into the data section, and we will change this to blue. And that's basically how you change the colours to everything. Shift D, we'll do like maybe a red or a pink over here, and that's it. That's spotlighting in a nutshell. If you want to rotate your spotlight, just click this little yellow button here, or this little yellow button here, and you can just drag it, or alternatively you can rotate your little spotlights as well. Okay, I hope you guys enjoyed that tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, what's going on, guys? So we're on to our next tutorial now, which is screwdriver. We're going to be building a basic screwdriver today. So we're going to keep the default cube, I think. I'm just going to press S to just pull this out a little bit. And then I'm going to go into edit mode. We're going to go Control R. Just cut that one in half. And then Control R up on the side as well, just cut that one in half. So, you're gonna want some sides on here as well. So select all of your sides. Sculpt outwards. And then sculpt upwards as well. So this is gonna be the handle for your screwdriver. Then we're going to go E and just pull it in a little bit. E, shape it in a little bit more. And we're just going to make it round at the end. So it's kind of basic screwdriver shape. Then we're going to start making the handle. So the handle, I'm just going to bring it out a little bit, press G just to move it. So I think that's long enough. E. And then I'm going to scale it outwards. So you've literally just extruded it over the top and then just expanded it out. So we're going to go G, move it forward a little bit. E again. E again. And scale it inwards, just slightly. E again. And this is just going to be the front part. And scale outwards. E, scale outwards again, scale it. This is just going to be the front part of the screwdriver. And I'm just going to scale that one in. So now we want to do the handle. And if we go back to object mode, we'll add a cylinder. Rotate that by 90 degrees. Scale outwards. You want to scale across, sorry. S to scale. Then we're going to place it where the handle should go. Now this is a little bit longer than we want it to be, so we're just going to scale that down a little bit. Just put it back in there. I think. Maybe just move it down a little bit more. Shrink it down just a little bit. Okay, so the end part here, we want to kind of squish it down a little bit. So, we go to edit mode, E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale it down on one side. This is just a basic screwdriver, so I mean, like, you could edit this however you'd like to, so it's smooth. And then I'm going to go E for extrude. Let's see. Actually, I'm going to scale this out first. And I was thinking about putting like maybe the end just there with this object, but to be honest with you, they're more squared off, so I'm going to put a cube and then move it across, and then we're just going to scale this down until it fits the end of our handle right there. And then I'm going to sculpt it out from there. Okay, so I think that should be roughly right. E for extrude, scale it outwards just slightly along the same axis, and then we're just going to go straight ahead, straight forward, and maybe just round it off just a little bit at the ends. So that would be just a basic screwdriver. I could have made it a little bit better, but I think that would do for a basic screwdriver. You could just add the metal as well. So I mean, like, shade smooth, make this smooth as well. If you really wanted to, I don't think it'd be practical making that smooth. But let's see, let's add some red on there. Where are we at? Just change the cycles engine. We want a metallic on this one. It's like a dark grey. Maybe turn the roughness down a little bit. Maybe just a bit lighter. And then this one, we're just going to go with the same colour. So yeah, that's your basic screwdriver. I choose it as 500. Oh, no, actually no, 200. 200, yeah, 200 was a good choice. I'm just going to put a plane on there so you guys can see it a little better. I'm going to adjust that lighting as well. That's really harsh. Let's see, let's put it at 50. No, we don't want to go for 50. Let's go put it at 10. Nope, 5. 5's a little better. Oh. But yeah, there you go. That's your basic screwdriver. Hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, what's going on, guys? So we're going to be making a vase or a vase today, however you pronounce it. Because I've heard like so many people pronounce it in different ways. So right, what we're going to do, we're going to start by deleting the default cube. All of the commands, by the way, if you're new to this, they're all in the corner here. So you can see what I'm doing. So if I left click, it'll show up. If I right click, it'll show up. If I press spacebar, it'll show up. You know the whole gist of it. Right, so to start off making our vase, we're going to go into add, mesh and circle. We're then going to press S to scale it outwards. It's going to make it pretty big so you guys can see. I'm also going to split the screen so you guys can see the inside of it as well. So what I want to do is go to edit mode. I want to press F for fill. This will give it a face. E to extrude. Scale outwards slightly. E to extrude. Scale outwards again slightly. E to extrude. And what you should end up with is something like this on the base of your object. We're going to go E to extrude again, so that we've got the rim. E to extrude. It's a lot of E for extrudings and moving things to make stuff like this. So we are going to go E for extrude again. Scale it inwards slightly. E for extrude. Scale inwards. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to split the screen actually, so you guys can see it from side view. So this one, I believe it's 1, yeah. So I'm going to put it just there so you guys can see. So select your top face again. I'm going to go E for extrude. I'm just going to go in slightly. What we're going to do, we're going to make the vase so it's thicker at the bottom, it goes in a little bit and then it comes back out again. So we're going to go E for extrude, scale it in slightly, E for extrude. Now at this point we're going to start going outwards again, so E for extrude, you're just going to go straight up. Don't go to the side because then you'll make a warps kind of object and it doesn't look pretty in the end. Scale outwards just slightly. E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards. It's just how we're going to do it now. So once we've got this basic shape going, I'm just going to zoom out a little bit because this is going to be a little bit taller just to accommodate. So we want to put flowers in here or roses or something, so they're going to have long stems, so we want to make the vase or the vase pretty long. So E for extrude, and maybe I'll just make it come in just a little bit, just there. E for extrude, just go along the same axis. E for extrude, just slowly bring it in, and then as we get to the top here, we're just going to splay it out a little bit so that you get that lovely bunch of flowers just coming outwards. Scale it out, E for extrude, E for extrude, try and make it as smooth as you can. Just pull it in just slightly. Now, when we get to the top here, this is the part that I'm going to use the X-ray so that you guys can see on the inside of what I'm doing. So, when we get to the top here, we want a little bit of a lip. Just a slight tad one. Now the lip can be on the inside, it can be on the outside. E for extrude, and you're just going to do it very tiny, just very tiny at the edges here. Scale inwards just slightly. Oops. Yeah. Press S to scale. Scale inwards just slightly. E for extrude, but don't move it. Then we're just going to scale inwards so it's flat. We go E for extrude again. Don't move it. Scale inwards, and now we're going to go G. I can get this G, and then we're going to go down slightly. So now you can see that we've gone onto the inside of our object. E for extrude again, and you can see the walls coming in just there. Now you can follow the same patterns as all of the lines here if you'd like, or you can put your own patterns in. Totally up to you. I'm just going to scale this one outwards just slightly. Now what you want to do at this point, so this dark grey part here is inside of our vase, and this more lighter part here is the outer side of the vase. So what you want to do is you want to just leave a tiny gap. So if we go for E for extrude again, you'll notice that we've got a little bit of a gap. And E for extrude, because if you go on the outside of this, then the vertices come out. So, for example, that doesn't look very good if it's like that. So you want this just on the inside, so that you've got that little space, you've got that little gap. E for extrude again, scale inwards, E for extrude. And then we're just going to continue all the way down to the bottom. I might just cheat a little bit and just mosey this on in. But you don't need as many vertices on the inside, I don't think, at least. Compared to your outside. Because no one's really going to see it. So, I mean, unless you've got a virtual camera going straight into your vase, then that's different. But, generally, if this is just a prop just sat there, no one's going to see the inside of it. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't be untidy with it, it's just that no one's going to see it. So there's not much of a point in making it super detailed. I'm just going to round this off at the bottom. Okay, so now we've got a little vase that we can put stuff in. So we'll notice that there's a lot of lines on here, so what you're going to do is just right click and shade smooth, and that's it. That is literally it. That's how you make a vase. If If you guys have enjoyed this tutorial, please leave a like, subscribe, and if you're on Facebook, consider giving me a follow. It'd be great. Thank you. See you later. Okay, welcome guys. I believe we're at tutorial 24 now. So we are going to be making a TV today, and it's easy. It's super easy. So I've got my key kind of logging going on right here. We're going to use the default cube just to make this. So what we want to do is press S, just move it outwards. We're going to press S to move it inwards. We're going to press S to make it taller. And that's roughly the size of our TV, so now we just have to add some details. So we're going to go in for the first face. We've got E for extrude, don't move it. Scale inwards. We're just going to scale it across the sides. And then, from this point, this is going to be the part of our screen. So we're going to go E. And we're just going to take it in just slightly. And just... It's quite a sharp edge on the edge of TVs. So, now we have this. So what we want to do is we want to make two materials. So we've got material 1, which will be... we're going to name this, I don't know, TV back. And then we're going to get a material 2, which is going to be this one. So what you want to do is press the plus in the corner. This will be your second material, click new, and then we want to go screen. Now this is going to help you later on, because if you want to put any images on there and stuff like that, I mean you can use nodes to do that. At the moment I'm just doing the basic shape of a TV, so let's assign that. So that will be your screen. So now your screen on modern TVs is quite dark, so you just want to assign it, and we should have something like that. No. Right, you want your TV back as being a kind of dark plastic. They always are, they're always black kind of plastic. Now, notice that the edges are a bit sharp on this, so what I'm going to do is edit mode again. So take it back here. It's going to bring it in. We're just going to scale it out just slightly so that it's not as hard on the corner there. Just bring it forward. And you just want a little gap so it's got a curve, and then E to extrude. Make sure that it's on one platform here. One axis, because if you go on another axis it'll warp. So we want to go E again. Now the backs of these TVs are not completely flat. Contrary to popular opinion, they're not flat. So you want a little bit of an edge there coming outwards, if you can see that. And then we want to go out again and just in again. And this will be the back of your TV. This will be where all your wires are. So we just want to go G, just move it down. We go E for extrude, and we're just going to go inwards. And that'll be back your TV. Now I don't like it in one block, so I'm just going to press Ctrl Z and just undo that. So what I'm going to do, I can either subdivide this or I can add more objects to it, but I'm just going to go E again, scale it down. I'm just going to go E, and we're going to extrude inwards again. That looks a lot better for me, and then I'm just going to pull this out, so I'll just go G and just pull this forward a little bit, so you've got that little bit of a curve going on. So at this point we want a stand at the bottom. If you want a stand at the bottom, you don't have to make that bit. I'll make that bit last, so that if you just want this as a wall mounted TV, then you can just go ahead and just make that into a wall mount. You can essentially put it up against the wall, it's wall mounted, there you go. Magical CGI, you don't need screws. Right, so the next thing that I would do is I would put cables on here, and I would also put, let's see, let's go with a cube. We're going to put some HDMIs in the back of this thing. So just scale it out. I might be going too fast at the minute. I'm used to like just like go, just getting everything out in one kind of hit. When I'm doing tutorials, I have to tell myself to slow down a little bit because I was like I just go. So yeah, you want this block right at the back here. Now you notice that this block isn't flush, so make it flush. And then what we're going to do, you also notice that the block is the wrong colour. So what we're going to do, go into the materials tab, which is at the side here. You're going to go to the click down, you're just going to go TV back, and it'll make it the exact same shade. We're going to go into edit mode, we're going to go to Control R, and we're just going to split this into a series of parts. We're going to go Control R, accept, and then Control R, accept, and basically just 4/4 it. So now we have a series of squares. I'm going to go ahead and click one of these squares. We're going to hold shift down, and then we're going to go and click the diagonal opposite, and what will happen then, it will select those two rows. So here we go. Oh, it didn't work. Why did it work? I'm not pressing Control, Shift, Control, diagonal. There we go, boom, we got it. Right, so E, gonna extrude inwards. Maybe scale it down a little bit just to kind of give it some sides. And then, this is the magic part, what we can do, take this object, and if we duplicate it so it's shifty, and then we're going to scale it down so it sits inside of this object, and then we're just going to scale it going across so that it's this tiny, you probably can't see that, so it's like this tiny little outlet, and this will be USB stuff. Now what you want to do at this point is go to edit mode, these two faces selected as they are, press plus, new, and the material that we will name this is backboard for all your electrics and stuff, and we're just going to put this as a grey, just very light grey, and a sign. Now when you go back into your pre-rendered mode, you should see that you've got a grey part, you've got a black part, and what we're going to do, just move this across, Shift D, duplicate it, Shift D, duplicate it. This channel's gonna have this TV's gonna have 4 channels to it, where you can put HDMI's in. So there you go, Shift D, duplicate, and that's kind of like your HDMI kind of thing. I think they're a bit too big, but if we select all of these, we can just shrink that down just slightly, and boom. We've got some little controllers there. You can add wires here. Now, as regards to the stand, if you guys want to continue this this tutorial, you can do, but if you don't want to stand on the back of it, that's your basic TV. But for a stand, what I would do is I would take a circle, let's bring it up to your TV there, rotate, so R for rotate, get it up against the Y-axis, and then we're going to press 90 on our keypad, and then we're going to just scale it outwards, just slightly. Now this doesn't look like much, but I'm going to measure it up to the back of your TV. Let's put it there. So scale that down a little bit. I think it's a little bit too big. Usually they just have a bracket on the back of them. For a TV that I've seen, it was on the bottom. So we're going to have edit mode, you press F for fill, E for extrude, just going to extrude into the back of the TV just a little bit so it's flush. I don't like how that's clipping, so I'm just going to select the entire thing and just either move it down or just squish it down a little bit. There we go. I'm going to press right click for smooth. That's going to be the bracket, the beginning of the bracket for the TV. And then we will go with the cube. We go upwards, scale it down, make sure that it's flush to the back of the TV once more, but is also flush to the stand. So I just want to scale that down a little bit. That should be dead center. And then, to scale it outwards, I'm just going to curve it inwards so that it sits flush to that. Then we're going to go over to the bottom here. We're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude. You get where I'm going with this again. Let's see, I'm also going to pull the back out a little bit, just so it's got a curve. Let's see, I want to be on this one. Uh-oh. Yeah, there we go. E for extrude, scale outwards. We're just going to let it free scale now. Take this sort of vertices here and just bring it forward. The G, bring that forward a little bit, so slightly, and then E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards. I'm just going to keep doing that until we've at least got some sort of base to this. So now we have this. I want to be able to add something to the bottom so that it stabilizes, and we have a perfect object up here at the top. So what I'm going to do, right click, smooth that out. This object right here, let's take this, duplicate it, Shift D, rotate it 90 degrees, and then we're just going to scale it out. Now you notice it looks very clunky, so we're just going to scale it down. G, go upwards, go forwards. That would be our basic TV stand. Let's see. Just going to X-ray mode a minute. On that one, and no, not that one. That one? Yeah. There we go. Just going to move that one out a little bit more. It doesn't look very neat, but I would say that's a basic TV stand. I'm just going to scale this one up a little bit. And then we're going to go to the colours, the materials, and I'm probably going to go TV black, just so that it's all matching. And yeah, that's your basic TV and stand. I'll just move that one. Yeah, there you go. Basic TV and stand. If you were wanting to, or you were inclined to, put scratches on there, Veroni textures, really good for that. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe, and I'll see you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to a new Blender tutorial. So today we're doing mirrors, lighting, and textures. So we're going to keep the default cube actually, but I'm going to go ahead and maybe add another. Let's see, we're going to add a cube. Just going to scale it out. I'm going to make it like a corridor, so I'm going to show you guys some stuff. So I'll put it roughly about there. I'm just going to get the camera angle in. Let me not get my words out today. Get the camera angle in on this so I can show you a little better. So let's see. You want to go view, align camera to view. Just back that up. Oh, actually, I can't back that up, but okay. So I'm just gonna make this a little bit longer as well. Okay, so the camera can only see so far, so I'm just going to extend that reach a little bit. Alright, so mirrors, textures and lighting. So at the moment, whilst we've got the render the way that it is, just zoom that in for you a little bit. Notice that we got a very dark corridor, but we've only got one light. So what we want to do, especially with the mirrors and your reflections and stuff like that, I'm just going to scale this default cube up. We're going to get rid of that light so it's completely dark in there. Also, I'm going to do one thing with the background here, so it's gonna work out better for you guys. Okay, so we're going to go with emissions first with the default cube. And all you want to do with emissions is make sure that you've got the cube selected. And you want to go to Principal BSDF, and we're going to go with emission. And this will make everything glow in here. Now, you're going to want to turn this up a little bit so that the rest of the scenery glows alongside it. I mean, you could go to 100,000 if you wanted, or a little bit higher. So this box needs texture as well, so we're going to go with metallic, maybe just a little metallic all the way. Okay, so you take it off Eevee, put it in cycles, and boom, you've kind of got all this stuff going on here. This is because I've just changed it into a mirror. So if I just get rid of this, it's just a white room now with a block in the middle of it. And hopefully it should show me. There we go. So if I put this down to 100, we notice that the block illuminates the room. Let's see. So yeah, we have the block illuminating the room right there. So if I add another object to here, let's go with cylinder. Scale it up a little bit. We'll make the cylinder a green colour. And then, yeah, we're going to make the outside a mirror. So just make it metallic. Turn the roughness down. You notice that it puts a mirror at the top, the sides and the bottom. And that will continue all the way through. Until the end. So you can kind of get this like really funky pattern when it actually loads in. Because we're currently on the render page, but it's taken a while. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this and just make it a little bit smaller. We see that it has a reflection on the floor there. Just like that. Come in for you a little bit. Because if we can make another one of these, you can see that it reflects up against that wall right there. You can also make one there. We can make a reflection just coming in there. Just behind that cube. So yeah, this tutorial is a little bit of a strange one today, but this is basically mirrors, and you've got emissions in there as well. Different lighting techniques and stuff like that. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Please leave a like, a follow, subscribe, whatever you can do really. See you in the next one. Hi guys, welcome back to another tutorial. So today we're going to be doing just a regular smartphone. So yeah, we're going to start off with the default cube. Just scale it outwards, and so you've roughly got the shape of a smartphone. Now we're going to scale it down, so you've roughly got the back of one right there. Okay, so I mean, you could do this in any way that you wanted, really, depending on what model of phone you're modeling. I'm just going to go with like a generic shape, but you guys can go for something else. So what we're going to do, select the top, we're going to have curved edges. So E for extrude, just go up slightly and then just bring it in, scale inwards, and then we're going to do the same on the back as well. E, and then just scale inwards so it's curved. And then for the screen, we're just going to go ahead and select the top face, E for extrude, but don't move it, and then we're going to just scale in just ever so slightly. I mean, you can include buttons on the bottom if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, like most smartphones have the little buttons integrated within the touch screens now, so that's going to be different. Okay, so what you want to do on this part is you want two different colours. So you've got the original material, which we're going to rename the phone back, and then you're going to want to make a secondary material with this. So press the plus button, go to new, and this is going to be screen. So screen is just going to be for the front of the phone, the rest of it will be the phone back, but if you want to create a different back for the phone, then you can make a third colour if you'd like. I'm going to do that in a second, but for the screen we're just going to click assign, and then we're going to go here and we're just going to make it a little bit grey and a little bit reflective as well. Now you can add stuff on here in the shading tab if you wanted to. You could have a photo, just make sure that you size it up. Okay, so we've got that now. I'm just going to go ahead and change my engine here, which is cycles, should be cycles. I'm going to shade it smooth. Now usually, like, especially if you've got like a few phone brands, I don't think I can mention brands on here, but a few phone brands have the drop off edges at the side, but we're just going to go with generic phones for today. So if we go for the underside right here, the first thing that we can add is a cylinder, and we're just going to scale that down a little bit, bring it up, and just sit it right at the back here. Now this is the part where it gets a little bit tricky. You don't want it to poke through the top, but you want to just make it just thin enough that it pokes through the back. So we're going to go with a texture on this one. We're going to change this one to black, and then what we can do with this is we're going to right click and shade smooth. Oh, sorry, go into your object mode, right click, shade smooth. Then what you want to do, go to edit mode again, select the face on top, press E for extrude, but don't move it, scale inwards ever so slightly, and then E for extrude, and we're going to go down, but don't clip the phone, just have it just there. Now you're going to make a secondary material on this item as well. So of course we're going to press plus in the corner, press new. We go for a silver, but we're going to go full metallic and roughness down. So when we render, we'll see like this. Now obviously press assign. So you want to go, this is camera lens. Sorry, my mistake. Camera lens. Then we'll call this one camera base. So your camera lens, you're going to want to assign that. So now a lot of phones do have a backing to their cameras, so we're gonna put a few of these just at the side. So Shift D to duplicate. Just move it across. Make sure that you're moving on one axis, so you're not going like this. So they're all at the same height. We're gonna go put one down here, maybe another one here. Have one of those phones where it's like weirdly covered in lenses, which is every smartphone nowadays. Yeah, so something like that would be real great. Now what we're going to want to do is put a back to this, just to enclose them a little bit. Now you can use a cube to do this. Yeah, I'm going to use a cube. So just go ahead. I've just gone back onto the viewport shading here. go ahead, put this over the top. You might want to use this one, which is the X-ray. You can use that on viewport shading on the second option. So just scale it down so it just sits under the lenses, but it doesn't clip the actual phone itself. I think I got that one right. So you're going to want to just gently come up. Now, here's the thing, right? So you come up there and you notice that the lenses are now being obscured. So what you want to do with that one, bring your lenses up. So we're just going to finish off this part just here, just to smooth it out a little bit. So I want, come on, I want that face. Right, yeah. I want to select that face and that face. Just going to press E for extrude. And then we're going to go S for scale, bring it down a little bit. S for scale, bring it in a little bit, just so that it smooths off. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. There's just my save files. Right, yeah. Okay, so we've now got this. For some reason my save files decided to pop up. Right, no, I don't want that in the center. So we go Control R, just scope it here, just at the side, so it's got kind of a little bevel around the edge. And then go back into object mode, right click, smooth shade, and we are going to go with maybe, I would say a white for the back. So now I'm going to go ahead and select all my lenses, so just click, press shift, hold, and just click all your lenses here. And then we're just going to press G, bring them up. Let me see. Do I want a sixth one on there? Actually, does look like it deserves a sixth one. So you got that space. So of course this is just a generic kind of phone layout. Just click all those. There we go. So now this back, I want to change this back of the phone. So we're going to go into edit mode. Just select the back. I'm going to take this X-ray off actually. Face. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like a kind of green colour. So we're going to add another colour to this. Click assign. And then we're going to go with kind of like a greeny kind of colour maybe. I'm just going to put this onto object mode so we can see that a little better. That's too green, I think. That's pretty cute. So you kind of have this nice smartphone going on. So, I mean, you can add a logo at the bottom there, you can add some details at the bottom there, a little bit of text, like they have like the terms and conditions on the bottom of phones as well, I've seen. So yeah, that's basically the phone shape. So now, depending on how your phone will function and depending on the brand of your phone, you're probably going to want some USBs, you're probably going to want some little places to charge things. So I mean, we're going to go E for extrude, and this will be the charge port, scale it down a bit, E for extrude, and then you could have it that way. Then you could go E for extrude, scale it inwards. So if you guys can see what I'm doing here. And then you kind of have a point. Now, let me think. So, yeah, here you go inwards. You just go into the phone right there, and that's charge port. So yeah, that's the basic premise of a smartphone. You guys can add to that, but yeah, that's just basic generic kind of looking smartphone with curved corners. Please don't sue me. You know what company I'm talking about. But yeah, if you guys are interested in any more tutorials, there's plenty on my page. I'm trying to get a tutorial done every single day for this month. So yeah, if you guys liked, please subscribe, please follow if you're on Facebook. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome to the next tutorial, guys. So we're doing hidden lighting today. Just to let you know, like, this is going to be behind objects. So you've got your general lighting, which will look something like this. I'm just going to make sure that I'm in the cycles engine. Excuse me. So your general lighting should look like this. You move it across the room. But what happens if you want some hidden lighting, you want some lighting on the shelves and stuff like that? So the lighting that we're going to be doing today, we're just going to add a cube. And I'm just going to elongate it. I mean, this is so simple to do. So we're going to put it up against this wall here. Just move it inwards just there. So this is going to act as our temporary shelf. And instead of having our lighting right up against the wall like this, and you know, you can't see the bulb or whatever like that, if like you don't want to make any lighting like that. So basically what you want to do is take your default cube that you've just put there, go into edit mode, make sure it's flush up against the wall. What we're going to do is just go Control R, and then we're going to bring this one down. So press E and just bring it down, and then here's the clip of it. We put our lighting underneath, so it's hidden within the scene. So now what we have is something like this. Hold on. Oh, it's behind. Hang on. My mistake. Alright, so it should be there. And on the inside. Okay. So now we should have lighting like this, where it's covered by a shelf, it's hidden. So we can actually put more lighting in here as well, so I can go Shift D, move that across. So let me just show you an example here. So this is your general lighting that doesn't have a bulb in there. There's nothing special about it. We delete that. This would now be your posh hidden lighting that'll look great on bookshelves and stuff. Obviously you've got all the fuzziness because it's rendering in and it's not a full-on render, but yeah, so this is your hidden lighting. Thanks for watching this tutorial, guys. That's it for today. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're going to be making a bar stool. I'm just going to make the generic one, I think. Let me see. So we're going to start off with the cylinder, and we're just going to work with the cylinder from there. So let's start this off. So we're going to go G, just bring that up a little bit because we're going to have to put the legs underneath. You want to go into edit mode. Control R, just to kind of bring the middle out a little bit. What we're going to do is just select everything and just squish it down. So S for scale. Go along the Z axis. You know what I'm going to I'm just going to do a little bit of editing here. So S to scale down. I was going to put the vertices around the edge and then like pull them out, but to be honest with you, like you're going to get some weird calculations going on there as regards to how big things are. So I'm just going to do it like this. So squish your cylinder down a little bit. You're going to go E for extrude, S for scale, just to go in, E for extrude, S to scale, E for extrude, S to scale. We just get that right in there. For the bottom, we're going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to split out just a little bit. Then we're going to go E for extrude again. And that will be our cushion for the stool. So you're going to go back to object mode, add another cylinder. We're going to do the cylinders separately because it just makes sense to do it that way. So this is going to be the wooden part for your stool. Also, it gives us more opportunities to do different things with the materials rather than having to click a load of vertices. So I'm just going to do it as a little bit of a lip over the top. Just put that right there. So I'm going to right click and we're just going to shade this smooth. And then we're going to take this one and also shade this smooth. So when we get to the underside of the seat, go to edit mode, click the bottom. We're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it inwards, and that's going to be the basis for the wooden part. Now I'm just going to make the cushion a little bit taller, so we're going to go scale, and just scale it across the y-axis a little bit. And then, once we've got that, we're just going to add a little bit of texture to this one. I mean, you can add any texture that you want, but we're just going to go for a basic texture during this tutorial. So I'm going to make it maybe just like an orangey red. Pull the roughness up a little bit. And then the wood underneath, we'll go with brown for that one. And then we're going to do the legs, which is the easy part really. So cylinder again, just stretch it out, and then what we're going to do is scale it in, and then stretch it out again so it's roughly the same size as a chair leg. Now when you're doing stools, you can have them straight down, but generally they splay out a little bit. So we're just going to pull this in, and it's dead center at the moment. So you know what, I can split this screen so I can show you guys. Press 1 on your number pad, I think it is. So right, what you want to do is get this to the side as much as you can. So we're just going to go there. We're going to make the first leg first, and then we'll do the rest of them. So I believe, hold on, yes, so press 7 on your number pad to look straight down. I'm just going to do the x-ray right here. Just change this to cycles so I can see a bit better. Right, so you're going to want to press G. Just bring this down a little bit. So you want to spray it out. Splay it out. So press 1 on your number pad. Rotate just slightly. Just a slight rotation. So now it's going that way. So now we need to go the opposite side and just do a slight rotation on to that side as much as we can. And then we're going to try and put this back in its original position by coming to this one. So now we've got a leg that splays outwards. So now we want to do this on all sides. So we're going to do Shift D, which is going to duplicate. You want to right click, mirror. Now this might take a while because it's just kind of you can do X, I do Y. That's the opposite. I generally get mixed up with this because every time I press something, it's like, oh, I got that in the wrong position. So it's not Y. Let me see. I just want to like mirror it. Sorry, I got the wrong one here. It's a little fiddly. I think that's correct. Is it? I feel that's correct. Like something in the back of my mind is going like, that's not correct, but it looks correct. So I'm just going to put it again on the quarter here. So now, after all that's over and done with, we can actually go ahead, click both of them, hold down Shift, Shift D for duplicate, and then we're just going to mirror them again. Using the Z-axis, I think. Yes, that looks right. And then just put them back. That's where they need to be. Although I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Right, we'll do it in another way. We'll do Shift D. Then we'll do a rotate and just put 180. And then just bring that to the edge there as much as you can. So now we've kind of got this bar stool kind of stuff. I always get confused with the mirror modifiers, like, you know, it's like I go by Z and then it goes weird. So yeah, forgive me for that one. Right, so the colour on these ones, we're going to go to material and we want a brown kind of colour, but to be honest with you, instead of doing that and trying to match the colours, we can just go to this material, we can just go bar, stool, lower, wood, yeah, so we can do that, and then we can do this to every single one, so all we need to look for now is bar, stool, lower. Yeah, add that to all of them, so now we've kind of got the basic bar stool shape. I'm just going to move these two out a little bit because they're not quite in the right position that I want them. Right, so now, oh, that's outside of it. Right, I think that's roughly right. Got some clipping going on. I'm just going to sort this out. Yeah, so now we can get with the cylinder. Add cylinder. We're going to rotate this one 90. So 90 on your number pad. Scale it down. Elongate it. And this is going to be the footrest for the bar stool. So I mean, you can make this as big or as short as you want. Just move that up there. Yeah, I think that should be right. My dog is messing around in the hallway, I don't know what he's doing, but sounds very ominous. Just make some adjustments. That's where you need that to be. And then we have the colour to this. We'll look at bar stool lower, and then Shift D to duplicate, and just bring it over to the other legs. And this part will really tell you if the other legs are in the right place as well. Just going to shift that back. So yeah, that's your basic bar stool. I mean, you could take these two and you could shift D and then rotate on your Z-axis 90 on your number pad. Scale those in a little bit. And there you have it, there's your basic bar stool. Actually kind of reminds me of one of those school pencils that we had in school, you know, the ones with the red rubbers at the end. Red erasers, whatever you want to call them, depending on where you come from, because that means something else in the States. But yeah, thank you for coming to this tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Yeah, have a good day. Okay, welcome guys to another Blender tutorial. Today we are going to be making a computer screen. So we did a TV screen a while back, but I guess like it's slightly different, but it's kind of the same. So they're just going to be smaller with bigger stands, I guess. So we're going to take the default cube G to just bring it up a little bit so it's away from the grid. I just find my work is a little bit better when I can just see what I'm doing on the other side as well without having the lines there. I get you can turn them off. But we're going to go S to scale, and we're just going to flatten this out to begin with. And it's probably roughly the size that I need. So we're going to go object mode. We are going to select the front face here, E for extrude, S to scale. Now computer screens tend to have a very big kind of lip, a seam around them. So we're just going to go ahead and make one of those. E for extrude. It tends to have a little bit of a lip going in. And then E for extrude again, and then that should be your screen kind of thing. So when we get to the back of these, we're just going to select this, and they tend to be curved around the back, so we're just going to go E, scale inwards, E, and then scale inwards again, E, and then scale inwards. Many computer screens are pretty flat on the back, so we just go scale inwards, and then once we get to this part, we've obviously got the part where there's all of the stuff that goes into it, all the wires. So from this point we can go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it in slightly, E for extrude, let it go back, but don't clip the screen. And then I think, you know what, I'm gonna maybe... no, I don't want to do the split. Okay, so we're going to use another cube. I'm just going to shade smooth, right click shade smooth, and I'm just going to do some editing on the colour here. So we're going to have two materials. The first material is, we're going to name this the back of PC screen. And then we're going to plus another material in here, new. And then we want to click the front one here that's going to be the screen. Press assign and say PC screen. And then this is going to be black with slight reflection. So when we go to the render here, hopefully we're in cycles. Oh, yeah. Put that back into cycles right there. PC screens tend to be quite dull, so I'm just going to bring the roughness up just slightly. And that's the front of our screen right there. Okay, so the back is in regards to the back. We're just going to put some stuff on the back here. So we want... Let me think. I think, yeah, I might just split this one, do it differently than I did to the TV screen. So, just do that. E for extrude. And then this is where all the wires would go. So I'm just going to go E for extrude on this one. Just bring it across just slightly. And then we're going to do all the technical stuff on this kind of thing. I think the TV method was a lot better, but I just want to try this with the computer screen just to see what we can do. A whole lot of Blender stuff is just about experimenting, really. We could put the wires in that in the back there. So we have a little screen there, and now we need the stands. So the stands, we're just going to use a cube. Just put this down a little bit. Put it in the back. Scale that down. Scale it across a little bit just to give it a little bit of a stand. E for extrude. Go E again. And then just scale it out a little bit. E again. Scale it out a little bit. Just going to bring that in. I'm just going to scale it out as much as we can at the bottom. And then E for extrude again. And that's kind of the basic, really, of a computer screen and stand. I don't like it. I'm going to be honest with you, I don't like it. I am a little bit pushed for time right now, but it's okay, I guess. I could have done better on that for sure. But yeah, that's your typical 90s computer screen from what I can at least remember that they look like. So well, 90s, noughties, especially the flat ones, which were those weird ones. Yeah, so thanks for watching, I guess. I'll see you in the next one. Hi, welcome back, guys. So today we're going to be making a small flask. So we're going to start off with a circle first. That's probably the best way to do this. So circle, scale outwards, and then we're going to go to edit mode. F for fill, E for extrude, scale outwards just slightly, E for extrude again. We'll scale outwards, E for extrude. We go E for extrude again, and I mean, like, it's just going to be a basic small water bottle. So when we get to this point, we're going to start curving it. So we're just going to go S, E for extrude, S, E for extrude, S, and just build it up until you've got the bottleneck. Which should roughly be there. So now what we're going to do is we're just going to have, it's just going to be a small kind of thing. What I'm going to do is just put it on side view, mirror. I just want to make that a little bit taller. I think it's too flat. So I'm just going to go S and just move this up just slightly. G, and then I'm just going to take this row here and just pull them out just slightly so it's a little bit smoother. So now we're going with the top row right now. It's on X-ray so you guys can see what's going on. Right, so E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards slightly, E for extrude, scale outwards, and we're just going to make the lip of the bottle just right now. Scale inwards, and then once we've got to this part, we go inside of the bottle. So we have, let me see, so we have like the kind of curve going around there, if you guys can see that. Let me see, so E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale it inwards. We go E for extrude, and we're just going to go down. Now I'm going to put this on side view again so you guys can see what's going on. So E for extrude, just at the bottle neck. Come down this way, E for extrude. And then we're just going to go E for extrude all the way down until we get to the bottom, and then just curve it off just slightly. So now we have our bottle. Let me get rid of X-ray. Yeah. So then we're going to shade it smooth. And we've got like our little flask going on. Now we need to make the lid. So the lid... I'm trying to think. So maybe I'll go with a plane to begin with, and then we can build it from there. So just bring your plane up, scale it up, and then we will do rotate 90 degrees. So rotate 90. And we're just going to sit it so that it sits in the mouth of the bottle just there. Scale it downwards just a little bit. And because we've got a curve on this, and a little hole at the top, I want to try and recreate that hole. So it's going to go down, E for extrude, and I think it just sits just above. So G, go down, E for extrude, just bring it out just slightly. Scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, and then we're just going to kind of come round and curve it. And this is why the hole is at the top of the bottle, so I just want to E for extrude that. Let's take this, just pull that out a little bit. Set this one, do the same. Okay, so now we want to make the hole in the top of the bottle, so we're going to go with Control R. Just move it to the side there, and then we're going to go Control R again. Again, move it to the side. Then we're going to go Control R again because I want all the vertices up at the top right there. And I'm just going to take these 2 points and just pull them in. They're kind of flush. So now we're just going to get rid of this section, this section, this section, and I think this section. So that we've got the hole in the top. So delete faces. Now we're going to select everything. And it's right over the edge of the bottle, and we want this circular, so E for extrude. And we're going to have that side. So what I want to do is I'm going to use normal pad for this actually. So E for extrude, and press 1, it's going to go backwards. If we press -1, it's going to go forwards. So we're going to do that. Select all these vertices again. E for extrude, and we're just going to press. For some reason it's doing that. I'm gone. Just going to select all these. E for extrude, and then 1. Or should we go -1? There we go. Right, so now we're going to want to select this side as well. So we've got 2 sides selected. We're just going to scale them inwards so they follow a curve. E for extrude, but don't move them at the moment. And then we're just going to scale outwards. Then we're going to scale inwards. And maybe down as well. Just slightly. So we still have the hole going through the middle. Then E for extrude, and scale outwards again. And just going to scale them in. So yeah, you've got a little flask with a little lid with a hole through it, I guess. I'm just gonna make that bigger actually. It just look a little flush. Got was okay, so that's our flask in a nutshell. Yeah, I guess you guys could add details to it if you wanted to. We don't have sun. Where's our sun? Excuse me. Just make that a bit brighter. Yeah, so that's just your basic flask. Make it a little bit metallic, I guess. Give it a little bit of shine. You could add some stuff on there, some logos, or if you wanted to add some little dents and stuff like that, you could go ahead and do that one. So yeah, that's our flask. Thank you for joining the tutorial. I'll see you in the next one. Okay guys, welcome to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a door. I'm going to just make a glass door, I guess, just to show you guys how it's done. Okay, so I'm going to go with a plane to begin with. Just going to rotate it by 90 degrees. Just scale it up a little bit so you kind of got a door. I don't know if shape right there. S to scale, and then I'm just going to bring it up to the plate right here. Okay, so we're going to be making a glass door today, and this is just a basic shape. I'm hoping that you can't hear the person outside who's beeping his horn continuously. I don't know why he's doing it. He's been doing it for the last hour, but yeah, if it's on the audio, I do apologise. So we're going to go into edit mode. I'm just going to go Control R. We're going to half it. Control R, half it again, and then Control R, half it again. Just do that on each side. Just so that we know that this is even. The bottom is actually going to be less even. So what I'm going to do, this is going to be the window right here. So I'm just going to take these and then just delete faces. And right here we're going to have like a little bit of a wood kind of pattern going on. So I'm just going to take this, go half. I think we could, yeah. Okay, so this is where the pattern is going to be. Excuse me, right here. So what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to be in edit mode. I'm just going to select everything, and then I'm just going to go E for extrude. We extrude all the faces outwards, so we can make that kind of curve around the edge of the door. I'm going to select all these faces on the inside. Let's see. Yeah, so these are all selected. And then, you know, I'm going to Control R onto this. See if that works. Just kind of make that face in the middle. I'm just going to scale inwards just to give it a little bit of depth and a little bit of more smoothness. Okay, so that's our basic shape, and I'm going to select the sides right here, and then select the same on the opposite side, and then I'm just going to go E for extrude, scale it inwards just slightly, and then what I'm going to do, so you can see the two sides are actually selected right there. If you press scale and you just go along the X axis right here, you can actually pull this in just slightly. You see how these two vertices are now coming in on each side. So I'm going to press E again, and then we're just going to go scale, don't move it. So this is going to be flat, just a flat part right there. And then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then I'm going to scale it outwards, and then scale just on general. Then we're going to go E for extrude again, don't move it, scale inwards, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and then we're just going to scale outwards. I guess. So we kind of got this pattern going on, scale again. So now we kind of have this like ripple going on. If you guys can see that, it's kind of rippley pattern. So that's going to be our main door. So we're going to go E-fret extrude again. Don't move it. Scale it inwards. And then we're going to go E-fret extrude. Don't move it. And then we're going to go scale together. So it goes inwards. Just like so. And then scale again. So this is going to be kind of like the funky little wood pattern that we have on the door right there. And then for this window, we're just going to go ahead and add a plane. I'm just going to go ahead and scale it just a little bit. And then we're going to rotate it 90 degrees. And then we're going to go and just place that inside of there. Scale it upwards, make sure that it fits properly. Okay, so we have our basic door right there. So now what I'm going to do, I'm going to add another plane. You don't have to do this bit, this is just for my reference kind of thing. But I'm going to make you see how the glass works with this. So what I'm going to do is add a little bit of a corridor here, so to speak. Just to basically show you how the light comes through. Watch around the Cycles render engine. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead, edit the door basically out of it. Let's see, that's roughly the edge of the door there, and then we're gonna have the rough edge of the door right here. Rough edge again. Okay, so and I'm gonna take this this piece in the middle, and I'm just gonna delete it. And then I'm going to add a plane for the floor. Okay, so when we put this into the Cycles engine, this is how the lighting's going to look. We've got some intersecting vertices right there. I can fix that in a moment. But this is generally how the lighting's going to be. I think. This is too far forward. It's like, try and get it right there. So, yeah. I don't think this door's thick enough either, so I'm just going to scale this out just a little. This should solve the problem. Hold on. Yeah, okay, this glass isn't in properly. Yeah, okay, so we have like a little gap where there's like a little bit of a gap for the hinge and stuff like that. So, for this personally, I'm just going to move this back across. We shouldn't have that. Yeah, okay. So, doing all of the texture work on here, we're going to want to go to the shading tab. Okay, so your shading tab's right up here. Let's go to that. We're going to make textures for the door, and also we're going to make this glass work as well. So for the door, I'm just going to go into render mode for the moment. We're just going to click new, add texture. Sorry, add for your texture, add texture, white noise. Or you could just add noise texture, depending on what you'd like. I think I'm just going to add noise texture. There we go. Right. So we're just going to scale this in. This is going to give us a little bit of material to work with, so that we can get some definition on the door. Let's add a bump node just in there. You want to put your colour, if you guys can see, to your height. So now we see that it goes this kind of odd shade of green. So now what we want to do is we want to go ahead and put a colour ramp in here. So just type in colour ramp, and you want to sit that between your bump and your principal BSDF. Now usually doors have kind of a brown tint to them unless they're painted, so you know, whether it's a wooden door or a metal door or whatever like that, you can go ahead and change the colours and the textures on this. So you can go ahead and edit the noise as much as you want. You can also scale it down so that it's got less of a strength as well. So you kind of just want, you know, a door. I'm just going to shade the smooth to see what happens. Actually, no, I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, so we've got our basic door going on right here. So the glass in the door, we want to edit. So you notice that it's very dark right now. So we want to add. We're going to go over to the materials tab right here. Go to emissions. And you'll notice, oh sorry, not emissions. You want to go to glass even. So now you notice that this is slightly see-through. If you mess around with the IOR, you'll notice that some light comes through from the other side. So this is the only light that we have in the scene. You'll notice now that there's some light coming through. The roughness, you can make it rougher if you want to, or you can make it just standard glass. To be honest with you, I think I'm going to put a point coming through here. It's like a spotlight. So you guys can kind of see what's going on. Let's rotate this. Yeah, so we can see like the full door right there. So some light is coming through onto this side. What we're going to do is shadow caustics. We're also going to put the door to shadow caustics as well. So we'll come to object, and then I believe it's shading, and then receive kind of shadow caustics and cast shadow caustics, and then we're going to go ahead and do the same to the glass. What you can do is you can darken the glass if you want to, lighten the glass, put a little bit of a tint to the glass as well. You notice that we have white light here, and then we have this kind of grey, kind of brown glass right here, and we've got the refraction from that glass in the bottom. We can have red glass. You get the picture of what's going on here. Sorry about that, I just needed a moment. I'm full of a cold. So we can pull the power as well so that it goes a little bit more powerful. We notice that when we do this, there's a lot more red on this side. So to make this glass bumpy and make it actually look like glass, I don't want a red tone to this because I don't think it looks right with this door. We can go ahead and do a noise. Okay, so to do your noise texture, we're going to go to noise. Noise texture right here. Add that to the node. Noise texture to glass BSDF. We're just going to scale this up a little bit. Now you can roughen this, or you can make it like a normal kind of thing. I don't personally like this texture that I have on the outside. We can add a bump texture. So it's the height again, it's changed. So now we add the colour ramp. Okay, so we have this kind of glass thing going on right now with the little kind of fuzziness, I would say. Right, so you can increase and decrease the strength. Let's see. So you got a little bit of roughness going on, you can change that. Let's go with a little bit more white in there. Increase and decrease your strength as much as you need to. Change this to volume if you'd like to, or you could displace it. You don't have to do this kind of shading tab stuff, but you know, I'm just showing you as an example. Just experiment around with it a little bit, see what works, see what doesn't for you. I'm going to retry with a few things right here. Just kind of see what I can do with the glass. Because I think like you can do a lot with the glass, but I think with the version that Blender currently has, the caustics aren't great with it, I'll admit. But you know, this is just a basic tutorial showing you how to work with the glass kind of thing, and you've already seen that you can get you know, shade coming through, and you've got light coming through and stuff like that. So I mean, I think this whole thing is a little bit more experimental and stuff like that. But if you guys enjoyed the tutorial, please like, subscribe, follow if you're on Facebook too. Hi guys, welcome back to another tutorial. So today we're going to be doing just a regular smartphone. So yeah, we're going to start off with the default cube. Just scale it outwards, and so you've roughly got the shape of a smartphone. Now we're going to scale it down, so you've roughly got the back of one right there. Okay, so I mean, you could do this in any way that you wanted, really, depending on what model of phone you're modeling. I'm just going to go with like a generic shape. But you guys can go for something else. So what we're going to do, select the top, we're going to have curved edges. So E for extrude, just go up slightly and then just bring it in, scale inwards. And then we're going to do the same on the back as well. E, and then just scale inwards so it's curved. And then for the screen, we're just going to go ahead and select the top face, E for extrude, but don't move it, and then we're going to just scale in just ever so slightly. I mean, you could include buttons on the bottom if you wanted to, but to be honest with you, like most smartphones have the little buttons integrated within the touch screens now, so that's going to be different. Okay, so what you want to do on this part is you want two different colours. So you've got the original material, which we're going to rename the phone back. And then you're going to want to make a secondary material with this. So press the plus button, go to new, and this is going to be screen. So screen is just going to be for the front of the phone, the rest of it will be the phone back. But if you want to create a different back for the phone, then you can make a third colour if you'd like. I'm going to do that in a second, but for the screen we're just going to click assign, and then we're going to go here and we're just going to make it a little bit grey and a little bit reflective as well. Now you can add stuff on here in the shading tab if you wanted to. You could have a photo, just make sure that you size it up. Okay, so we've got that now. I'm just going to go ahead and change my engine here, which is cycles, should be cycles. I'm going to shade it smooth. Now usually, like, especially if you've got like a few phone brands, I don't think I can mention brands on here, but a few phone brands have the drop off edges at the side, but we're just going to go with generic phones for today. So if we go for the underside right here, the first thing that we can add is a cylinder, and we're just going to scale that down a little bit, bring it up, and just sit it right at the back here. Now, this is the part where it gets a little bit tricky. You don't want it to poke through the top, but you want to just make it just thin enough that it pokes through the back. So we're going to go with a texture on this one. We're going to change this one to black. And then what we can do with this is we're going to right click and shade smooth. Oh, sorry, go into your object mode, right click shade smooth. Then what you want to do, go to edit mode again. Select the face on top, press E for extrude, but don't move it. Scale inwards ever so slightly, and then E for extrude, and we're going to go down, but don't clip the phone, just have it just there. Now you're going to make a secondary material on this item as well, so of course we're going to press plus in the corner, press new. We'll go for a silver, but we're going to go full metallic and roughness down, so when we render we'll see like this. Now obviously press the sign. So you want to go, this is camera lens, sorry, my mistake, camera lens, then we'll call this one camera base. So your camera lens, you're going to want to assign that. So now a lot of phones do have a backing to their cameras, so we're gonna put a few of these just at the side. So Shift D to duplicate. Just move it across. Make sure that you're moving on one axis, so you're not going like this. So they're all at the same height. We're gonna go put one down here, maybe another one here. Have one of those phones where it's like weirdly covered in lenses, which is every smartphone nowadays. Yeah, so something like that would be real great. Now what we're going to want to do is put a back to this, just to enclose them a little bit. Now you can use a cube to do this. Yeah, I'm going to use a cube. So just go ahead. I've just gone back onto the viewport shading here. Go ahead, put this over the top. You might want to use this one, which is the X-ray. You can use that on viewport shading on the second option. So just scale it down so it just sits under the lenses, but it doesn't clip the actual phone itself. I think I got that one right. So you're going to want to just gently come up. Now, here's the thing, right? So you come up there and you notice that the lenses are now being obscured. So what you want to do with that one, bring your lenses up. So we're just going to finish off this part just here, just to smooth it out a little bit. So I want, come on, I want that face. Right, yeah. I want to select that face and that face. Just going to press E for extrude. And then we're going to go S for scale, bring it down a little bit. S for scale, bring it in a little bit, just so that it smooths off. Oh. Oh, wait a minute. There's just my save files. Right, yeah. Okay, so we've now got this. For some reason my save files decided to pop up. Right, no, I don't want that in the center. Just gonna go Control R, just scope it here, just at the side, so it's got kind of a little bevel around the edge. And then go back into object mode, right click, smooth shade, and we are going to go with maybe, I would say a white for the back. So now I'm going to go ahead and select all my lenses, so just click, press shift, hold, and just click all your lenses here. And then we're just going to press G, bring them up. Let me see. Do I want a sixth one on there? Actually does look like it deserves a 6th one. So you got that space. So of course this is just a generic kind of phone layout. Just click all those. There we go. So now this back, I want to change this back of the phone. So we're going to go into edit mode. Just select the back. I'm going to take this X-ray off actually. Face. Yep. Okay, so I'd like a kind of green colour. So we're going to add another colour to this. Click assign. And then we're going to go with kind of like a greeny kind of colour maybe. I'm just going to put this onto object mode so we can see that a little better. That's too green, I think. That's pretty cute. So you kind of have this this nice smartphone going on. So, I mean, you can add a logo at the bottom there, you can add some details at the bottom there, a little bit of text, like they have like the terms and conditions on the bottom of phones as well, I've seen. So yeah, that's basically the phone shape. So now, depending on how your phone will function and depending on the brand of your phone, you're probably going to want some USBs, you're probably going to want some little places to charge things. So I mean, we're going to go E for extrude, and this will be the charge port, scale it down a bit, E for extrude, and then you could have it that way. Then you could go E for extrude, scale it inwards. So if you guys can see what I'm doing here. And then you kind of have a point. Now, let me think. So, yeah, here you go inwards. You just go into the phone right there, and that's charge port. So yeah, that's the basic premise of a smartphone. You guys can add to that, but yeah, that's just basic generic kind of looking smartphone with curved corners. Please don't sue me. You know what company I'm talking about. But yeah. If you guys are interested in any more tutorials, there's plenty on my page. I'm trying to get a tutorial done every single day for this month. So, yeah, if you guys liked, please subscribe, please follow if you're on Facebook. Yeah, I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay guys, welcome to the next tutorial. So today we're looking at making trees. What you want to do, first and foremost, get rid of your default cube because you're not going to need it. You want to go to add, you want to go to curve, and then we're going to go to sampling tree gen. Now, if you don't have this, you can go to edit, and you can go to preferences, just type it in, hopefully it should pop up for you guys. So we're going to go to curve, sampling tree gen, and you get a generic tree that just appears in the middle of nowhere. Now don't click anything at this point because we need this at the top, the bottom corner right here. I'm just going to go ahead and move my logo out of the way 1 second. There we go. Okay, so when we get onto this, something that you got to realise with trees is that if you click off this box will never return. For some reason they just don't have it as an option within any of the other settings. It just randomly disappears and you have to edit everything as soon as you get the tree. So with the trees, you have load %, which is at the bottom right here. You can do I can't even pronounce that, Kali Steeman, the Douglas fir, Japanese maple, quaking aspen, small maple, small pine, weeping willow, white birch and willow. So you've got a lot of different options there with your trees. We're going to go with the small maple today. Let me see. So when you've got your tree here, there'll be various sizes, but one of the things that I will say to you is add your leaves. So go to the leaves section at the top and you just click show leaves. Here you can add more leaves, you can take leaves away, you can make leaves bigger, you can edit the position of leaves, and also if you go to the branch growth section, you can also edit from there as well. So just continuing that, I think it's something, a spider or something. So yeah, you can adjust all these settings. You can get some more branches in there, you can get less branches in there, make the branches smaller. You can also make it a little bit taller, make it a little bit shorter, whatever your preference is. Make it taller, you can make it taller, you can make it a tiny tree. So yeah, that's how you do it. So basically when you're adding your colours, so your leaf colours, you can come down here to materials. You can go on shading with that, mess around with that, but for the basics of tree making, I'm just going to show you this one. So I do believe that we're still in cycles. Oh, we've switched to Eevee. Okay, so switching to cycles, you can see what's going on there. You've got green leaves on your tree, and then we can click the actual tree itself, and then we can change this to a brown or a darker yellow. And that's the basic fundamentals of a tree. I mean, like, making trees is, you can mess around with it quite a lot. I spent hours messing around with it, to be honest with you. You know, I could quickly show you a shading technique that I do use for the bark. Okay, so this is the shading tab right here. So you'll notice that we've got some nodes at the bottom, do some shading at the top here. I'm hoping you guys can see this. So we can add a noise texture, and then we just link that to the base colour. Now you notice that we get a lot of this pink and green, so we want to just reduce that, just scale it upwards. This will give us some texture to the tree. You have as much as little. The more that you scale it, the more texture there will be on the tree. So now you notice that the tree is a little bit white. So I want to add a bump node. I'm going to add the bump node first so that I can show you guys what a bump node looks like. Can't get it out today. Right, so this is going to take your object from a flat 3D surface to a little bit more of a bumpy one that will catch light. So it makes it look more 3D. So we're just going to shift the bump node to the side there, and we're going to add a colour ramp. If it'll ever work for me. There we go, colour ramp, and we're just going to slide it in inside here. Now you notice this is black and white because we're using black and we're using white, so we're going to press the plus, and we're going to add a brown in there. And you also notice that this is not very rough. It's kind of got this kind of sheen on it, and I mean, if it's raining in your scene, then the sheen is a good thing, but for this instant I want it dry. So we're going to take the metal down, the roughness right up, and this is what our tree should look like. Now you could probably make better trees than I can. So the leaves, exactly the same, but I'm going to go for a Veroni texture. So let me see. Veroni texture. Colour to base. You notice that the leaves are all different colours. This is great for if you're doing any autumn shots or anything like that, because I mean, like, you could have leaves that are brown, you could have leaves that are orange, leaves that are still green, you can have that variation between everything. So yeah, you know, I think I might do that for you guys right now. So we're going to have that one, and then we're going to add, we don't need a bump texture, but we're going to need a colour ramp. Put the colour ramp in there, add some oranges to the leaves, and then we're going to add some green. See what I mean about the leaves being different colours right there? So yeah, you got orange, you got green. It's kind of like a tree that's just coming in to winter. You could Reduce your green. Oops. Come on, let me do it. Reduce your green. Every time I click that, it seems to move it. And you can have more of that. You can get rid of your white and just have orange and green. And you can just change kind of the seasons as you please, really. So yeah, that's the tree tutorial. I hope you guys enjoyed. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, don't forget to like, subscribe, and if you're on Facebook, you know, give us a follow. It really helps. Thank you. See you later. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So we're going with like the Greek kind of Athens theme, the kind of Roman kind of look. So for this particular tutorial, we're gonna go ahead and make a pool today. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the default cube. I'm just gonna go ahead and turn my screencasting keys on here. So take this right here. We're just gonna scale this down and then scale it up. Just like so. So we should just have like a rough kind of square, kind of oblong kind of shape. So what we'll do, we'll go to the edit mode. We're going to go on the top face right here, and then we're going to go E-fret extrude, and then we're just going to go ahead and scale in just by slight, and then this part is going to be the edge of the pool. So we're going to go E-fret extrude. What you want to do, just bring it down just slightly, and then just scale it in just slightly as well, just so you've got that nice little bevel that's going around on the outside. And then you want to go E-fret extrude, bring it down, E-fret extrude again, bring it down. We're going to have like a slight lip, so we're just going to go ahead and just extrude that out just slightly, and then E-fret extrude and bring it down to the bottom. Now what you want to do is make sure that you don't clip this at the bottom. You just want to go here, we're going to go E-fret extrude again, and then we're just going to go scale in just slightly. So once we've done this, we're going to go shade smooth, and we should have something like this. So now we're going to go ahead and we're going to take these edges right here, because what we want to do is make a little bit of a lip on the edge. So if you go just here, just Control R, just loop cut that right there. We're going to go ahead and just select these edges just around the corner. It doesn't matter if this intersects into the wall, because you're not going to see that side. But we're going to go E-fret extrude, and then we're just going to go scale and just scale this outwards, so we've got this nice kind of little beveled kind of edge. Just scale this inwards just on this side just slightly. So now this is going to be our pool that we have in the main room, and we've got little shelves and stuff like that on the side. So from here we can actually go for, we'll go with the cube. We'll just scale this out. You can go in the X-ray mode at this moment. If you press 1 just to go sideways right here, make sure that the cube just sits just under here. And then we're going to go G and just bring it into the side right there as well. So the little gap right at the bottom is just so that we can see the tiling. So we're going to go edit mode, take one of these faces right here. Let's press G, bring it across, and then press G on the side and just bring it across. Now at this point you can actually take the cube off if you want to. For me personally, I'm just going to keep it here. This is just going to be the reference cube. I'm just going to turn off that X-ray right there because it's pretty annoying. So this is the reference cube that we're going to use. I'm just going to go ahead and take this and just press G, move it a little bit closer to the wall, and I'm just going to rotate it by 90 degrees. Just move this to the side right there. And just to the side right there. As I said, it doesn't matter that it clips. So, once we've got this cube, we can actually name this as main room. And what this is going to do is, this is going to be kind of like a background cube. This is going to just be for reference. So when we put the rest of the walls in, we can actually use it to see where we're going to put things. And then we can also use this cube in the end to do some lighting effects with it. So for this cube, really, if we just turn it off for now, oops, wrong cube. This one should be pool. Sorry if you've got that in the wrong one. The cube on the outside should be the guide cube. Okay, so once we've got that established, just turn off your guide cube. So we're gonna go, let me see, I think I'm gonna start working with pillars to begin with. That might be an idea. So I'm gonna go ahead and just add a cube in there. Let's just pull that up a little bit. Now we're gonna get a little bit fancy with this cube. So what I wanna do is go to edit mode. We're going to start by, we can actually do this on two sides if you wanted to. If you just press 1, you can get a side view on this, but also you can select this side as well at the same time. So just press 1. We're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale outwards, then just press S for scale, and this just should scale where it is. Just press S for scale again and just bring it down. E for extrude, leave it where it is. E, let's see, S for scale, so we're just going to go E, S again for scale, just bring that up. Should have a pillar that looks like this, roughly. So now we're going to do some gold inlaying. So what I want to do is go Control R, and we're just going to go ahead and just start splitting this just into quarters, just as so. And then we'll split this one down this side on either side, and then we'll do the same to the other side. So you want to split this into quarters. So you got 4 parts. Split either side. And then what we're going to do, we've got a central bit right here. We'll use that as a reference, but we won't use it for what we're going to use it for. Let's quarter this out. Just about so. So you're just going to go half here, and half here. And then I'm just going to go half here at the bottom and then half here at the top. So what we're going to do now, we should have the same kind of pattern all the way around. We're going to go ahead and grab all of these in the middle on absolutely every side. So we're going to clone this pillar to keep in with the theme of what we have for this Athens. So now we have every side selected. We're going to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards, just slightly. Oops. So you want to scale inwards just slightly and then scale upwards. But make sure there's a little bevel going all the way around, so you should have something like this. So now, what we want to do with this is we want to add the gold to the outside. So the gold is actually going to sit on these parts right here. If you just press shift, you'll be able to select the entire row rather than a little bit like that. Oops. Just make sure it's not diagonal. So you have this one and then you go straight up, press shift, control, and then you can select all of that. So this is where you're going to have to be. It just selects these two. Boom, and boom. Might be a little bit tedious if you've not done this before. Let's see. Yeah, it does take a little while. So just have some patience with it to make sure that you're selecting the correct ones. If you select one by accident, just press Control Z. So it's going to press here, Control Shift, and then you can select all of that one. So this is the last one, Control Shift, select all of that one, Control Shift, select all of that one, Control Shift, select, oops, and then select these ones. Okay, that's just weird. I think I didn't press, what's the name? Hold on. What did I do? Right, yeah, got those 4 selected. Thankfully I don't have to go all the way around. Make sure that you're pressing shift at all times whilst you're doing this. Right, so now I should have all 4 sides selected. So we're going to go to material. You're going to go new. So this is going to be the base material, we'll go marble, and then we want to press plus. We go new material, and this is going to be gold. Now if you put this material on anything, it's just going to be the same gold all the way through. So yeah, it's nice to have the exact same theme rather than colour matching. So if we just take this base colour right here, we'll bring this down to an orange, bring up your metal, bring down your roughness, and we'll click assign. So now when we go to the object mode, and if you're in the render mode, if you're on EV, change it to cycles, we now have this nice little gold going on. Now it doesn't look like much right now because we need to put in some of the shaders, we need to put on some of the roughness, and we obviously need to do the lighting as well. So yeah, we'll see what's going on with that. Let's go back to the regular mode, so we're not on render. We're going to take this pillar right here. I'm just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it down. So this can go at the back of the temple just here. And what I might do actually, because we do have that box guide, but I'm going to go against it a little bit, and I'm going to put a little wall just at the back here, so it looks kind of like you've got little bits and shelves and stuff. So we're just going to use a square. Just put this right here. So you've got that little lip over the bathtub right there. We'll go edit mode. And then we're going to take this and just go E for extrude and just bring this around the back. And then I'm just going to take these and just bring these up just slightly as well. I think maybe that should be on that side, because if we've got a guide cube, yeah, we should really be, let's rotate this about 90. This is why we have the guide cube, so that we know where and what we're doing in the beginning, because sometimes you can make projects and the camera's zooming around everywhere and you kind of lose your orientation a little bit, so that's primarily why I put those in. So yeah, I think we should be okay with that. So we're going to take this right here. I'm just going to go ahead and place this on the side. You want to keep these at the exact same level so that they look neat and tidy. So if we pull that one that way, we now have this kind of very nice stand going on of 3 pillars, and we've got this kind of bathtub going on. So what we can do now is we could have some intersecting pillars at the top. We could actually take one of these pillars and we could shift D it so we keep within the theme, rotate it by 90, and then just stretch it across the top here. And as long as you don't see the seams, you should in theory get away with it. So we could technically do the pillar just like this, and then we could go to edit mode. We could go to, I would say 3, yep, X-ray mode. Take these out, delete them, faces. If I can ever select this, there we go. Delete faces. So now we've got this kind of concrete pillar that will follow the exact same theme that we just had. Now this is going to have a hole at the end of it, so what we're going to have to do is we can actually select, if I just bring this in, select all of these parts right here, just press F and it'll fill it. So again, just select all these parts right back here, press F for fill, Oops, let's not do that. Right, so now we've got this one. So now we've got a little bit of an intersection just here. I can see it when I'm rotating the camera. So what I'm going to do is just scale this upwards just slightly and scale it inwards just slightly. So now if we go Shift D, go for R for rotate 90 degrees, press G, bring it over. We have to stretch this one out again. So we'll go with scale, S for scale. And you can bring this one over. So maybe just put it just there. So we render this out. We now have this nice little beam coming across. And the best thing about it as well, you can take this and this and you can bring it over. Let's go Shift D and then we'll go for G. Oops. Shift D, duplicate, bring it over. And then you can place it just here. So now the pillar's not really sat on anything, but you can put something in the way here. You can put another block or something like that. For me personally, I'm just going to get rid of this one. So it's kind of like a freestanding pillar. Just scale this outwards just slightly. So we want to do these ceilings, and we want to do the walls and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the camera in. So let's go with view, align camera to view, press G, just bring this back. Oops. We would have pressed G to bring that back, but unfortunately it's kind of kicks out the ballpark right there. Let's see, viewpoint, camera. Select your camera, press G, and just run this back just slightly. Just where you need it to be. So I'm going to put mine just here on the side. We could put some plants in here as well as other things, just to kind of pop it a little bit. So, I'm going to take this pillar right here. I'm just going to move this across. And I'm going to add a plane at the bottom. So if we go to add and then meshes and then planes, just scale that one outwards. Just make sure that you get the plane just where you need it. We're going to need this later on to make the tiles. Press G, just bring it down. And then we will put one of these planes up against the wall as well. So we're just going to go 90 degrees, rotate 90 degrees. Just get this up at the back. Press G. And we've got the wall in there. I'm just going to go ahead and just scale that down so that it fits perfectly, because we're going to need to do some patterns on this. So when we're doing the patterns on this one, we're going to do the edit mode, Control R, just get your central point there, Control R again, central point. For some reason it's not showing up on that side, but we'll see what happens. And just kind of find your midpoints just here. So when we do this, I can never get this to work again. Come on. I'm just going to turn this off. Yeah, midpoint there, midpoint there, midpoint there, midpoint there. Okay, so you're going to want to try and get a very thin line just going around the outside, just kind of framing this just a little bit. So I'm just going to go ahead with that one, just there. And it might look like a little bit of a mess at the moment, but just trust the process. And we will select all of these ones, Control Shift, Control Shift again, Control Shift again, and then Control Shift again. And then we're going to go to the Materials tab, let's see. So we'll go to the drop down. We're gonna have to do the base color first. So we're gonna go base color marble plus, and then we're going to go with the gold, and then we're going to click assign. So now this gold will be assigned to this one in particular. So if we go to the render tab right now, we now have a nice little gold panel just sat right there. So in theory, if we can get this correct, we could take this panel and flip it and put it on this side. So if we go to Shift D, bring it over. Now this is going to be a little bit fiddly, so what we're going to have to do, rotate it by 90 degrees, and then we'll bring it this way. Now hopefully the pattern should appear on the other side. If it doesn't, we're just going to have to do some stuff. See, now the pattern does appear on the other side, so what we're going to have to do, press G, just bring it in as close as you can. What you can do is scale it inwards, and then I'll make that box a little bit smaller. And then we can make the wall longer on the other side. So just try and get it as flush as you can to the building itself. Should roughly just sit about there. Go to edit mode. We'll take all these sides just at the side. E-for extrude. Just bring them over. Oops, maybe not E for extrude. Let's take these little points just at the side right here. Gonna go E for extrude, bring it over. And then we can go to regular objects mode. So now we have this nice little kind of watering hole just in the middle with gold trims. So the white that's on here right now, we can actually make that into kind of a marble kind of effect. So that's what I'm kind of going for. So we need to put the water in there, we need to put some lighting. You can go with kind of like traditional lanterns if you want to. I personally think maybe some spotlights might characterize this a little bit. It might give it a little bit of a different kind of niche, I guess you would call it. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this light out in the middle, because there's no point in having that light in the middle right there, because it just doesn't make any sense, because there's no light. Well, there is a light there, but it's floating in the middle of a room, and there's nothing to basically characterize why that light's there. I'm also going to take this pillar right here. I'm just going to go Shift D, bring this across, and just put this right here. So the next bit that we really need, let's see, I'm just looking at my notes right here. So I'm going to do some underlighting, I think, or maybe some rooftop lighting. So I'm just going to go ahead and just Shift D this, so that we've got a ceiling going on. And then what we can do is we can go ahead and add, we'll do some spotlights. So we're going to add a cylinder. I'm just going to press G, bring it up, scale it down, and then I'm going to go to edit mode, take this top face right here, E for extrude, just slightly, scale it in. Then we're going to go E for extrude, leave it where it is, scale it in, and then E for extrude and just drop it down. Now with these lights, what you want to do, go into your materials tab right here, which is at the bottom. You want to go new. So of course we're going to do the base light first. So this is going to be base light in black. Then we'll go to plus, and this will be new. We're going to click assign, and we'll go to emission. And we're going to turn the strength up a little bit. Click assign for this one. Object mode, and we're going to shade smooth. So now when we turn this on, we now have this little lights that's going on. So this can now go around the edges of the pool, it can go underneath, wherever you want to put it really. You can turn the light down as well if you really need to. So maybe we'll have some kind of low lights in here. So if you take this and you essentially clone it, I'm just going to press rotate to 180. So if you essentially clone this all over the place, this will be the same kind of lighting everywhere. So you're going to need, if you've got low lighting, you're going to need many of these to light a room. If you've got high lighting, you'll need less. So I'll just show you what I'm going to do with these. So I'm going to go ahead and put the light right there. Let's go with Shift D. I think we're going to be -1. Oh no. Just press, I think, 10. 10, maybe? No. Okay. Hold on. Trying to figure out the best way to do these ones. I think we'll go by 5. If we go Shift D, bring it over, and then press 5. 5's pretty good. 5's a good distance. Let's go again. Shift D, and press 5. Shift D, and press 5. Let's select all of these lights because we've got a secondary pillar on the other side. We can just go ahead and copy these over. So Shift D, oops, Shift D, bring him over. So now you've got one light that doesn't really fit right there, but that's okay because once we hit the render, this is what it should look like. So you'll see that all these are they're quite dull in stature. So if we turn this up, you can actually light the room up a little bit better. You can see the lighting working right there. Beautiful. So this is something that you can do with your projects. Now we have a little bit of a gap here as well, so I'm just going to go ahead and take this pillar. We'll go Shift D. I'm just going to duplicate it over because I kind of like the patterns that it's got on this. And we can fill that gap in, no problem. So, the next part of this really will be to put in the little bits of marble, put in the water, put in some detail as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and take this one a minute. I'm just going to make it kind of like a black or a grey, just to kind of offset this a little bit. Just a little bit of a deeper tone. So it's almost like it's on a different material. If we go over to the shading tab, which is at the top right here, we can actually change the materials and their properties. So this right here, we can go ahead and add a noise texture just right there. So we're going to go color to base color. We get all these nice little stripes going across it, and then we can go to add and we can go bump. Place your bump in between. You want your colour right here to go to your height, just there. And then we're going to go to add and colour ramp, spelt the American way. And now we've got this kind of nice little pattern going on. So we can move these little bars to either side to make it a deeper colour or a lighter colour. Change up the roughness a little bit to bring in some more details, or just move it down a little bit to bring in less. I'm personally going to go with something like this. And then maybe we could just pull that outwards just a little bit. So we've got this little bit of texture going on, but there's not too much. So when we render it, it should look like this. So you've kind of got this little bit of a marble effect going on in the background. So as regards to the floor, we go back to this tab right here. Let's see, if we go to materials, we don't currently have an assigned material, so I'm just going to call this floor. You can edit it here, you can edit it on the bottom as well. Let's go with brick. So we got the brick texture right there. We want to go colour to base colour. Now we've got this nice little brick going on. We want to change the offset to 0. So we've got this nice tiling, and the brick width, we just want to change that as well, so we've got square bricks more than anything. And you can scale this upwards, you can scale it downwards depending on what you'd like for your design. I'm just going to scale this just to here so that it fits nicely around the edge. And again, we're going to just do the same thing. We're going to go with the bump texture, just in here, colour to height. And now we've got this beautiful kind of blue floor going on, but we don't want that, so we're going to have the colour ramp, place it right here, and now you can make this darker, you can make this lighter, whatever you would like. For the roughness, personally, I think we should add a noise texture. So if we just place this one down here, we'll go for colour and we can go for roughness. And now you'll notice that we've kind of got this kind of pattern going on just here at the bottom. Just take that in a little bit. And you can also add a bump texture to this. So Shift D, just place this across, colour to height. It'll take a while just to load in. And now we have this kind of nice shiny floor that has this rough kind of pattern on it. So we now kind of have this little bathroom going on with all the tiles, and then we have this shiny floor, which is the effects that we're wanting. So it's kind of like very posh, very nice, very relaxing if that's your thing. We can add a plane right in here. If you go to your modifiers, add modifier, and then type in ocean. Ocean's already appeared for me because I think it's one that I use a lot. So the program's kind of learn what I use. Excuse me. So place it in the middle right here. Just want to duplicate this a little bit just to give it a little bit of a waveform. Scale this outwards if you want to. But just make sure that it sits within the pool itself. Press G, bring it over, and then we're just going to scale it down a little bit just to make sure that it fits where it needs to be. So we're going to go into the materials tab right here. We can add a slight blue just to this, and then we can remove the alpha just slightly so that the water becomes transparent, just as such. So, regarding the marble stuff that we've been talking about in the beginning, we could just do the same pattern really as this right here. I'm just going to go ahead and just lighten this a little bit and pull the alpha so we can see through that pool. Maybe just a little bit more. And what I'm going to do, so we've kind of got the room right here. I'm going to put the box, the guide box over the top, and I'm going to make a window and put some light coming through the window, because I think that would be really good for the pool as well. So at this stage, what we can do is we can go ahead and add some trees, and we can also go ahead and add some plants. So if we go with the cylinder, press G, bring it over here. We go to the edit mode, just take this down a little bit, and also what I'm going to do, select the bottom and just thin this just a little bit. So we're going to go E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, scale outwards, E for extrude, E for extrude, and then we're just going to start scaling inwards very slightly. E for extrude, scale inwards, and then what you want to do is just make a little bit of a bevel just at the top, and then just extrude it all the way down. So this is going to be a plant pot. So shade smooth. Add a new material to this. We could go with purple, and take down the roughness and pull up the metallic. Maybe purple would be a nice colour for this. And what we want to do now is add and we'll go to, let's see, we'll go to curve, tree sampling gen. If you can't find tree sampling gen, it'll be in preferences. I'm pretty sure it's on extensions, tree sampling gen, there you go. So just go into your extensions right there. So once you get a tree like this, if you've never used this before, don't click anywhere else. I implore you, don't click anywhere else. The only place that you need to click is a sampling add tree gen right here in the corner, and it should appear when we're on the layout mode as well. It will always appear in the bottom left corner. So when we've got this, we've got load present right here at the bottom. We can have weeping willows, we can have small maples, pines, Japanese maple, Douglas fern. Many of these I can't pronounce. We've got willows, we've got white birches. I believe that they're adding to the listings daily to make new trees. So I usually go for a Japanese maple. I quite like Japanese maples. So you'll notice that there's no leaves on here as well. So if we go to the leaves sections under geometry, we can click show leaves, and now we have all these leaves. So I would implore you to have a go at some of the settings on here and just mess around with it a little bit, because it is the real difference between something looking good and something looking a bit naff, if you will. Not to say that anything that you know that we as artists we have to learn from somewhere. Our first pieces of artwork are going to be absolutely naff. I think it's like after the 100th one we actually go, you know what, we're actually making progress. But at the beginning we get frustrated and we're like, we don't know what we're doing. So take your time with it, mess around with the settings, see what works for you. For me personally, I just like to experiment. I just like to put things out there, really. So I think I'm going to go with that design. You can do random seeds with this as well. I think practice makes perfect, and also happy mistakes, as I always got taught by my art tutor. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to press G, bring this over, just plant your pot, or pot your plant, whatever it is. Yeah, we'll just place this right here. Scale this down just a little bit of plant inside of this this place. You can have some wacky plants in here if you want to. So these trees come into two parts. You've got the bark kind of part of the main tree, and then you've got the leaves right there. So we take this, press new, and we'll go with we'll call this main tree. So main tree 5 apparently is it's going to have like a nice little chocolatey brown kind of colour just on there, and then we can add a noise texture just to give it a little bit of texture, you know what I mean. Colour to base colour, and we'll go with add and then a bump so we can catch some of that light that's dancing around the room. So colour to height, and then we'll go for colour ramp and place this in the middle. So now we don't have the brown anymore, so we're going to have to just put the brown on here. So if we go to the render, we can now see that we've got this. So if you scale this up, you've got way more detail on the barks of the trees. You can increase the white on here, you can just have it as is if you'd like to. Increase the roughness as well, take it down. So this is the typical tree, and now you can see the way that the light is caught on the tree itself. Now you can edit this as much as you'd like. So now we could do the leaves, and we could do new, call this leaves. Maybe we could do these as kind of like a red kind of pink, like an offset. You could do the same with these if you wanted to, so you've got like different colours, but generally if something's indoors it's probably all just generally one kind of colour. If you've got autumn or something like that, you can put the white noise texture on here, or just the noise texture on here, and you can actually get different coloured leaves for autumn, which I'm sure that I'll be covering later on in the year, so I'll show you how to do that for autumn or fall, wherever you come from and however you pronounce it, wherever you're from. So we've got this beautiful nice little plants here. I think I'll change the leaves to orange because I think that would suit the room a little bit better, but I'm just going to take it off the render for the moment. I'm just going to go ahead and scale it down. Just make sure you don't clip through your floor, but as long as you've got the plant relatively in the right place, you should be okay. So once we've got this plant in the right place, as we do now, we can click off it and we can just see what it looks like. You might want to change some of your tones, some of your drawings. To be honest with you, it looks like a stick. It's it doesn't look like a very healthy plant in the spa. I think someone needs to go in there and change that out, and I don't like the purple. So oh, sorry, 1 second. I have a desk fan that's supposed to be keeping everything cool, but allegedly apparently wants to fall over. Yeah, it's pretty old, but I don't like the purple to this anyway, so I'm just going to go ahead and change it to maybe a baby blue, like a teal. But that looks a little bit better. So we can go with, let's go back to shading tab a moment. So it's this background that's kind of really annoying me. We want the base colour of marble. So the base colour of marble will generally change everything. So if I just go to green, everything that is assigned to the material base colour marble is now green. So what we want to do, and I've got my notes on here. It's telling me to use a wave texture for this. So let's go with add. I think, yeah, Principal BSDF. Let's go with add. We'll go with a wave texture. Just right here. A colour and a base colour. So now we've got all these little stripes going on, and then we want a texture coordinate. This is what my notes are telling me that I need to use. Texture coordinate right there, and you want to put your objects to your vector. So objects to vector should be like this, and then I think we're distorting. Yeah, we're distorting. So this is going to be the marble kind of effect. Now it's too big, I think, so we could just pull that just there. Change the roughness as well. It's nice, but I don't quite like it. Let's go with distortion. So, let's see. I mean, you could do what you'd like with this. Personally, I don't know about all of this. This kind of is new territory for me, because I've got the notes on it and I've kind of researched what I need, but I don't like the tones on it. I think the Principal BSDF is great. Let's see. I'm going to go to roughness actually. I'm going to change this colour. Instead of it being on the base colour, it's going to go to roughness. I think that would look a lot better. I think maybe something subtle in the background actually might look a lot better than something just screaming in your face. So we can have this kind of marble kind of texture going on, but it's not quite marble. Maybe we could go ahead and also add a bump node in here, just to kind of pop some of that pattern. just by slight. I think. Let's remove this bump node. Let's see what's going on. This is what I'm talking about with me. Like, I just like to experiment sometimes. Let's go with FAC to roughness instead. See if that makes a difference. I don't know. Like, I think some of the patterns look a lot better in the past version that I did than this one. I just think this is too much. I mean, if you guys can kind of fiddle around with it and the colour ramps and you can find the right combination, like, absolutely, you should give it a go. I'm just going to go ahead and just pull this back a little bit. Just make it a little bit less than what it is. And maybe we could just scale this. I think that looks better. That looks way better than it did. Maybe take this black right here. Just make it a lighter tone. Just so you kind of got a fade in the background. And then we could go ahead and add a blue. Just here as well. Just to bring some of that out. So we can have this little bit of a marble thing going on with some veins coming through it. So there's something else as well. If you guys have noticed, it kind of mirrors itself right here. So what you could do is you could take this one right here. We could go duplicate this. We could go for base material. Make sure that you're on this one. Duplicate it, and then you can put this as 2, and then you can change like the patterns, the size. Maybe this has been cut from 2 separate pieces of marble, so the offset is just ever so different. So you could have this rather than straight copied. Maybe yeah, this has been cut from something else. Okay, so we could do the same pattern in theory with the pool, but I want to do tiling, so let's do with the brick texture. Just right here. I'm gonna go colour to base colour. Got all these nice little lines coming across and all this brick on top. Just change the offset so that it matches the floor. So now we've got these straight little tiles on there. We want to take the brick width, just bring that down. So I don't know if you guys can see that. So just bring it over to that one. So we've got these nice little tiles going on. So again, brick width, we just want to minus off that one just a little bit. And maybe just scale this upwards so that they all fit. I think that would do. So now we can see the bricks through there as well. This this water right here, I'm just going to take the roughness down and just put the metallic up. So now we've got the reflections of the rest of the room as well. And then maybe just move this alpha up just ever so slightly. Just enough so that we can see through the pool, but just enough that it's got a kind of establishment as being water with that. And maybe you could remove the blue as well, just slightly. Just ever so slightly teal it. for the rest of this room, I think it's just placing things down. Really, whatever you want to place in the room. If you've got decorations or anything like that that you would like to place in the room, probably the best opportunity. For me personally, I think I'm going to stop the tutorial just there. Yeah, and I mean, you could add stuff here, you could add stuff here, but I think this is primarily the scene that I wanted to get done today, and basically show you the reflections, show you the marble, stuff like that. So yeah, if you guys enjoyed this tutorial, please subscribe, really would help me out. I hope you have a great day. Share, like, yeah, whatever you want to do. I'll see you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're going to be making a spoon. So we're just going to go ahead and add, let's see, we'll just go with a cube. We're just going to elongate it a little bit and just bring it out, just so you guys can see what I'm doing right here. I'm just going to go ahead and scale it in. And then what I'm going to do is, let's go to edit mode. Just cut it in the middle right there. And we're just going to scale it outwards. And from this side we can go ahead and press E for extrude, scale it inwards. E for extrude again, scale inwards. From this side we go E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, and just scale inwards. Make sure that you're scaling just across the sides, so everything's flat to begin with. Press G, move it back, scale inwards. We go E again, scale inwards, and then E, and then we're just going to bring it out. Just bring it out to the side a little bit, E again, scale it inwards, E, scale inwards. And then what we're going to do is press A and just flatten the whole thing. And then we're just going to control R. I'm just going to get some sides in here. Doesn't have to be perfect, but as long as you've got sides, try and get them as close as you possibly can. And then we're just going to go ahead and do another one, just so it has like a little bit of a bevel around the outside. And then just select these vertices right here. Now what we're going to do is just scoop it inwards, so E for extrude, and then we'll just scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards. Don't worry about going through the bottom because we're going to be changing the bottom as well. So E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, and then we'll scale inwards again, E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, scale inwards, E for extrude, and then scale inwards. You can have this as deep as you want. I'm going to leave mine like this. So now what we want to do, because these have clipped straight through, we want to select these vertices right here, just these faces. E for extrude. Oh, sorry. Let's select the ones on the outside too. Just don't touch the outside ones. We'll go G, bring it down a little bit. E for extrude, scale inwards. You can actually put the X-ray on this if you want to. E for extrude, scale inwards. E for extrude, scale inwards. And then E for extrude, scale inwards until eventually the spoon's kind of curved off at the end. Then we're going to go into object mode. Just shade that smooth. Then there's your basic spoon. So yeah, we've kind of got some bumpiness around here as well, so we could go into the smooth. Just smooth that out a little bit. You can add some more vertices in there if you'd like, but that's just your basic spoon design. Thanks guys for watching. See you in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. So today we're doing kind of a posh bathroom. Now I've practiced on some of the stuff that I wanted to show you, and to be honest with you, when I did the floor, it was kind of like this flat floor, and then I did a brick texture, and then I did nodes over the top of it so that it was kind of popping out and a little bump kind of stuff going on. But I don't think it looks very good. So I want to do the tiles at the end, but I'm going to do the floor as just a plane to begin with. And then I'll show you how to do the tiles, because I know some of you, your computers might not be able to handle the amount of data that's going to be going into this project. So we'll start off with the flat floor to begin with. We'll do the floor last. Start off with a plane. Just bring it out. You know, delete your default cube. Scale outwards. And what I did was I started with this wall, and then I started with this wall on some arches. But to be honest with you, I think that I'll just do the arches kind of, I think I'll clone them and then bring the wall into it, because that just seems like a more logical option for me. So we're going to go ahead and do a plane. Press G, bring it up. R to rotate 90. Scale it down. This is going to be one of our archways, and then we'll just duplicate this into place. Okay, so we'll start with this one. I think that's going to be the best option. Because when I tried to make this to begin with, just to kind of practice, like some of the stuff that I was doing, I was kind of like, it works, but it doesn't. So we'll cut this one in half, and then we'll go in half again, and just half those. And then we're just going to want midway, half, half, and then half, and then half. So the way that I did it originally was I extruded downwards for the archways, but to be honest with you, this I'm just going to go like this, and then just click diagonally. So shift and control, go to the middle. Oops, no, sorry, don't do that. Just click kind of to the middle, just like this. We're going to go delete and then faces. So now we've kind of got this rough, kind of rugged kind of look. So if you come over to here, to where we can pick at the points, select these 2 points right here, scale inwards, then press G, just bring it down. And you just want to get these just in between. Make sure that you're staying on a flat axis when you're doing this. So G just to bring it down, and then scale to bring them together or apart, depending on your angle. Then select the next 2 upwards. You just want to be following the external dots. So G, bring it down. S to scale inwards. Just bring it round. And then we can do some adjustments afterwards just to make sure that everything's where it needs to be. G, go down, scale, sorry, S to scale inwards. So with this, we can actually go G, bring it up just a little bit, so we can get that archway kind of curved. These 2 points right here, we can bring these just up just slightly, scale them outwards. And the idea of this is just to build the archway itself now, so scale outwards, come on, scale outwards. Just kind of get some sort of archway from this. So it should be nice and smooth. when you've finished. It might take you a little bit of fiddling around with it, but eventually you should get to where you need to be. Bring this one down, scale it outwards. I think doing it this way you've got a lot more control as well. If we loop cut, we can also do the same to the outside, but to be honest with you, if you go to the edit mode on this and just select all the faces on the outside, so go from this face to this face, whoops. Press for the actual faces. Just click off that 1 second. You want to go for the edges, just right here. Try and get them all in without selecting anything else. And then we can go E for extrude, scale it inwards. And then just press G, bring it down just slightly. And now you've kind of got this inner archway that you can use for, say, a little bit of a window as well. So that should be completely flat. What I'm going to do, I'm going to bring this forward actually, where the archway actually is. So if we go A, and then we go E, you can bring that forward just a little bit. Take these faces at the front right here where it comes around the archway. Oops. Just on this side. Then we can go E for extrude. Bring these outwards just slightly. Just press G if we need to bring it back. So now we've got a little bit of a lip around where the window is going to go in. Now we can take this side, select all the vertices on this side, press G, just bring it in just slightly. Or, alternatively, you can also select this side, you scale them both in. Let's try right click shade smooth. Then once we've done this, we can go Shift D and just join them together in the middle. Bring them together just there. We're going to be putting some little details and artwork just in between them here, so that little crease that we've got won't exist. So this one right here, we want to go edit again. Select all these sides on this side. G, move it outwards. And then we'll go to making the next wall. So we'll go with a cube. Just thin it out. Scale it across. And scale it up. You just want to make it the same height as these two walls. Just press G, just bring it in. So now you should have a room that roughly looks like this. So now this room has got a little bit of a dint inside of it. So we'll go Shift D, just move this across, scale down, just scale this part outwards. Press G, just bring it across. I'm just going to edit this one as well, just on this side, just to join these two walls together. So just select the sides, press G, bring it in. And for this one in particular, just going to go edit mode, scale in between, take this one and then E for extrude outwards. for the other side of the bathroom, and then just fix your floor so that it just fits nice and comfortably there. Maybe scale it in just slightly. So that's your basic kind of bathroom look that we're going for. So if you've not changed your render, change it to cycles. So with this one, we're going to place the camera just about here, I think. So let's go select, and I don't think we have a camera just in the scene at the moment. I think I deleted it. So put camera, then we will go to view, align view, and then align camera to view. Just rotate this in. Press G, just bring it back. And we should set it just about there. Just frame it just in much, just there. And then I'll split this and then we can make the rest of it. So, coming from this point, we also want the ceiling, but we're going to do the ceiling last. It just makes more sense. So if we go to the mirror first, we'll go with, start with a circle, rotate it by 90. Then the mirror is going to go on the side just here. So I'm just going to make it an oval just slightly, make it bigger, go to edit mode. And then we're going to go F for fill, E for extrude. Not too far out, but just there. E for extrude again, just slightly. Scale it in. E for extrude, leave it where it is, and then scale it in. And then we're going to go E for extrude inwards. Scale it in just slightly, and then E for extrude, and just pull it all the way back. Now this part is going to be the mirror, so we're going to go new. This is the gold backing. Change this to kind of a gold metallic. Take the roughness down. Press plus. You're going to be assigning this one, so click assign, new. This one's going to be the mirror. So metallic all the way up, roughness down. Click assign again just to make sure that you did that. And then we'll shade smooth. And we should have a mirror like this. So you can see that it kind of points inwards a little bit. So the IOR can fix that. You can move that back and forth. Alternatively, take off the shade smooth. You should have a perfect mirror just at the back. Now if you want to get this smooth just around the outside, we could go gold, go to edit mode, click select, and then we can shade that bit smooth. Subdivide it a couple of times, and hopefully that should work. If not, we can get another oval in the middle right there. So let's go to circle, go to edit mode, rotate this by 90, press F to fill, G, bring it over, place this just in front on the frame, scale it outwards to fit the frame. And then this one, you can actually put as the mirror. So I'll just put mirror on this one. And then once we go back to that, you can now see that we've got a perfectly formed mirror, and we also have a smooth outside as well. So if you move that object, you are going to have to move the two objects together, but you now have essentially a functioning mirror. That will reflect correctly. Alright, so the next bit, I just needed to take a quick break. I just needed to deal with something. So, yeah, the next part of this, the mirror's a little bit too big, but we'll tone it down, it's fine. At least we've got it made. So we've got the cabinet that we're going to make, which we're going to start with a cube. Just kind of pull that out a little bit. I'm going to take it off the render mode so that this works better. Press G, bring it up. Scale it down, because we're going to be doing some detail on this, so it's going to be quite a big sink, because we're going to have 2 taps on there. 2 little bowl kind of things. So we'll start off with the edit mode. We'll take this top face right here. I'm just going to go ahead and press G, just bring it all the way down. And then I'm just going to scale it out just slightly. And then I'm going to go E to bring it up. E again. And we're going to do one of those posh ones like you'd see the older kind of cabinets where they come in. Just a little bit. So it's a little bit fiddly, but we're going to go E for extrude again. So you should have that little like kind of bump right there on the edge. Scale it inwards. Then we're going to go E for extrude, and then we're going to start to scale it outwards. E for extrude again, scale outwards. E for extrude, and then E for extrude, and then we'll scale it in just slightly. E for extrude, scale it in. E for extrude again, and then we'll start scaling it outwards. Just halfway, roughly. From that, and then this part will be the actual cabinet itself. So we can go extrude, and then I'm just going to scale it in just slightly. Now we're going to place another cube on top of this, so this will be the top and the bottom. I'll show you what I mean once we get the new cube on there. So if we go for a new cube, mesh and cube, we go G, bring it up, press 7 so that you can see into the heaven. That's how I'm doing this now. Like 7 is from the heaven, so you can see directly down. Just make this roughly the same size on top, and it's going to be like the little cupboard bits of the cabinet. So press G, bring it up. So then we're going to take this part, we're going to go Shift D, just bring it up right there, and then we will do rotate by 180, and this will be the top of the cabinet, but we're going to make this just slightly smaller in size. Press G, bring that up. Then from here we're going to put on top a marble kind of top. So with this side right here, usually I make doors that you can open and stuff. I mean, you can make the doors if you want to. We could actually do that. Oops, what did I do? Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's go to edit mode. Control R. And then we'll just do this. Bring this in. Make some little portions right here. So you can make doors if you're doing animations and stuff. Great way to do them. They're not quite even, but they're even enough. Press Control R. Oops. Come on. Control R. Okay, it's not working for me on that side. I'm just going to switch up the sides right here. Control R. Come on. There we go. Alright, so Control R at the top. And then Control R at the bottom too. Okay, so select these individual faces. And then we can go E for extrude. And these can be kind of like the cupboards, the cabinets on the inside. So we're going to need some covers for these as well. So I also want to put on some feet on the bottom of these too. So if we go to add, we go to cylinder, press G, just bring it up so you can see what you're doing with it. It's kind of getting cramped in here already. Let's go edit, E for extrude, scale it down a little bit, E for extrude, scale it down, E for extrude, scale it down until it's kind of got to this point, and then we can kind of bring it up a little bit. Just make kind of a circle. E for extrude, S to scale. Let's see, E for extrude again, and then I'm just going to come back in. And we can just leave it flat like that. So with this one, go to object mode, right click, shade smooth, and then we're going to go new, and we'll put this as wood. Now you don't need to add any of the shaders just yet. We can go into that afterwards. I believe it's going to be easier for us. Let's scale this down. Go 7 to heaven again. And you want to go X-ray mode so you can see what you're doing. Now you want this leg right here to be duplicated on all 4 corners. So we're going to go G, just bring it over. Shift D. And then you want to click your leg right here. Now, if you notice that everything else is getting clicked as well. The legs are on the inside. It's not what I wanted. Let's double click that off. G, bring them down. Make sure that they're sitting in the right place. You could kind of tuck them in just a little bit underneath as well if you wanted to. And then we'll go 7. Go Shift D. Bring these over. Just so that they sit just right there. So now you should have, if we take off the X-ray mode, a nice little cabinet. Now we just need to add the doors to it. So we could go add plane. Rotate this by 90. Press G, bring it up. Just align it to where you need it to be. Now roughly all of this should be the same kind of height and size. So we shouldn't have any problems with that. G, just bring it in. So go to edit mode. E for extrude. Scale it inwards. E for extrude, don't move it. Scale it inwards. And then we can go E for extrude again to bring it in just slightly. And then scale it inwards. You can do E for extrude again. And then kind of scale inwards so you've got that kind of posh look to them. Just shade it. Oh, no, we don't want that. Just leave it the way that it is. We could do a bump on that or something. Or a bevel. In fact, if we scale it outwards, it kind of pulls some of the detail and then shade it smooth. We'll bevel that, actually. You go to the modifier, just bevel it slightly. Yeah. Okay, we can leave it like that. You can go Shift D, just bring it over. Shift D again. Bring this over, just make sure that that's covered. Shift D. And then Shift D. So you just need to position these exactly where you need them. This one here. This one's over a larger kind of area, so you could go S and scale it. Bit of a bigger cupboard for the middle ones. Press G in the middle, scale it outwards just a little bit. And then we can scale this one out just a slight bit, and then this one just to match. So they all roughly look the same height and shape. Okay, so we want to put this entire thing onto the side of the wall. So if we go to this angle, we can box select this. So just get it so that it's out of the way. Select everything. You want to go G, bring it down. Oops, did I get the camera too? Let's deselect the camera, double click the camera if you got that. Press G, bring it down. I'm just going to scale it down as well, because it's going to be quite a small cabinet for the room. Just make sure you're not clipping anything, but at the same time you just want it flush. And then take your mirror, and we'll put maybe 2 mirrors, just scale that down just a little bit. G, bring it up. You want to place it up against the wall. G, just move that over, and then we can do D, Shift D, and just bring those two together. So when we render it, it should look something like this. Now obviously we've not got any light in the scene, so we can change that pretty soon. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put some shelving units in here and maybe some decoration, so we can put a cube. Scale this down. Scale this across. G, go up. And then just go in. Just here. So this would be the shelf for all your bathroom needs, I guess. G, just bring it over. We're going to materials, and we should have gold. So that should just match straight up. Maybe we'll make a gold too, actually. So we could duplicate this. And just put gold too. So this one could be less shiny. Just a little bit duller. Bring up that roughness just a little bit. So it keeps in the theme with the gold, but it's not as shiny as the rest of the fixtures. So from this point we could change this as well. We could go wood for some of these. So this white one here is supposed to be the wood, so we just need like a little brown to go on there. I will be changing this afterwards anyway. Wood texture, wood. And then already the legs of the cabinets are already wood, so we changed that to wood before. So this just keeps your palette kind of organised in one place. And then we need the top to this as well. So if we go to cube, let's go G, bring it over. Scale this down. And then we're just going to scale it across for a little bit of a marble top. Okay, so that's our first bit done. The second bit we're going to be making a bathtub, and then we can make some of the plants in the windows and stuff, and anything that's going on the sides. And then we need to make the roof as well. Okay, so something's kind of bothering me about the size of this cabinet. I'm just going to go ahead and select everything and just thin it out just a little bit. So just going to grab everything and just kind of pull it back. Don't forget the doors if you're doing this. I'm just going to pull it back a little bit because I think it's too long in a way. So just select these 2 feet so that they're not clipping the wall. And just pull those back as well. Just press G. Pull those back, and then I can take this cabinet with its little fixtures on the front and just press G. Scale it inwards just slightly, and then press G and bring it back. I just felt that this cabinet was a little bit too thin. Of course you want it just flush up against the wall as well. Let's see. Scale that one out just slightly. G, bring it in. Okay, so maybe we'll work on the bathtub. So if we go to add, and then we're going to do a semicircle. I think we're going to do circle. We'll do the bath the correct size first, this way, and then we'll put it diagonally. So just press G. Scale it outwards just slightly. We're going to go add. We're going to go edit mode. Press F. E to extrude. Scale outwards. E to extrude. Scale outwards. Just watch the bottom there that you're not scaling too far outwards. We want it to be just round at the bottom. So I'm just going to pull this, press G. Let's get that right down there. E for extrude. And then we'll do a little scale outwards just around the bottom. E for extrude. Scale outwards. It's going to be fiddly kind of thing, but scale that one inwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. Scale outwards. E for extrude. And then we'll scale outwards. Bring that up. It's kind of a bathtub kind of size. And then we'll go E for extrude once we get to the top. Scale it outwards. Just slightly. E for extrude. And then we'll start doing the lip of the bath. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then E for extrude. Don't move it. And then scale inwards again. And then we can start bringing this back down again. Scale inwards. E for extrude. Scale inwards. And then E for extrude, and then we can just scale it inwards at the bottom, E for extrude again. And then just scale inwards. So we've kind of got this nice little tub going on. And then right click, shade smooth. And what I'm going to do with this is I'm just going to elongate it just slightly. And then I'm going to press edit and take this ridge right here all the way around. And I'm just going to scale it outwards. So you've kind of got that rim going on as well. So you scale outwards and then scale inwards at the sides. So this should be the little bathtub that you've got. Just press G, bring it up. And then we're going to go cube underneath. Press 7. And you want to make sure that your cube underneath is just the size of the base of the bathtub. Edit mode. Loop cut it. And then take this face and this face. And just scale outwards just slightly. And then do the same to this side as well. Oops. Scale outwards. And then we're going to go to the object mode, scale down. G to go up. And then we're going to go shade smooth with that side. And we can change this one to wood. And this one here will be porcelain bath. So make this slightly metallic. Just take the roughness down a little bit. You want it kind of shiny, but you want it to still have that porcelain white. Just take your bathtub up just slightly with your clipping there. And then take these two and just go G, move it across. We can actually use the same kind of style for the sinks as well. I want to rotate this just slightly and just place it next to the window. Maybe I just want to make that just slightly bigger. Have a nice big bathtub. Just make sure that's not clipping anything and it's just in the right position. So, excuse me. The next bit I would say, let's see. So we kind of want this little shelf going here and we want some pillars in there as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with a cube, scale this upwards. We go G. And then I will edit this. So we're just going to go with the sides just here. And then I'm going to edit the top and bottom as well. Now what you want to do with this one is we want to have all of these faces in the middle. Go to the face tab. You want all these faces. E for extrude. And then just scale them inwards. And then scale them outwards. So these faces, you want these as white, sorry, grey. So we're just going to do grey 1. Just tone this down just a little bit. Press assign. And then these little bits, so this one's going to be grey for the middle, and this one will be gold. I think I did this the wrong way around. Okay, this one's going to be the gold. And then this will be grey. So if we assign this gold, and then if we click everything, assign it gold, and then click these middle ones, these should be grey. And then assign that one. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to look. Okay, so scale this down. Just go ahead and put this in the corner. This is going to be the pillar. Just scale this outwards as needed. Okay, and then we'll scale this outwards and rotate by 90. Just clone that in there, scale it down, and then scale it across. So we've got this nice little skirting bow going across just at the bottom there. We're going to change these walls to the grey that we just made. So change this to grey. Grey 1. And this one as well. So I think there's another grey as well. So we've got grey and then we've got grey 1. So everything On the outside you could put grey too if you wanted to, but everything on the outside is grey one. So I think for the next bit we should put in the windows, so I'm going to go to plane. Rotate by 90. Press G, bring it over. Scale. And scale outwards. And then we'll put this one to glass. I don't think we've got a glass yet, so we'll go for principal BSDF and then go to glass BSDF. And then we can change this to glass. Coming out of that side. So we need a view. So we're going to put plane. And then we'll make it into an ocean. So go to your ocean modifier. And this is great for hills and stuff like that. Scale it upwards. And scale it out. Press G. And then we can rotate this on the axis. Let's see. So we can see this in the render view. We can then place it just here. Maybe I'm just going to scale this down a little bit just to get some more detail for the hills. I'm just trying to get the correct combination here. I think that'd do. So now we're going to want some lighting. So I'm going to get a sun, add in light, and then sun. And we're just going to turn it slightly so that we get some sun through the window here. Might take a little bit of fiddling around with this, but yeah, eventually you should get it. I'm just going to go ahead and just move this upwards a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and remove the glass as well so that I can see where the shadows are falling correctly. And then I can edit that afterwards. We want just there. Maybe just slightly against the cabinet as well. So I'm just going to place the glass back in. Once you're happy with wherever your project has ended up, go ahead and place the glass back in. We can go to the materials tab right here, change the IOR. To be honest with you, I think I'm going to go with principal BSDF with the glass, to be honest with you, because it's just, you can get so much more detail with this. You just change down the alpha and then change up the metallic. and kind of do the same thing, and it just seems to work a hell of a lot better. You're also getting a better reflection in there as well. Okay, so you're going to want the sun just slightly yellow. And maybe just turn up the power as well. Let's see, so slightly yellow. Shadow caustics. I just pull that up a little bit so you got some more light coming in. So kind of got this morning haze going on. So we will have the roof eventually, but at the moment I just want to edit the rest of the bathroom. So you should have something like this, if I can get this coming in. So you got the nice hills at the back as well. So with these hills, we could get a texture on there as well. We could go new, and then we could go grass hills. And then place these as just kind of an luminous green at the moment. We will fix that afterwards with the shapes and everything. So this pillar right here, if we take it, just pull this off render mode for the moment. Shift D to duplicate it, scale it out, and then just shrink it in. So it just fits in between the two windows where we've got that little divide going on. We can also take this little divide that we've got at the bottom for the skirting board, Shift D to bring it up. So we should have something that's relatively like this. We can also bring some of the fittings over as well from the other side. I'm going to put some plants on this side, and maybe some little plants on the table as well. And then we can do the tiles later on. Okay, so the next part that we will work with, we're going to make some plant pots and stuff. So let's take this off just for one moment. And I want to also colour the inside of these archways in gold. So maybe we do the gold first, and then we'll do the plant pots. So edit mode. We just want to go ahead and select absolutely everything just within these archways as best we can. Just get everything on the inside right there. And then from here we will, 1 second, just try to get that face right there. From here we will go to plus, go to the drop down, gold 1, the first gold that we had. Click assign, go to object mode, let's go to this mode, then we'll do this archway, so just click on the archway, edit mode, take everything from on the inside of this, and then we're going to go ahead and click plus, change this to gold again, and then assign. So for these plant pots that we want to make, we'll go with circle, press G, bring it over, edit mode, press F, E to extrude, just slightly, scale it outwards, just by slides. I'm just going to mosey that all in, right there. I just realised as well there's no keys. Why is there no keys? Screencasting keys, they should be on. That's really weird. Oh, there we go. Where did the screencasting keys go? They were on. Really weird. Right, so from this point on, let's go E-fret extrude. Scale this outwards. E-fret extrude. Must have been a glitch within the software or something. And then just kind of like pull them in. E-fret extrude. E-fret extrude again, and then just kind of scale it. And then we can just pull this outwards on the outside, just to make that little bit of a lip. E-fret extrude, and then this one, E-fret extrude, keep it where it is, pull it in. So you should have something, oops, just like this. You've got kind of an edge, if you can see that. And then E-fret extrude, bring it down, scale downwards, and then E-fret extrude and just bring it inside, kind of thing. We don't need to make this too deep. Like you can see on the X-ray mode there. We could just leave it like that. Now these parts, shade them smooth. Go to the drop down and go with gold, just to match the theme of the room. Scale it down. Just place it to the side just for now. And then what we're going to do, we're going to go to add. We go to curve. I think it's curve. And then the sampling tree gen. So we're just going to make some trees. So the sampling tree gen right here. We can make different ones. We can make willows, weeping willows, Japanese maples. Japanese maples, you can't really go wrong with those. We could do that one. We could do leaves, show leaves. So for these potted plants, we're going to kind of want to turn this down a little bit, so the branch growth, kind of turn that down so that they're kind of little, almost bonsai trees, if you will. Make them a little taller. So you got the branch splitting as well. You can make them a little bit more bushy. We've also got base splits, so you could just have like one split if you wanted to. 2 levels, 1 level, multiple levels. You can also change these as well if you wanted to something different if you've got a different preference. I personally like this, the way that it's going. So I'm just going to do like little trees inside of here. These leaves right here, we're going to have them as pink. I think it'd match the room somewhat. And then the trunk, we could do this as kind of a dark brown kind of thing going on. So you have these nice little trees just in the bathroom. Scale these down. And you just want to put the pot to the tree, or the tree to the pot. So the tree comes in 2 pieces, so you've got the main tree and then you've got the leaves. What you want to do is select the main tree, click shift, and then select the leaves. Press G, bring it over to the pot, put it inside. There you go, you got a nice little tree inside of there. We could rotate that so it's a little bit more straight if you wanted to. You can also scale this down if you wanted to too. So select the pot, select the tree, select the branches, and then we can go G and we can just move this over to the side. There's a little potted plant inside there, so just make sure that it's flush to the floor, relatively. We could do like a little plant on the side as well, so we could go Shift D, move this over, put one of these at the back next to the window, press G, move it over. Could rotate it as well. kind of we got this this real nice bathroom going on. You can have these really any colour that you wanted. So the next thing we want to do is make a tap for this bathroom. So we're just going to go cylinder, just elongate cylinder a little bit, scale it in, go G, edit mode. You know, I'm going to remove this in the background just for now so that we can actually move around properly, because it seems to be really fiddly right now and I'm not too sure why. If we go to edit mode, click this top part right here, E for extrude, just rotate it round, press 1 if you wanted to, go on the first perspective right there. E, rotate, and just bring it over. E, rotate, press G, bring it over. E, and then just rotate, press G, downwards, bring it over. And then E, rotate, G, and then just continue doing this until you get to the end. And then maybe we can thin this out and just rotate it back to where it should be. Yeah, for some reason the camera angle has just been super weird. Shade smooth, scale this down, and then we're just going to place this next to the tub. So this is going to be the tap. Just go ahead and move that in. Rotate this round. Just place it relatively next to the bathtub. And we can also make a secondary one if you wanted to. Just move this close as well. So we go 7. Just select these two. Just press G. You can move them forward. And these should just be at the side of the bathtub right there, and we'll go with gold for both of them. This really is being weird. I'm just going to go ahead and just cancel it off just 1 second. Yeah, that's better. For some reason that angle was just crazy. So yeah, these two are gold. So what you want to do with the sink is take the bathtub, take one of these taps, just Shift D, duplicate it out, just rotate it roughly back to being straight. Just take that again. Scale the bowl inwards, just by slight. Take this and scale it outwards. It's kind of a posh tap. And take these two and rotate them by 90, and these will be the sinks. I'm just going to scale that down again at the side. G to move it over. Scale it. G to go up. Scale it. We can have two little posh sinks just right here, just in front of the mirrors. So this is what it should look like roughly at the moment. Obviously we're going to get a roof over the top and we'll get some lighting in the back as well. And then we'll put a back wall on because we can see a reflection just here. And we just want to aim to get rid of that. I'm also going to put a depth of field on this as well. So if I click the camera right here, we go depth of field, the little selection thing, and maybe we'll just aim to focus this on the bath, and then we'll move the f-stop down just by slight. And I think I might also copy this right here and place something here. So yeah, I think I'm going to make the ceiling as well. Let's see what we can do. So we want this gold trim right here running across the ceiling. So I'm just going to Shift D, rotate this by 90, just scale it out. And then I'm just going to press G and just bring it in just about here so that the skirting boards and this match. And then we're going to go Shift D, just place another one at the bottom there. So now we've got an intersecting vertice right here, so I'm just going to move this just back ever so slightly. So we still have that border, it can still be seen, but it's just out of the way. Now, as regards to this floor, we can make some tiles on here, but I'm going to do it last. As I said before, I'm going to make another one of these cabinets, just to fill that void, because there's just too much void right there for my liking. So, select your cabinet, and then just bring it across. Maybe we could put some more taps in there or something. I don't know why you'd want 4 sinks in a bathroom, but, you know, maybe this could be changing station for makeup or something like that. Just kind of carry on the aesthetic of the room. Oops, don't do that. I'm just going to select one of these mirrors as well and just pull this over. And I think that would look a lot better. It's kind of like a couple's bathroom, I guess. I don't like this shelf in the back though. That shelf's kind of bothering me. Because why would you have a shelf right behind 2 sinks when you can just put a shelf right here over this cabinet? And just scale it out a little bit. You've kind of got this kind of fancy look going on. I think that would work much better. Okay, so once we've got this, we'll also want to do the borders around the bottom here. I'm just going to move this tree out of the way because I don't think we're going to be able to put a border right there. But you want to put these borders just along these walls so that everything matches. Scale it inwards just slightly. scale it out. Take this one, Shift D, scale across, scale down. And then Shift D, and we'll place this one just on the side right here. And then just scale it across. So now we can kind of put this roof on and we can see what's going on. So just add a plane. Actually, you know what? We could delete that. Get this plane. Let's be smart about this. And just bring it up. There you go. We got a new plane. Now it's going to be quite dark on the inside. So we're going to put some lighting in there as well. Just to brighten everything up. Obviously we've removed the hills and stuff like that, so we'll put those back afterwards. And you can see the reflections right here of all of these objects, but then there's nothing here because obviously there's nothing behind the camera. So we could also build some of the room on that side, just add a little bit of furniture, some more plants maybe, just to kind of give it that depth. So I think, just trying to think, right, let's take a plant, let's Shift D this, just duplicate it over. I'm going to need the render side just to see what's going on in this mirror. Just so that I could bring this across, maybe not in front of the camera, just behind, yeah, so you can see it right there. So that's where we're going to be working with. So if I go G, bring this across to this side, and then take one of these cabinets, and then maybe put that on that side. So I'll just stop this from rendering for the moment. So I'm going to go Shift D, duplicate this over, so that's going to be sat in the corner of a room because obviously this intersects. Want to just turn that around. Somehow I've managed to pick up another plant somewhere. Let's Shift D, duplicate that, and then we'll gladly take these two plants and just move them to the side here. So you've got that kind of depth going on. And then we're going to need a wall, so let's add a wall. Let's get a plane in there. G, move it across. Did that just go down? Or to the side? I want it to go that way. 90. Scale it out. And then we can join everything else up once we've done the lighting and everything. Scale that side. And now we have the back of the room. So it looks like just this elongated bathroom with some nice little trees going on. A little bit of lighting. Perfect. View active camera. Oh, come on. For some reason it won't let me pull the camera over. Right, there we go. No, well I think it's because it's rendering. So what we can do with that background, because obviously there's such a big gap, we can just add more planes to the side of it and the bottom of it. It doesn't need to be super detailed, you just kind of have depth, so to speak. And anyway, when we add the lighting for the hills outside, we can lessen the reflection. It's just so that we have that detail in there, so it makes it look like it's got more depth. than the rest of the room. And obviously we've got these little reflections that are going on the plant pots as well. You're not going to want a void on those because people are going to see that and go, I can see the back of the scenery. So having that little bit of extra kind of fake backdrop really does help with the detail. So the next bit that we could do really, excuse me, we didn't do the skirting boards for the bottom here. I neglected that one. So I'm just going to go ahead and just shift E this one, move these down. I don't think no, they are fitting properly, I think. Right. My brain's just kind of going like, I need to do this, this, and this. Like, okay. Interesting. So, I think we should go into the shading tab. For sure, we should start with the shading tab and add some more detail. Okay, so when you go for the shading tab, it's just up here. So we're going to be doing quite a lot of shading for this piece. But don't worry, we've already got the colours on there that we've already chosen, the materials on there that we've already chosen. So what we do to one item will change every other item as long as it's within that colour range, within that material. So if you go for grey 1 to begin with, we can make these walls a little bit more bumpier. So we could go add, and we could go noise texture. If we go to just this one render right here, go to colour, base colour. Just bring this up just a little bit. Gives this kind of noise texture. We could then add a bump. Place your bump there, put your colour into your height. Add your colour ramp. Place this in the middle. And then we've got bumpy walls. Tone this up just a little bit. And it will affect absolutely everything. So when we render, the light should be picked up on those walls as well. Now you won't be able to see it because obviously it's fuzzy at the minute whilst it's rendering in, but once you render it and it goes through the whole process of rendering, you'll be able to see that detail with the light. So let's go back to regular mode just for the moment. And then we'll do this tiled floor. I'm debating it. I'm just like, I should do regular tiles, but I also feel that I want to do something with the nodes with this. I kind of messed this up when I did the trial run to this, so I want to do that last. I'm just a little bit cautious about it, but we'll go noise texture. We're going to go for the cabinets, the wood effect. Go colour to base colour. Just distort the texture just slightly and just scale it up. So we've kind of got this kind of wood look to it, but kind of out of hours kind of wood look, I would call it. There you go. So it's like this kind of brazen kind of look. So want to go with add bump. Put that in there. Color to height, and then we'll go with go add again. Color ramp. Place that between these two. And then we want to go for plus, and we want to make this brown. So you notice now everything that's blue within this picture is actually part of the wood stuff that we're doing. So maybe we just want maybe a light kind of colour. I'm also going to make this slightly metallic, just to bring out some of those details. And then we can actually lower the strength as well on some of this, just to bring out those shadows a bit. So that's the wood texture right there. For this cabinet, let's go new. We'll just type in cabinets kind of thing. Maybe we could go with a Veroni texture. I always go with Veroni, but it's kind of really good. Or we could go with a sky texture, I guess. Sky texture is pretty kind of okay. Nah, you know, I'm going to take that off. Let's see. Galba texture. Let's go with value to base color, see what happens. That's an okay kind of texture. Maybe just stretch it out just a little bit. It's kind of like a two-tone cabinet. Let's add a color ramp. And let's make that slightly metallic. Just take down the roughness too. And then I think we're going to add for the roughness noise. Let's add a noise texture for the roughness. Just zoom that out just slightly. So it's got some little scuffs on it, as you can see, that are just appearing right here. So if I just elongate this or go downwards, you've got little scuffs going on. You could also put a bump node in this if you wanted to. Just change the colour to height again. Yeah, and it should give you this nice shiny but kind of rough looking texture. So then you want to take this and just add this to this one. So if I go to the camera view right here, we should have something like this. Just kind of a rough outline of what we're doing when it loads in. So there's a lot of noise pollution in here from the back wall and the reflection that we have. So once we close off the roof, that should disappear. And then we can add our own little lights in there and stuff, like underlighting and stuff like that. Get some little kind of mirror lights in there. I think that looks okay. Could be a little bit smoother on there, but it'll be fine. So let's do this floor tiling. We can do new right here. We want to do floor tiling with Veroni texture. So we're going to do add and then brick. I'm going to do the brick texture first, and then we'll add the Veroni into that afterwards. So let's see. Scale up your brick texture a little bit, and then we want to just get rid of the offset so it's nice and tiled. Then we will add the bump right in there. You want to go colour to height, and you can invert this if you want to. We will go to colour ramp, and then just insert this between. So you can make this lighter, make this darker, whatever you need to do with it. So the mortar itself is going to be white. Then these two colours we're going to go Veroni. So just go Veroni texture, colour to colour one. Scale this just on there. I think it would be better if I came off the camera, kind of thing. See, this was the problem that I had last time. It was kind of, it didn't really work that well. This it's kind of why I wanted to do individual tiles. This was what I ran into last time. Let's go with colour ramp, see if that fixes it. No. Yeah. This is the problem that I had last time with this. Let's remove the bump. Let's just remove the elephant in the room for the moment. Yeah, I wanted this kind of texture, but I wanted to pull this outwards a little bit. I think it would be better if you made one tile with Veroni and then just duplicated it multiple times. I just think it would look a lot better, but it will be taxing on your CPU or GPU, whatever you're using, and graphics card. If you want to do it this way, this is how I've set it out. You can take a screenshot of that if you want to, and then just copy what I've done and then edit it to what you would like it to look like. But I personally, I'm just going to I'm going to remove this, and then I'm going to do the tiles themselves. So let's go with a cube. I'm going to go G. I'm going to make the tiles on top, and then I'll place them into the piece itself. So let's go back to layout. Scale this down just slightly, and then I'm going to go edit mode, take this top piece here, E for extrude, scale it downwards, G, and then we'll go object mode, scale down, shade smooth, and then we'll go to shading tab, new, and then we'll go to add Veroni, colour to base colour, shade this down, just make kind of a wacky pattern on there, and then we're going to go with add, and then we'll go colour ramp, and we're going to add some blues and some just pale kind of colours to it. Get some blues in there as well, or maybe some rich greens. So this, we will go back to layout, Shift D, just duplicate that across, take these two, duplicate them across, and then duplicate these across as well. Just try and get them roughly the same place. Shift D, move these across. Shift D, move these across. And just keep going. Until you have roughly a floor to work with, so to speak. Just select them all, scale them down a little bit, and then we can start putting them into the bathroom itself. So you just want to make sure that these are just above the flooring. Just press G, move them on in. Scale them to the side. Just make sure they go all the way to the back. And they also don't clip on the outside. Yeah, I think that would be okay. And then press Shift D, and then bring across another set. We can press 7, just to see where you're at, and X-ray if you want to. Just going to move these up just slightly. And then maybe we could make another row just for that mirror image. Okay, so this is roughly what it should look like. I'm hoping that these look a lot better. They do need some variation to them though. Definitely need some variation. We could turn some of these tiles around. We could pull the colours a little bit so that they're more uniform. The lighting is going to help greatly as well, in variation of tones. Okay, I think we should start putting some of the lighting in as well. I'm just going to go to the shading tab right here. I'm just going to edit some of these tones out. I'm just going to put some of these, just make that a little brighter. Maybe make that one a little brighter as well. Just bring this white up just slightly. Maybe minus that one off. And that one. To be honest with you, I think it's just more about experimenting with the colours and just seeing what you can get in certain places. Because you could just do white tiling if you wanted to. I think we should just do that. Just white tiling might actually look better. Yeah, I definitely think white tiles would definitely change this. Make it a little bit more open and maybe bring up that metallic just a little bit, bring down that roughness. Yeah, I think that looks way better than a Veroni texture. Let's see, I'm just going to elongate this wall, so edit mode, just select this one face and just press G, bring it over. Just to the back there. Oh, let me see. What was I going to do? There was something. I've missed something. Oh, lighting. Yeah, so let's go back to layout. I'm just going to go ahead, scale this outwards and bring that back. So we're starting to build the bathroom in now. Yeah, so the lighting, let's set this off X-ray mode. The lighting can be cylinders. Scale this out, scale it down. Right click, shade smooth, scale it out, and then rotate it by 90 on its side, and then we'll place this just underneath the skirting board right here. So this little strip that we just put in, we're going to change this to an emission. You can change this up to any colour that you want to. I'm just going to go to the render tab right here. So maybe we could do a blue with this one just to offset that pink a little bit. I just need to turn that up just slightly. That actually looked quite cute with that blue. We could also take this as well and go Shift D, bring it down underneath the cabinets. And then maybe we could have some external light just on this side. So if I just cancel this off just for 1 second, just scale this in. So we've got that nice little blue coming from under the cabinets. And then maybe we could have a red on this side. So we could take one of these, Shift D, bring it over. And just have this kind of red ambience, whatever you want to call it. Scale this in. And just have some red lighting just running across the bottom here or the top. Just pull that across. Oops. Just move that down just slightly. So when we're changing this, go to edit mode, press plus, and then go new, and then go to emission, and then press red. And then we can render this out, assign it as well, go to object mode, object mode, and then we can turn this red light up a little bit. So we have this kind of mix of red and blue. Gives it a little bit more depth. So the hills in the background we can do with an ocean again. I just wanted to remove that before because I think it was a little bit too distracting. And then we just need to finish off the rest of the room so there's no external light pollution coming through. Maybe turn the sun up a little bit. So we take the sun right here. Just give it some more power. Yeah, I'm just going to stop this render just for 1 second. I can smell burning. Like my CPU's overthinking here. I'm just going to remove the ceiling right there. Move this back. And then I'm just going to bring this ceiling up. It just makes more sense to have this in than that one. Okay, so take this wall right here. Once you're finished with everything and you're happy, press G. And just close off this room completely. The next thing we want to do is add the hills into the background. So go object mode, add the plane, and then go to modifiers, and you want to go to ocean. Add your little parts in, scale it up. So there's hills, rotate it just slightly. And then just bring it down. And then for the texture on this, we could actually add just a regular kind of texture. I'm just going to scale this up just a little bit more. So we've got some more hills. Maybe rotate it just slightly as well. Just got G. Just going to rotate that around the sides too. Okay, so on this background one we could go shading. Then we could go new and add noise texture, colour to base colour. Let's get that noise texture. So you want to do it not too much, but you kind of want this kind of weird haze to it so it looks like trees. Add colour ramp, add green, just very faded green, and then add some blue tones in there, just little bits, and then add brown as well. So in this part we want to go brown, Just move that over to the light a little bit, so it kind of gives that texture going on. You could also add some trees on the outside here, so we could go add a curve. Let's see, sample tree. You're not going to be able to see it in there. If you go wireframe, you'll be able to see it. It's just there. We could go fern. I think we should go geometry. And then go Douglas fern. So you've got this huge tree coming out right now. Add leaves. You can add as many leaves as you want to. Show leaves. So you've got all this. Or you can go geometry again. You could have birch trees. You could have anything that you really wanted. I just want to make something real quick. Let's see. It's the only problem, they're all different sizes, so with this one, go to leaves, show leaves, and then you could take this tree, press G, bring it outside, scale it up. You might want to do this on the layout so you can see what's going on through the window. Press G, bring it down, bring it across. Let's have some bushes outside. Let's take this one, go to materials, make this kind of like a green colour. This one we could go with, what else have we got? We've got this one. Take these two, you can duplicate this across. So what you should end up with in the end is this kind of a scene. Hopefully it renders in. I think these hills, they need to be a little bit less reflective. So I'm just going to turn the roughness up just a bit. And maybe we'll turn that alpha down just slightly as well, so they kind of disappear into the background. And for your scene, because it's a grey sky right there, we can make this blue. Or we can make this yellow actually, because it looks like a sunrise rather than a sunset. Just click that hill off. Yeah, and I think that's roughly the tutorial. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed. Like, subscribe, do all that jazz, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye bye. Okay, welcome back to Blender. So today we're going to be making a stapler. So this is like a mini stapler that I have. We're gonna make this. If you guys can see that in Blender. So we'll start with a cube to begin with. Oh look, we have one. Default cube's brilliant. So we'll take this down. We'll scale it down. Then we're gonna go to edit mode. For this part we're just going to scale it outwards just slightly. We'll take this part right here, this face, and we'll just go E for extrude. We're going to scale it inwards just slightly, and then we'll go E for extrude just at the back, scale it inwards just slightly again, not so that it's a funnel, but it's just like this. And then we'll take this one and we'll press G, just bring it back, just ever so slightly. So what you want to do is you want to make the same thing underneath. So what we're going to do is go to object mode, we'll press G, just bring it down, sorry, bring it up, shift D. You want to place this just over the top, and you want this bottom one just slightly bigger, so press S, And then on this one, we're just going to press G, bring it up. So we've got the same shape, edit mode. Press this face at the front. E for extrude just slightly, and we're just going to bevel that off. Press G, bring it forward. So the next bit we can do, so that's going to be the green part for the stapler, so I'm just going to go ahead and make it green. If you've not changed your render at the moment, change from EV to cycles, and then we'll just go on to this one. So this top piece right here, we'll notice that it's green. If you press A to select everything, go to the materials tab, press plus, assign, and then we'll just do new, which will be silver. Just make that slightly metallic as well. Just take down the roughness. So we've kind of got this little mirror shine. So this will be the plates where the staple comes down. So what I want to do is Shift D. Control R even. I'm just going to undo that Shift D command. Let's go edit, redo. Yes. Okay. So Control R. Just at the front here, we're just going to go just here. Just there, and then we will go for the middle. Let's put this on regular mode. I'm just going to get rid of that line right there. Control R, scroll your wheel. We go maybe just here. Take these two right here, scale them outwards, and then E for extrude, and just downwards, and then scale them inwards slightly, so that we got that little hole punch kind of thing. Then we're going to go to the object mode, shade smooth, and we'll still have those little lines in there, as you can see. So the next bit we want to do is take these side parts right here and just elongate them. So if we go to edit mode, we want to Control R, move these to the side, or you could do half and half if you wanted to. So the idea is that this has got like a little carriage on the inside of it, so there's parts that go up. So you want to take this face right here, this face right here, go E for extrude, and we're just going to bring those up. For this back part right here, we've got kind of this little pick bit where you can get the staples back out of the paper. So we're going to go E for extrude, and we're just going to go scale this in, and then E for extrude, and then just scale it right in on the side. Just press G, bring it back. Okay, so the next part we want to do is part of the stapler where it's being held, basically. So this is going to be two parts, I think. I think we could do this in two parts. Or we could do this in one part kind of thing, but yeah, we'll start with a plane. Let's start with a plane. Let's go to object mode. Plane. G, bring it up. You want it to sit so that it's just above this. Scale it in just slightly. Press 7. You can see everything. G, bring it across. You want it to fit right at the back. Just sits on top. G, bring it down just slightly. Now you're going to put this at an angle. It's going to be a backwards angle, but we'll make it on regular angle first, and then we'll adjust it as such. So if we go to edit mode, and we'll just select this face right here on the side, this face right here on the side, E for extrude, so extrude them straight up, and then we're going to go for this face and this face, E for extrude, keep it where it is, and then scale inwards. So you've got this nice little fold coming in, just there, and maybe just bring them up just slightly so there's like a little slight gap. And then we'll take this off X-ray mode actually. I'm just going to scale this together just a little bit more and upwards. Just for adjustments. Just make sure that you've got kind of a hole that's coming through in the bottom right here. So this part right here, if we go into edit mode, just Control R, loop cut it, and just bring it right here. And then we're going to loop cut the middle and just loop cut the sides a little bit. So you want to just make that hole sat right there. G, bring it back. And that's where the staples are going to sit. So you want to just align that with this right here. Where are we at? G, go across. I'd say that's roughly right. And then we want to angle it just backwards, just slightly. Oops. Come on. There we go. Okay, so once we've got that angle in the back, we can now put a little bar at the back here. So we're going to go add. And we'll go cylinder. Rotate it by 90. Scale it down. Rotate across. Press G, bring it up. And then we'll put the little bar right here. I'm just going to scale that down again. Just right here. We'll shade this smooth and then we'll place this as a silver. And then this one is a silver. So what you should have is something like this. Roughly. So now we're just going to make the top to this, which is pretty simple. It's just a square, basically going over the top. So what we can do add, we can do square, G, bring this up, scale it across. We've got a little bit of a dip in the middle, so we could go to edit mode, just Control R that one. And then Control R again, but bring it to the front. Take this part right here, and then we will go G rather than E. Just bring that down. Bring that across. Let's take a little bit of modeling. So what we're going to do, press A. Bring it down. A bit too big for what we need it for right now. So we're just going to go X-ray, so we can see what's going on the inside. Scale this down. And we're just going to fit this to sit it kind of thing. So just match the angle. So have it a little bit more forward. Let's see. I'm just going to pull this outwards just slightly. Take this face, pull it up, and then maybe pull it forward just a little bit. And its back face, I'm just going to pull back. And then we'll work with vertices just to kind of give it a weird kind of paper stapler shape. I'm just going to bring it down actually. And then we're going to bevel this as well. Okay, so we should have kind of shape like this. This right here should be the green that we have, just to match the theme. I don't like the shine on this. I think it's a little bit too dark, so I'm just going to pull that back a little bit. Maybe lighten it. I think it's because of the dark background that the reason why it's looking so dark. Oh, that was a really weird feeling. One of my fans stopped spinning and all I was feeling was like this juttering with my desk. That's really weird. Right, I'm going to check that out actually. Let's scale this outwards. just stick that right there. This is just a base so we can see what's going on. So yeah, that's pretty much basic paperclip. Basic paperclip. I'm going to take this top one right here and I'm just going to go to modify it and we'll go bevel. I'm just going to bevel this inwards just a little bit. Right click, shade smooth. And that's your little paperclip. I'm going to take the background right here and just lighten it a bit so you guys can see. Yeah. Right, just basic paperclip right there. Just your little tiny little version of, am I pointing the right way there? Of that kind of thing. Yeah. Okay. I'll see you guys in the next one. Okay, welcome guys to the next Blender tutorial. Today we're going to be building a petrol station or a gas station, kind of cyberpunk kind of theme. I've been told that I work pretty fast on these tutorials. I'm just used to doing things in CG and just moving real quick with all this stuff just to get things done primarily. If you guys need to slow anything down and you're on YouTube, there's settings below. I don't know whether you can get the same settings on TikTok and I don't know whether you can get the same settings on Facebook, but yeah, all my videos go to YouTube first, so if you're seeing this on any other site, it's on YouTube. Just follow the same name. It's just Rebecca Mathers primarily. Anyway, so we're gonna start with a gas station today. So we're gonna make the roof of the gas station to begin with. So take your default cube here. I'm just gonna go ahead and every time. Right, here we go. Right. So let's press G, just move this up a little bit. I'm going to put a plane in here so that we've got some sort of base to work with. Just scale it outwards. It doesn't matter how big it is. So we're just going to press S to scale along the axes. Make it pretty chunky. I'm just going to bring it in a little bit because I'm going to do some extensions on the top and the bottom right now. I got a little sketch that I'm looking at right now and I'm just like kind of, you know, how am I going to do this right? So S, just to bring this out a little bit, if your render engine is not already on cycles, put it on cycles. So what we'll start with is just elongate it, just roughly about that size, and then we're going to get some I think we'll have cylinders. Just going to shape these up. So all you need is just the one cylinder just for now, so I'm just going to scale this up and then just scale it back down a little bit so it's got a small kind of pylon pillar. The best way to do this, I think we're going to split screen just in the corner there. I believe it's 8. No, okay. Side view is great. We're just wanting more of an upward view so we can see what's going on here. So, yeah, select your pylon. Just gonna put it to one side. Or your pillar, pylon, whatever you want to call it. We're just going to give it some imperfections, so let's go ahead and go to edit mode. And what you want to do is just select a couple of faces from this, just take it off the x-ray mode. Just do them in bunches of 2s maybe, or 3s. Just select a few of them. Just going to go E, keep it where it is, and then just scale it outwards. It's just going to give us some imperfections on our stuff right here. Okay, so right click, shade smooth, and now we can see that we've got all these lines coming down. If this thing's been set outside for a while, I'm going to kind of get this kind of weird patterning going on with it, because the rainwater is going to hit the side of the petrol station or the gas station, and it's going to start to corrode certain aspects of it. So what we want to do is take this, we're going to Shift D, just duplicate it over, take both of these, selecting them both, and we're just going to go ahead, Shift D again, and just take it over again. So now we have essentially a table, so to speak. So what we're going to do for the floor right here, we're going to go Add, and we're going to go Plane. What we want to do is we want to make an ocean. So just type in ocean down here to your modifiers, and you'll see that you get this. So what you want to do is just scale it down just a little bit so that it's flat-ish. And what you'll notice when we go into render mode, nothing's happening, right? So what you're going to do, go to material, add new. You can do this with glass. Personally, maybe glass is good. You can do this with glass if you want. Glass one is here, the glass BSDF. But personally, I like to mess around with my settings. Now, Blender's changed over the years, so at one point I used to do my own settings and stuff. Now they have everything categorized. So you know, it's different. It's different. It really is. So for me personally, if you're gonna go with the principal BSDF, change down your alpha a little bit so that it's a little bit see-through, and you just want to turn off your roughness, so that you kind of got this reflection. So we're gonna do like kind of a rainy scene. Shrink this down, just scale it down as to scale. And what you'll notice now that we just have a square in the middle, we want to fill the rest of this space in right here. So what we're going to do is just repeat on the other axes, and then we're just going to adjust it as we need it. So you should have something like this. So it's all kind of wet and rainy and all that kind of stuff. Now you'll notice that the pattern here repeats a little bit. So, I mean, you can do random seed if you want. You've got waves, choppiness scales here, foam. I don't think you're going to need foam. Personally, I would probably go with random seed. It looks a little better. Okay, so the next step is to make some pavements or sidewalks right here. So what we're going to do is, you can do this with a cube or you can do this with a cylinder. I mean, cylinders are okay for bays and stuff like that. So with cylinders, if you load this in, you just like pull this down so that it's kind of the height of a curve, and then you can elongate it. If that's what you'd like to do, that's cool. Just place that just underneath the pillars right there. This is where the pumps are going to sit. So we just scale this down again. I'm just going to go into edit mode, and I'm just going to subdivide this. Right click, subdivide, subdivide, subdivide. It just gives us a little bit more curve to work with. So yeah, we can kind of do an edging here as well. So if you just press E for extrude, and then you don't move it, just click it back, and then S to scale, and then E for extrude, and that gives you a little bit of a bevel on the edge right there. Excuse me, I've got a bit of a cold. So we're going to go Shift D, and we can duplicate this over, but if you want some texture on this, I mean, you can put the texture on to begin with, or you can do your textures at the end. I generally do my textures at the end. At the moment, it just kind of works out for me a lot better. It's something that I've just recently learned how to do, because if you do the textures at the beginning, I tend to get like muddled up with which textures are what at the end of the day. Yeah, so we have these two bays right here. Now we want to make maybe some neon lighting, or we want to make this look a little bit more gas stationy. So we're just going to go edit mode right here, select the stop face. We're going to go E for extrude, scale it in, E for extrude, scale it in, and then we can go E for extrude, but don't move it, and then we're just going to scale it in just slightly. Make sure that it's equidistant around the outside, and then we're going to go E for extrude again, and just bring it down. Just don't clip it when you do so. So now we have this kind of little roof going on. So right under here I just want to make some, I want to make a little gap just in the middle right here. So we'll take this, E for extrude, scale it just downwards just slightly so that you got this little line. E for extrude, and then we're just going to scale inwards. I think that's correct. Yeah, okay. So this little bit right here, we're just going to have this as strip lighting, so we want to go to the material. So this original material right here is the original roof. You want to press plus. So the original roof's going to be kind of what it says on the tin, it's just the original colourings for the roof. The second one, we want to put neon lighting. So just stick that in right there. Right, so your neon lighting, you want to go ahead and go to emission. So where your principal BSDF is, just check for the emission right there and just put that in. Maybe we go with a pink today. That'd look cool. And we're just going to go assign. Now you can make this as bright or as little as you want. We're just going to put it maybe midway. I'm just going to get rid of this lighting right in the middle here because it's a bit of a distraction for me personally. So I want to see how the lighting reacts without external lights. Okay, so what I'm going to do as well with the world, I'm just going to go ahead and just darken this whole thing. Just essentially turn out the lights, just see how my lights are working in general. So yeah, when you go into the materials tab, you've got neon lighting. I'm just going to put neon lighting hot pink. So if I want to use this type of lighting elsewhere within my project, I can just find the hot pink neon lighting and it will be the same lighting, the same emission throughout the project. So the next part that we want to work on is perhaps let's see, let's do some tube lighting. Tube lighting would be great. So to make tube lighting, we're just going to do 2 cubes. So to scale these down, just regular cubes, doesn't matter. So you just want to scale them down to the point where they're going to match with the background. Just bring them right over. We will do these underneath all the way around. If you do one side, you can just duplicate it to the other side. It's kind of a way of cheating, but at the same time, if it works, if it sits, it fits, or it fits, it sits, whatever you wanna call that. So these 2 cubes are just gonna have a light between them. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna delete that one just for now. I'm gonna add a new material, and we're just gonna go with black edging. So I'll just call this one black edging. Yep. Okay. So. Let's change this one. We want to put the roughness up a little bit, and then we want to take this Shift D, just bring it all over so it's roughly the height and the size for tube lighting. So the tube lighting is going to be cylinder. Just rotate it to 90 degrees, and then we are going to press S, just scale that bad boy outwards, scale it in. You remember that hot pink that we got before? We're going to add that to this. So, just move your tube lighting into the fittings right here. Just going to scale this outwards a little bit and scale it down just slightly. Press G, make sure that it touches both of these blocks. I'm also going to do some wiring in here as well. I think that would be cool. I'll teach you how to do some wiring. I think I did it in like one of my previous tutorials. It was like telephone wires or something. Scale it down just a little bit. I mean, this is your project, you can put that wherever you'd like. So, as I was saying about the pink, so we got this object selected right now, which is our tube lighting. So you're just going to go neon lighting, hot pink. And there you go, there's your neon lighting right there. And as I said, if you turn it off, you can turn it back on, you can do whatever you want with it. Okay, so hot pink lighting right here. We're just going to select 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so you can see this right here up on the side, and what we want to do is we want to put one here and perhaps one here as well. So we take this and we're just going to go Shift D. I'm going to move it across until it reaches the other side. It doesn't have to be perfect, but try and line it up the best you can. And then we're going to, yeah, okay. So, and then we're going to go Shift D again. Let's put one in the middle. And then what we can do is select 1, 2, 3 on this side. It'll let me. And then 1, 2, 3 on this side. And then we're going to come over to this side. And we're just going to place them roughly where the fitting should be on that side. So when you've done all this, let me just move that in just a little bit. It doesn't matter if it's off center, just slightly, you know, imperfections kind of make things look a little bit more real. So now we're going to go to the render port view, and this is what we're left with. This very nice hot pink kind of gas station kind of thing going on. Now I want to do something with this roof right under here. Let's give it a little bit more detail. So we're just going to go to edit mode. I'm just going to go on regular render. This one right here. So we're going to select this face underneath here. E for extrude, don't move it. And then we'll scale it inwards at the same height. Make sure that it's equidistant again around the outside. And then we're just going to go E for extrude. Just on there. Now I don't like the way that these pillars are set, so what I'm going to do, object mode, just going to select all 4 pillows and just pillars and just kind of pull them out a little bit. So we kind of got that pattern going on. It doesn't matter if they come on the outside right there, because it kind of just looks like some architectural, blooming it, get my words out today, architectural design. Okay, so yes, on this part we want to do some texturing, but I'm going to leave the texturing until later, once I've built everything else, and then I'll teach you how to do all the nodes and stuff like that to make your scene look even better. So leave it the way that it is. The next part that we want to do, let's see, I think I'd like to add maybe some, let's add the gas pumps. Okay, so we're going to go to cube, and you only need to make one of these, thankfully, and then you can just duplicate it all the way across the scene. It's laziness, I get it, but if you want to tweak it and you want to make multiple of them, then be my guest. But personally, I will duplicate things and I'll change them slightly so they look like different gas pumps. But to be honest with you, all the gas pumps in my area look the same anyway. So let's go to edit mode. We got E for extrude. I'm just gonna pull it in right there. Press G. E for extrude again. Just gonna pull it right in there. And then we're gonna go Control R. And then scroll your wheel once. So you got 2 lines. Then we're going to start doing some, let me see. I'm going to pull these inwards a little bit, so just go to the edge select right here. So you want to select this one, and this one. And then we're just going to press S and just pull them towards each other. Then we're going to go Control R again and split it into thirds. Then what we want to do, want to make some little screens, maybe. Okay. And then you obviously want where the pumps are going to be and stuff like that. Maybe we can have the pumps in the middle here. So if we split these into a third again, and then we'll split this one, hold on, into thirds on this side. Actually no, split it into, yes, quarter it. Then we'll go the face selection, we'll grab these in the middle, E for extrude, just slightly, and then E for extrude again, and then just drag it downwards, and then just scale it a little bit. So you've kind of got that curve that goes inwards. You want to do the same to the opposite side as well, so select these ones, E for extrude, E for extrude again, scale it downwards, and then scale it in just ever so slightly. So you've got something like this. Now, we want to make an edge on this side, so that it's got kind of a little bevel thing going on. I'm just going to grab these sides right here, oops, shift, and then click. And then we're just going to scale that in just slightly, just to make them a little bit more rounded around the outside. I'm just going to shade smooth as well, maybe shade smooth. Yeah, it looks a little bit up. It looks like it's been sat outside for a while. Then split this, and maybe we'll make some screens right here for each of the pumps, so to speak. I know there's 4 screens and there's 3 pumps, but maybe one of them's like a payment kind of screen, touch screen or something. So we just take those, or maybe it's an advertisement board. Maybe those are advertisements. You know, use your imagination. So yeah, before you take that, actually select the opposite side as well. So you just want to go E for extrude, keep it where it is, scale inwards, and then this side should do the same as well. So you see this is scaled inwards, and then we come over to this side and this is scaled inwards also. So scale that to this side as well so it's straight. And then I'm just trying to think. I'm looking at this picture of different gas stations, just kind of trying to put something together for you guys here. There's a lot of buttons. There's a lot of different buttons glowing different colours. Okay, so these particular screens, I'm just going to have them white. So we'll go to plus on the materials. So your original material is going to be gas pump, original, and then we're going to add another one, plus, and then we're just going to go gas pump screen. This one's going to be your emission. And then we press the sign as well. So this is what it's going to look like. So the original gas pump colour, you can just change that to whatever you'd like. I'm usually going with the dark grey. Let's see. And maybe take this roughness down and just add some metallic. Because remember as well, we're working with a wet floor that's just rained, so maybe the rain has come underneath and it's hit everything. Which means that we have to alter the pillars and we have to alter the little sidewalk bit here as well. Yeah, okay, so that would be the basic kind of pump outlook there. You can put different things on here if you've got images and stuff like that. For me personally, I'm just going to leave it the way that it is for this tutorial. We're going to go edit mode. And I'm going to add some stripes to it. I'm just going to add some side bits. Maybe somebody crashed into the prior ones that were here and they didn't see them, so maybe we could take this and we could add some lighting, some emissions into the sides. You know, you kind of gotta use your imagination with this. Tell a story. Tell a story with your designs. You know? Why does your gas station look the way that it does? You know? Is your gas station abandoned? Is your gas station currently under repairs? You know? Tell the story. So we're going to put gas light. We will do a sign and then we will do emission. So maybe on this one we could do blue. Maybe blue might look like a really good colour to do. So I'm just going to press E for extrude. Just keep it where it is. S for scale. I'm just going to bring this out a little bit because light's going to have a little bit of a bevel to them just around the outside. So this is how it should look. Looks pretty funky. Maybe we'll put some more screens just here to define these little parts. So let's go edit mode. I'm just gonna take this little section here, maybe take this little section here, and maybe take the floor section as well. Okay, so if I change it to this one, you guys can see what I'm doing. So take this section here, take this section here, this section. Yeah, I think we're good with that. Oh, don't do that. I just I hurt my wrist on my thingy then. I've got my keyboard right on the edge of my desk, and the end of my desk just went straight into my wrist. Yeah. Okay, so just select the same on the other side. And then we're going to go plus again when it allows me to. New. And then we're going to call this one gas lights. W. Let's go with emission. And then a sign for this. I'm just going to go back to object mode just to see what this looks like, and then render. It looks somewhat okay. Maybe the lights are out on this one. Yeah, it's something you could do as well. You could like mess around with the lights a little bit. One of them's on the blink. Okay, so now we want to add the little pump.